would just bring the most firepower to the team. And I think with two supports behind them, like myself and Canadian, I think it'd be a pretty good team.
All right, chat. All right. We have Gamers Without Borders, day 3.
Yeah, he could. I mean,
getting into the game today is North America and Latin America. So Latin America's first, then North America. So yeah.
You want to make sure that you're, if they're picking a team, you want to be in that because that's a massive sign of respect. Soltov will be doing backflips here in this. Honestly, he'll love that.
A lot of the M&M guys getting shout-outs. We've got users getting a shout-out as well there. As we wait for some of our players to join the lobby still, I would like to ask you to create your ideal squad around you. You're in the mix as well.
Hey, it's on X. It's on Japan. It's on Pop. It's on Gord.
Yeah, exactly.
It's on E-Girl. It's on Raging. It's on Elemental. It's on Lucat. All right. Also, again, thank you to Gamers Without Borders for sponsoring today's stream too. Gamers Without Borders is running now from the 11th of May to the 14th of May. So we'll be watching all the games together. You can watch them right here on my channel. And Gamers Without Borders is a charity tournament. The prize pool goes to charity. $2.5 million for Rainbow Six Siege. $10 million in total over the course of all the games. Gamers Without Borders will act as a qualifier for the Gamers 8 LAN this summer in Riyadh. So that'll be the largest esports tournament in history. It'll be a $45 million tournament, which is nuts. So.
Who would you think would be the ideal flex? Because that's always a very, very difficult.
So that's a very good Where's the pick? Oh, you can type *pick. I made a command for it. It's got Nebula. It's got Toko. It's got MT. It's on Top C.
Obviously.
Go. Oh yeah, go for it.
Then it's gonna be leader.koi. He's in it. And then it's gonna be users.M&M. And then it's Benja.G2 and Spoit.NA. That's my team.
I'm late. I'm very early today. What's the new op to? I already played, but cannot tell you. If I could tell you, I would. I truly would, but not allowed, pal.
Because I feel like both of them have a serious standing ground here. Yeah, 2-1 for NIP.
Okay, what about yourself, Demo?
2-0, lost one.
2-0 lost one. I like this. Getting spicy here in the virtual studio, right? The predictions are in, and our maps are set, and our teams are ready. So, let's meet your casters. Please welcome Blue and Stokes. Let's go into our first semi-final.
I literally just woke up from like a little nap and stuff like that.
And let's get into it indeed, ladies and gentlemen. It's pleasure to be back for day 3 of the action here for the Gamers Without Borders Rainbow Six event for this year. Stokes is with me on the comm, as usual. And Stokes, how do we feel about this matchup as we get ready to jump into map number 1 now?
Oh man, so excited, especially for cameraman and what he's got going on in his life right now. An exciting series to have here today, especially up against Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that he has a lot of history up against. So
it's bound to be a good affair, but things are certainly looking a bit daunting when it comes to NIP's chances to take this matchup, especially now that we've seen the map beat them up.
Does KG stand for King George?
Rough for them given the previous play between these two teams.
And do what's
LOS +1 is looking for quite a bit of revenge, as much like we had one
I should
of
put
our
a going live notifications for Discord.
Out of a chance to go to
Dude, did you guys see the clip that I posted, by the way, on like Instagram and like TikTok? Dude, I did a BMI calculator, and it's supposedly I'm overweight.
Ultimately take the event now. NIP has another chance to make their mark at a tier 1 event, of course, and qualify for the main event at Gamers 8.
When does the TS come out? I'm not 100% sure, but probably Monday is just a pure guess. I have no actual information on that though.
Stokes, prediction for this one? How you think we're going to be rocking with this matchup?
Oh man, I don't know if we'll get 2-0. I know Demo was calling it a 2-0, but I think it's going to be a nice back and forth here, John, honestly. Cameraman just coming in for Los 1, Ninjas in Pajamas, never a team to really doubt, and Gamers 8, a really big event that a lot of teams want to try and get to, and it's do or die here at this tournament. You only have one life, and they really want to try and make it end of the road here. So we'll see how deep
appeal channel points. You lost them all. What does it even mean?
I think it could go either way.
My cut would be crazy now. I actually just got in my 60-pound weights today. So I have dumbbells that go from 5 pounds to like 50, and I bought a set of 60s.
ready to
as
rock.
well.
We're just waiting on one or two of them to jump
Best Pro
into
League player of all
the server.
time,
So we
Troy
apologize for that,
Canadian,
folks, a little
probably.
bit of a delay to the actual start of the game, but we're going to be getting ourselves into it as quickly as we possibly can once we do have all of those players ready to go. Aside from that, though, once again, NIP able to bring some decent results in during the major, but failing to push it once again once they hit that more best of three focus stage where they ultimately fell to the Sonics. Again, though, fairly close battle up against the Sonics for what I believe was that quarterfinal there, taking it to near full time, or at least the bitter end of regulation once they got into that matchup there.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Ninjas in Pajamas is never a team to really doubt. You know, they're one of the OG teams of Brazil that has always had a very fiery play style,
Right.
but it's one that's also very controlled and something that can catch
So just
people off guard. You know, all the way
everyone you
back
get a
at,
carrot
SI
stick every match,
2020
20
even, they were
push-ups.
still one of those
See,
teams that was
listen, dude, here's the
so
thing,
very
okay?
dangerous.
While I am overweight right now a little bit, okay? Yeah, a little bit of pudge on me. Yeah, it's okay.
We're unfortunately going to go to a quick break. When we come right back in just a
It
moment,
is
we'll have
okay.
the beginning of this game, folks, and the start of the action here for South America.
You lost your car today. How did that happen? I need to lose about like 10 pounds. The BMI index thing is like super bullshit. Because I'll give you an example, okay? Right now, I'm 175 pounds and I'm fat. But like I have some like I still have some muscle on me. I honestly do. I know I always joke about like, you know, frail old man and like no like just fat and stuff. But I actually do have some muscle on me. I really do. But that being said, yeah, I need to like lose some weight. Need to lose some weight. It doesn't take into account muscle because like I was the same weight as I am right now. Isn't it? It's like the same. What's it called? I was the same weight, but I was like pure muscle, like a few years back or whatever. So yeah, BMI is not super accurate, but it's a good like basic indicator. Oh, I know how to lose weight. It's not a problem. That's not a problem. I just choose to eat a lot of food. That's it. What's on, Alfredo? Am I playing in this tournament? No, we're just co-streaming it, watching it together, hanging out. So, yeah. BW Chrome, thank the Prime sub. How's the volume, by the way, Chaz? Is it too loud or like? I mean, the thing is, when I talk to like my doctor and stuff like that, or when I had my most recent doctor's appointment, everything checked out really well. Like he's like, you're super healthy. He's like, you just should lose about 10 pounds. That's what he told me. So he's like, just try to get some physical exercise in there and stuff like that, and like that's it. So and we have our other side of the bracket also being played currently on our Bravo channel. If you're watching us on Twitch, that's about it. Just go ahead and add, I believe, B or Bravo to the. That is about it. Directed over to that channel. Most Gamers Without Borders is a tournament. It's a $10 million tournament where all the money goes to charity. So the winners of the winners get to pick which charity it goes to. There's like a certain list of charities. You just pick which one, and that's kind of it. So for Siege specifically, it's 2.5 million. I gotta work out, yeah. Like I said, I actually just bought 60-pound dumbbells today. I was like, you know how it goes. You just buy workout equipment, you're like, yeah, I'll work out. Listen, all I will say though is a gym. It has been cheaper for me to buy my own gym equipment and then not work out than it has been to have a gym membership. So, you know, stonks.
Yeah, it could be pretty back and forth.
If you sub to me on Twitch, do you get my Rainbow Six charm? You do.
I kind of think
Train me for
that's the right
3,000 a
true
month.
here,
That's a
especially
deal
with
right
how
there.
Ninjas has been playing.
That's a
At the
deal.
major, they were a little streaky, but one thing was definitely relevant, and it was Psycho. You know, one of the best players at the entire major. At one point,
Invite.
looking so
You're actually an
very
idiot,
strong the
Almir.
entire time. So, you know, I'm really hoping that Ninjas in Pajamas can show some improvement.
You're the worst teammate ever.
That is, of course, the other side of the coin here when compared to LOS plus one. If that consistency is going to ring through here today, if obviously the longer standing.
You know, I'm tired right now. Kind of. It's really weird, actually, and very annoying. I woke up. I woke up to, like, I went to bed today at like 7:30 in the morning. And I just randomly woke up at like 12, like about noon, and I like could not sleep again. So I went out and I got my wife like flowers and stuff like that, and card. Like I was planning on waking up at like 3 or whatever, and then like going out and getting all that stuff. And I just went out, did all that kind of stuff, came home, showered, everything like that. I'm just like, I tried to lay down for a little bit, and I couldn't really sleep again. So I'm like, yeah, here we are.
Be a good amount of kind of gelling going on between the two teams. Not to mention, of course, Cameraman just being in the scene for as long as he has been.
I have G Fuel, I do. I'm not like that tired, luckily.
We'll have to
So,
like I said before, just really wait and see. Let's get like
nothing too bad.
Small server problems getting things rolling, but hopefully once we resolve those, the game itself will be getting started. It's an interesting map pick too, a very LATAM centric map.
Honestly, it's gonna be easier though. Like tomorrow, the game started like they start like earlier at like 3. So today they started later, and I could have slept in more, but I wasn't really able to. But
we get to that third and final map, Villa. Those are the two maps I'm talking about where we're really going to see that play style have its day in the limelight here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially you mentioned it there, Villa, the big map that you're looking for a lot of that aggressive play off-site.
What's answer, Blickington? Home weights are more convenient. I would agree. One thing I will say with like a actual, what's it called? With an actual gym membership, though, is you kind of like go a little bit more often. I would say is pretty fair. But
I mean, a historic history in Brazil, so
you feel like you gotta go.
Again, but I think today will definitely put.
But I mean, overall, I don't. It's
And just so you guys have the full info spread,
it's not that hard to get your ass up and just work out.
So once again, that map as well is really
honestly, I've just been choosing not to because I'm lazy. It's not a difficult thing.
Players really have their day in the limelight and plenty of opportunities to shine things up all throughout the course of this series. So should just be a few more moments away. Like I was just saying, we just got the information from productions. We were just waiting on one more player to jump into the server. We are going to be good to start things off.
I get it.
Matchup today as well, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have one matchup going on later as we're showcasing one South American match and one North American match here on the main stream. And the same thing is being done over on our Bravo stream as well. So for instance, over on that Bravo stream currently, we're going to be having Team Liquid go up against Tropic Chaos. That's our other semifinal from the other side of the bracket. If you guys are wanting to check that out, that one should be live already, if not in the next few moments, over on the Bravo stream. Well, we've got NIP.
Have you guys ever been to Top Golf before?
Once both of those games have finished, of course, we've got the.
Or do you have one in your area?
On in the day for our second best of 3, as it'll be Beast Coast going up against Dark Zero here on this stream, and then over on the Bravo stream once again, M80 will be taking on West.
That's so good.
Park, and we'll see the clash of the winners from all of those matchups.
Top Golf is very expensive, yeah.
2 best of 5 finals on the stream tomorrow to get us a true winner and of course a qualifying.
There's 2 near you, yeah. There's like I think there's only one in Detroit. It's always like super busy. It is very expensive though. The last time I think I went there, I want to say like we bought like a booth or like a lane or whatever for like 4 people. 4? 5 people. 5 people. And then it was like food and drinks. I think everything together with like tip and tax and all that kind of stuff. I want to say it was like this was like a few years ago that supposedly it's gotten much more expensive. Even back then though, for 5 people, I think it was like 800 with like drinks and food and like golf and stuff.
So these teams can't just pull one over on
Probably
the other,
around
actually
there.
have that
Maybe it
time
was
to
6. I don't know. It was like
adjust.
6 or 800.
We'll see if we're
You subbed 2
seeing
days ago. You love the
some
content. Well, thank you
by
much.
the end of this.
Appreciate
It'll
it,
be pretty quick
Senko.
to collect the desk was predicting LOS +1 looking pretty favored with the map bans, but we'll have to see as we get through these bans. It's gonna be
Top Golf
Forza
and Fried.
getting some
It makes it a lot cheaper. I just like, I was like,
especially
my
Ying
friend
and,
sent me a
some
random thing. I guess
Australians
Costco
also
has
banned
Top
one.
Golf
Definitely say the
gift
same about
cards.
her. Let's
So
wrap
you could
this
buy
up here.
like Top Golf
So
gift
Super Bowl will
cards,
take out our last.
and they're
It's gonna
like
be a capsule, but unique
$35
one,
or
but
$40 for a $50 gift card. So
I
if
would
you're
say stands
planning
up
on
top
going
when
there
it
and
comes
spending
to,
some like money,
strategies
it basically
across
gives you
the
like a
board,
nice
especially on a map like,
20% off or
Challenge,
whatever,
you know,
something
this
like
is used
that.
for a lot of windows, a lot of doors. It forces a lot of soft destruction to be brought on the offense, so could just be loosening things up for themselves later on, or maybe they just don't like something about Ninjas in Pajamas strategy when Castle is in the lineup.
Yeah, I would personally believe it's a bit more of a targeted ban over towards NIP, but always we'll have to dig a little bit deeper, more so after the game, or allow our analysis team, to take a deeper look at that one. But either way, we get ourselves into the first round, where Lost One, of course, have the defensive-sided start to this one. Fans, of course, also removing Ingame from play. We had our APAC finals going on yesterday. Ingame was left in play for pretty much every single matchup, and we saw what problems that could potentially really create for both of our teams, and just the kind of individualistic nature that she's able to play things out when she is left in play because of those barricades and the general amount of power they carry forward. It does not seem like our teams want to mess around with that, or at least NIP does not want to mess around with that here today, especially since they start on the
I wonder who's gonna win here. I really don't.
Directly, hopefully allowing for the attacking
I mean, I would think on paper that Nip should win, but I don't know.
Maybe even a minute or longer dealing with that solo
Who knows?
Yeah, clearing
Am I gonna stream through the night? Yep. We're streaming from now until 4 a.m. Eastern.
When you can just apply barricades and really sit wherever you want, right? So a strong band, and one that we'll more than likely see throughout the day here. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, out the gates blue, and we're going to jump into it immediately. Los +1, they're feeling themselves already early on here. They've extended a couple of panels down low to make sure this rotation can at least be covered for a moment, and they'll at least have to dedicate some hard breach to want to hold it, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You can see Ninjas in Pajamas already aware that there is a roam game here from LOS +1. These early drones really going to assist with.
You're gonna hold me to that? I will. Yeah, I mean, I'll be online all night. I streamed yesterday. I streamed 16 hours, and I got back on and streamed like I slept for like 8 hours or whatever it was. Not even, probably like 6 or 7 hours, and I came back on. I streamed like another like 4 hours. So I streamed like 20 hours out of like a 8-hour period or something. And in between that time, I recorded a commercial. Needless to say, it's been fucking relatively busy for the past few days. But it's okay. Manage it all. Oh.
But it's going to be Khan's catching Loban as he tries to get aggressive or by the library window to score the first kill. And Psycho follows it up with an
4 hours early instead of 4 hours late. Easy.
Connector control, which will be a big theft. Thankfully, Cameraman re-attains that control and prevents disaster from striking his squad because of his trade. Los One might still be.
What do you mean you're surprised that I even got on the stream? I stream like 6 days a week.
Against Maya to bring it down to a 4v2. Dash looking to get some more revenge from the top of blue stairs here, but he has been scoped out, or at the very least, NIP have an expectation of a play to be made from this top extended shield position. We'll be back, trying to creep back downstairs in a moment here, making himself run out towards it. Hopefully putting himself in a better position to support Cameraman as well, but Cameraman will just strike on his lonesome from that bottom of the top angle. Finds the strikeout against Muzi to eliminate him. Brings us down to a bit more of a palatable 2v3. He's under pressure now too, as Dash still looks for the right opportunity to strike from the depths of those blue stairs positions.
Okay. All right. Love you. Thank you.
Nice angle adopted here from Cameraman.
Huh?
Play coming in from Nip.
Oh, okay.
Rotation in. Dash has one, though, and he's going to have to find 2 more. But what a play here from Wizard. You can see the matrix that Ninjas in Pajamas had set up around the site. Every facet, this entire area shut down, and someone able
of course, we'll run early for the
anything did end up going down, just as it has. So now Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be able to take the lead here from LOS, but I mean, hard fought from LOS at the end of the day, especially from
Listen,
Cameraman,
dude.
getting a lot done from the site, and just across the board, both of these teams having a very, very strong awareness of where the important portions of the map are and trying to maintain control of those. You know, LOS trying to battle back up on that top floor, and Ninjas and Pajamas immediately.
I was actually dreaming about Jersey Mike's. I don't get Jersey Mike's that much. You always say that, but I really don't.
Like you mentioned, there were just far too much control over the situation.
I mean, I'm being serious. I only get it like once in a while.
Especially as they were reduced to a 2v4 before the fight for the site really truly began there. And IP just exercising some amazing control. And once again, that's the benefit.
I get Jersey Mike's we get Jersey Mike's sometimes because it's convenient. Like it's just really quick to go and grab it, and it's like good. I get it like every other week, yeah, probably. Like every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. Basically, any day that we're really busy, and you know, my wife isn't, doesn't want to cook something, then we'll get like Jersey Mike's. Any day that we have like a busy day at home, I guess, because if we're gonna go out to eat, we're not gonna get Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's is the convenient thing where you like go and get it. You can bring it home if you like. Okay, like there's days. You ever have those days where you have a million things to get done at home, right? You have stuff outside the do. You have stuff inside the do. You got dishes, laundry, whatever, a million things. Like my wife will have like a bunch of like laundry and dishes and stuff to do, and wants to like deep clean the kitchen and stuff like that. I'll have a bunch of like stuff outside the do or whatever, stuff like that. So instead of like getting the kitchen dirtier by making some crazy meal that's like that's gonna dirty up 30 more dishes, it's easier just to go get Jersey Mike's. It's too, you eat the sub, the wrappers go in the garbage, done. It's quick, bada bing, bada boom, So that's when we get it, basically. It's my go-to order. We both actually get turkey. Giving a thesis? It's for lazy people? Okay, motherfucker, you're trying to put my pizza argument out on me? Get the fuck out of here, asshole. Oh my god. I'm actually sick of it. I get the basic bitch sub. I get the turkey. It's like the number 7, I think. So I get turkey, Mike's Way, and then I add mayo, fat, and pickles. And that's it. My wife gets the peppers on it. I'm not a pepper fan, but she gets peppers. She gets like the banana peppers and the like the pepper relish or whatever the hell it is. And then we do no cheese. Chipotle cheesesteak. I literally always get the turkey. I've tried like a bunch of the other subs and stuff before. Ooh, a shot. But I generally just get the turkey. Quiznos clears. Bro, Quiznos is like, I haven't seen Quiznos since like 2004.
It's a fantastic bait and switch.
If there's a Quiznos, they probably still have like a Halo like 4 release, or a Halo 2 release poster in their lobby.
LOS was definitely considering the flank underneath. We had the Wamai as well as the Solus.
Chipotle cheesesteak. Okay, maybe I'll try it next time. I have not tried that one actually.
And that's exactly what they did. A huge triple kill coming out of Solus, another kill coming out of the Wamai, and leaving the remaining player.
No, Quiznos was actually always pretty fucking good.
Impossible situation given the circumstances.
We have a sub chain in Detroit called we have an actual we have a really good sub chain here called Tubby's. It's like a Detroit sub shop. We make actual delis move from Midwest, from moving to the Midwest from New York, Jersey makes the closest as you can find. I don't know. Depending on like where you live, you should like. We have a lot of really good delis here in the Detroit area. Like if I want like a pastrami sandwich, corned beef, or anything basically, anything that I could possibly want like deli wise. There are probably 20 delis in my area, without exaggeration, minimum. Like real delis that are just as good as anything I've had in like New York. I guess it depends what area you live in though. We also have like bagels and stuff here that are really good too. Am I gonna get off after this? No, I'm gonna play ranked after.
A few adjustments here for ninjas in pajamas, and I mean, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, look it up. Who knows? You'd be surprised.
The breakdown of this. Really like that they still have the sledge in here, though. They're gonna want that for library.
You would be surprised. Like I said, I don't know. It depends where you live in the Midwest, though. That's a definite thing. I bet you in the Metro Detroit area, there's easily, bro, minimum. There's probably like hundreds of delis, but in my like very close to me, within like 10 minutes, there's probably 20.
Strikes true with the nade, goes in right on top of Lobbin as well, and is able to knock him out. He doesn't even see the nade indicator, I'm pretty sure, so just perfectly timed.
Oh, South Dakota. Okay, maybe. Yeah, South Dakota might not have as many.
From loss one. Unfortunately, the timing itself was a little bit off, so no real damage done in response. That excellent nade opener against Lobbin that is going to leave at IP with an assured advantage for the time being.
Well, your other option that you could do. No troll and Chipotle cheesesteak is the best. Make sure to get it. It's hot and jalapenos and the Miss Vicky's chip.
Of course, on the site tick. Step 1 is done. Steps 2 and 3 really are all that stand between NIP and another very quick execute.
Dude, most pros cheat. All of them cheat, dude. All of them are cheaters. No, none of them cheat.
We'll have a little phone party here.
You could always order deli meat. Like, I know it's like kind of, this is kind of random, but you could order deli meat online.
Pajamas trying to suss out the last locations of LOS. Not too much.
You could order deli meat online.
Trying to hold on to library so they're free to enter on the master side. Just really have to make sure that once they get close to home that things are coordinated before it gets too dangerous. Dash, speaking of which, getting caught up on a crossfire as he goes fishing. Should worry about the big window as well, I do believe.
Honestly, delis have gotten crazy expensive out of nowhere.
You can see the defensive matrix that they've built up around here. A lot of crossfires over towards the library hall, as well as those two in there with the mirror just trying to hold things down on site, just so Nip can't just backdoor them. He's going to try and move in now. Not very much time here, and Nip really is trying to get on the gas pedal. Looking to see if LOS will overplay their...
Dude, I feel bad.
Just remember,
I feel bad for the delivery driver today.
Have that 0 timer, so... It's a very important note as cameraman will head us off, and that's going to be the lighter to the fuse. Well, this thing seems to be a pretty quick burn as we're already down to a 2 versus 2. Luzi with some nice shots. Luzi won't be able to track the Jaeger, though, of Dash, and it'll be a nice kill, though, with the transfer. Only 8 seconds remaining. He's got a dot on him. He knows he's in the back window. A pre-fire has to try and run up. He knows that he's pushing. Plays around the shield. Can he get it? The timer? No! Dots gets it done instead with the shotgun. A seldom kill, but the one that they're definitely going to be happy about.
Dots obviously abusing the defensive advantage he has there, just duck and dodging his way out of trouble.
Why is Comcast
bring out the shoddy for a more assured
melting
shutdown of things inside of the 1v1. Great mid-round adjustment from Los +1 as well. They realized that this kind of hyper-aggressive stance they were looking to put out, especially for Loban at the beginning of the round, was not really working. So they doubled down on those defensive positions. Even the extended ones up into library, but don't move an inch from the defensive setup. They realized that Nip's hand with those nades had already been played. They didn't really have a backup set to knock a second, let alone a third player out of that same position. So they forced Nip's hand, made them go for that 30-second or less execute, just forcing themselves into 1v1s for those hard points where Los One was able to come out as the
figure out why this is
for Dash. I think he picked up 2
why this is lagging
over the course of the round before eventually getting caught in the rotation back downstairs. That gamble on holding back and just once again putting the faith in their gunners to win out their duels inside of the actual site fight pays off for Los One, and now they take the lead. Just by 1 round for now, but they do take the lead over NIP because of that.
It's certainly going to be pretty tight-knit here in between these two. At least if Los One has anything to say about it, Ninjas in Pajamas has at least been able to keep it close, and that's what we expected.
Why is... There's nothing wrong with my internet right now. I just, like, looked. And for some reason, you're lagging very badly.
Looking pretty strong here today, at least looking competitive, and that's what you want for the team across the board. You don't want, a heavyweight right at the top and everybody else lacking behind at the bottom. You want that full scoreboard
Good old
activity.
Comcast, bro.
Say the same for Low Swan, as they have definitely been light at the scoreboard, all except for Maya, which doesn't really happen all that often when you see the big old goose egg there. So expect them to be popping off quite soon.
High packet loss detected. Great.
Potentially strike on what is now a little
Awesome,
bit more of an extension
Comcast.
of the inside of Bar. Of course, he's free to rotate between these a bit more liberally. Of course, he's just looking to delay for
Just get
time,
DoorDash with the
preventing
Chipotle
NIP from
steak
going
sub.
outright clear of things upstairs. Loban will
That
get some of the
actually,
pressure
I mean,
against him, though, just
my
directly
wife's
through
making
the big
food
window
right
here.
now.
That'll come from Wizard, obviously, so the pressure will force him back down through the rotate onto the main basement stairs, where he's now been gobbled up a little bit here with one of his teammates. They're going to have to potentially figure that one out. Not necessarily going to be a great idea, in my opinion, to play together here on these basement positions. We'll have to wait and see, because NIP do have to respect that to an extent and worry about another potential kind of ascent
Is
flank
the stream
later on in the round if they try to go directly for the site. We already saw that once, specifically for Dash, if memory serves me correctly. No, it was Loban that was able to do that and flank his way up through the metal stairs and ultimately cut back against the upstairs clear that NIP were going for back on round 2. They do not want to fall victim to the same moves.
Let me refresh this. Give me a sec.
Going to be Pino to strike first, though.
No, it's just my upload getting burned alive for some reason. Wait.
As well as that Oryx being played by Cameraman start to work their way back over towards Solarium stairs, get into a position to just support.
You just gotta ride it out until Comcast is like not exploding.
Not that far away. If NIP want to force the issue here, timing is going to force it on them.
Can you guys at least like, how is the stream delayed or anything? Can you guys hear me now, like easily and stuff? My wife is making me like a spaghetti of some kind, like not spaghetti, like whatever. It's I guess like some type of noodles with like a sauce, a meat sauce or red meat sauce. I'm pretty pumped for that.
Coming from at the moment, so it's gonna be some trades once again in between these two, and LOS still able to stand pretty tall on site. Although Dot, as well as Cameraman, lit up pretty heavily. Both these weapons could be quite hot up against them, and they will be. Muzi looking for the last kill. The plant going down from Wizard.
Do I have flashbacks to Pro League when I'm watching this kind of stuff? Oh, I think my internet's about to even out in a sec. Good. Seems like it's about to. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, for sure.
Very, very lucky, in my opinion.
Sometimes.
With that one is once more, just like a few previous rounds, to be fair, it's kind of part of their playstyle, so it's just going to look like this on a few more of these attacking rounds that they have.
Sometimes.
Looks like, anyway, they were somewhat out of position to make an attack like that work. Now they turn the tables on Los One, as once more, Los One tries to play into the strengths of their inside setup, but is not able to win as many duels as necessary this time to sort of make the execute another situation for NIP. So NIP is able to brute force their way past that setup from Los One, and obviously leave themselves still with a pretty tense 2v1, but one that it looked like they had good control over at the end of the day to tie us up again at that 2-2 scoreline.
God, I love Comcast, bro.
The key thing there was just the big weapon difference for Ninjas in Pajamas, right? As you said, there really wasn't any business for them to have the ability to just run over Los One there, but the key factor is that they were able to just simply push more damage, and Los One didn't really have the ability to trade things out, especially when it came to the tail end, because if they did go for the trade, they're both one shot, you know, so it just ends up being a really big issue for them, and something that Ninjas in Pajamas were able to exploit. The entire team was ready to swing onto that site, and that's why it worked for them. They were ready for war, and Los was just ready for the battle.
It's kind of surprising it worked out that way too, because we saw it at one point there, the crosses that Los One had established for themselves against that 90 route going towards Piano looked like it was going to be plenty strong enough to cut off any direct take attempts from NIP, and I don't believe NIP had like a secondary breach into office or any angles to work for the back.
I hate Comcast, bro. I like literally hate Comcast so much.
I'm very surprised that worked for NIP at the end of the day.
It's working for us, John. Okay.
Yeah, that's been 2 rounds in a row now. I've been kind of like, okay, I guess that worked, because I kind of had similar.
All right, it'll hopefully even out in a minute.
As passively as they did inside of their bar setup, but that also worked into their favor. So just a turn of the tape for both teams here over the past 2 rounds. Now, still though, leads us into what could be a very close series because of that. As once more, NIP just having that slight inkling of additional gun skill that was necessary to win that round, really.
They're playing strong crossfires. What do we do? Well, did you try shooting them?
Did you try just winning your fights?
Yeah.
That's why I just didn't at one of the rounds.
You know, Rainbow Six Siege is either really complicated or really easy. It's just the way that you look at the game. Either you use all the utility or you shoot your opponent.
It either takes a 2-minute explanation to figure out how someone.
Oh, I hate Comcast so much, bro.
Exactly. I know how to gunfight, and this person lost, and that's exactly how it goes. At least when you're lobbing, you know. Nice little hold here from Psycho. Love that rotation that they made in that panel. The play around stock has always been a very curious position for me. I've always really found it interesting for this map. Just a bunch of ways you can get away with things.
Oh, we're back.
You're not playing on that side, so very well done for them.
He's able to prevent it outright.
What a cross.
Okay.
Dash tries
Okay, we're good now.
Duel, but is not going to have as decent amount of luck. Oh, however, yeah, the pressure comes in and Dash is ready for it. Sees the side play entering the room from Wizard and is able to counter him out despite the HP disadvantage. Good recovery from Dash after trying to get aggressive earlier on. Muzi has hopped.
Okay, if you're at this point in the stream and you're watching, refresh. If you refresh, oh my god, bro, it's lagging again out of nowhere. Why? Fuck you, Comcast. Oh, it's good. It's good. I think it's evening out at least. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what was going on. Comcast just being the best. Just being the best. Okay, yeah, it seems to be good now. Or whatever, pretty good. Better, at least, I guess.
His rampage will finally end in a direct duel, of course, against the mirror there that goes the way of Los One as they maintain control by 1 round again, heading into the final round.
I don't know what is going on.
Well, a scatterbrain and ninjas in pajamas this time around. Especially with Muzi kind of lurking over towards blue. Fantastic position. That's really not the problem.
It's watchable.
The key thing is that NiP seriously needed some help on the trophy side. They could not deal with that roaming position there, and they tried to just single file their way into that room, and obviously it was right into the mulcher as LOS1 able to once again get around over on Ninjas in Pajamas, and it has to be said, Cameraman, he is really putting up some numbers right now. 6, 3, and 4. It's not just the kills, it's also the assists coming through.
Cameraman obviously putting himself right into the heat of the action as a critical pickup for this team, not just with regards to the experience he can bring as a potential IGL or at least supporting IGL, but also just with regards to his individual skill as a player, too, as Stokes was just mentioning here. Top fragging currently for the team. Not by a huge margin. Dash is pretty competitive with him, but also...
Opinion on the new op. I cannot, what's it called? I cannot talk about it yet. I've already played the new season and stuff, but I can't talk about it until after the reveal. So,
he's still contributing quite nicely to them, as Stokes was mentioning. Quite a few assists that have been picked up over these 6 or 5 rounds so far as well.
Yeah, I love the lethality in his play so far, but I think the key thing is that LOS1 look a lot more tight-knit in their play. The strategy looking a bit better, you know, with him at the helm already. So excited to see what this team can do down the line. You know, if they're already at least somewhat competitive with Ninjas,
like the new op, easy.
They're ahead in round count as of now.
Easy peasy. Well, we just gotta wait for it. It seems like it's like slow. My internet's slowly evening out, which hopefully good in like a little bit.
Swap a big one at that, to be fair, but indeed. Chose to 1 has certainly given new life to this squad, and we'll have to see here today if they can continue to push that potentiality further and further, potentially into a major event as well. Pino strikes first here with the opening kill, but does not respect what has usually been a second player roaming nearby.
Are we gaming later? I'm down, yeah. After the games are over today, then I'm gonna play ranked all night. So.
Cameraman obviously a little upset that he's not able to make impact on this round, but it's all right as his teammate thankfully has his back.
You guys can talk about stuff like the new op or whatever. I mean, I just can't.
It's a 4 versus 4 now. Ninjas in Pajamas with some options, but they will be lacking the logic bombs going into the later portion of round 6.
You're moving to Colorado and you have to get Comcast. My condolences.
Has a few players around him in kind.
The one nice thing about it seems like it's slightly getting better. It's like going stabilizing. The one nice thing. Oh, there's a lot more. It just started. So this is the first map of a best of 3 between NiP and LOS1. And then after this game, there's another There's another LATAM game, best of 3. So there's 2 best of 3s for LATAM, 2 best of 3s for NA. So there's a lot of games left. Like we're talking, a few hours left, like hours more for sure. Okay. Okay, I think my internet's evening out. Hopefully. Let me check. Hold on, my router will tell me. I have a my router will be able to give me like my network health and stuff. It says that it's clearing up right now. So hopefully it stays that way. Okay, I think we might hopefully be good. Okay, so if you're at this point in the stream, refresh. Otherwise, your stream will be behind, and you'll be seeing like a minute or 2 ago of the stream. Apologies for the shitternet. It's Comcast, you know. Iceman, thank you 30 months.
Always have to be futile, I swear. Come on, that was something else, but still had 2 other targets to try and take down. LOS +1, up 4-2 now. Ninjas and Pajamas will be.
Is there a teaser for the new operator? Yeah, you could type !pick. There's like a little teaser out. I tweeted it out.
Nice adjustment. Just heard the left-hand side, knew the influence was going to be coming.
Anyway, what were we talking about before I was like mauling out of control over my internet?
At the end of the day, but besides that, though, LOS1 now switching on to offense, and this is
what?
The rubber hits the road, and you can see them already kind of getting in their bag.
Jersey Mike's. Oh yeah. Anyway, Jersey Mike's is like a great food for when you need like if you just need like last second, you need something quick that's also like good, and it's not gonna create a mess. Italian Badass Girl, thank you for 6 months. How's KingGeorge? Going well. Hopefully it is for you too. It is lazy food, I will say. It's like kind of like pizza in that regard. But there's like the nice thing about Jersey Mike's is there's like you won't end up using utensils, right? So there's no utensils to use. And when you're done, there's like it's like one of the cleanest things to eat, and then just like get out of the way, because then there's just like the wrapper for the sub. You know, if you get like pizza or takeout or other stuff, there's all these containers and stuff. This is just like real easy. Eat, you know, crumble up the wrapper, throw it in the trash, done. So like if you're having like we get it on like heavy cleaning days. The days where we have like a bunch of cleaning and stuff to do, that's when we get it. So about like once every 2 weeks roughly. Like when we have like a real like heavy list of shit to do. Get a slice of pizza from Costco. It was greasy. It soaked up like 3 napkins. I will say, I don't know what it is. Costco pizza has gotten greasier. Have you guys had that shit recently? It's definitely gotten greasier. Same with the glizz, dude. The glizzy's gotten greasier, and the bread has gotten like more like it's not like it's soft anymore. Bro, Costco's going downhill. Nothing makes me sadder in the world than what's happening with Costco right now. It's honestly like on top of my mind. I think about it a lot. It's why I can't sleep. It's on lag call. The hot dogs? No, bro. The buns are not as good anymore. And like even the hot dog is like greasier nowadays.
Dots working himself forward here, continuing to harass out any would-be upstairs presence.
They want me to be obese. I'm getting there.
That has been killed quite quickly, but trying to move the Monty forward, and more importantly, trying to make the supporting player behind the Monty have any chance to win on a gunfight is going to prove a bit difficult with that bulletproof. Thankfully, it'll be dealt with.
I mean, the Costco like hot dog price-wise is really good.
However, lurking right around the corner here is Psycho with the tape already ripped.
Yeah, but like their hot dogs have been greasy lately. I don't know, at least for me. They've been greasy, and the buns have been like, they're not like fresh. They're like kind of like hard a little bit. And every time I used to get a hot dog from Costco, the hot dog was not greasy, and the bun was like steamed perfectly and like super fresh. My wife always gets pizza. I get a hot dog whenever we go. Talk to the manager. Hell no. I'm not gonna be that fucking dude. You didn't get a sub notification? Oh, just refresh and click share. That Costco's produce is straight in the dumpster lately. I was talking about this the other day, but I used to get produce all the time from Costco. You know, fruit, veggies, like that type of shit. And dude, like Whole Foods is cheaper. I was like gonna get some like I got strawberries, blueberries from Costco, and I went to Whole Foods and they were literally cheaper. They were better quality, they were organic, and they were cheaper.
As well as the Wamai discs coming in, especially with Wamai's recent change, as you got the 1.5.
Lag calling the 2 months. Lol. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Definitely one of my favorite guns.
Yeah, dude. You're a manager, and every time someone does that, you say sorry and continue serving the same food.
We'll have to see what they can potentially get done with that 1.5 for Wizards' sake inside of round 8.
Another news for the attack.
I honestly, dude, listen. Whole Foods has been called like whole paycheck and shit like that, and I would definitely agree with that for like a few years back, but it's really not anymore. DJ Workers, thank you very much for the sub. I would really not say that anymore. I'm like shocked, but Whole Foods is like honestly like cheap on some shit. Like they have really good pricing on certain things, and like their produce is like pretty like good quality, and the prices are great. They're cheaper than Trader Joe's. I'm not even kidding. I just went to Trader Joe's today, actually. We ended up getting produce because we were already there, but it was cheaper. And Trader Joe's always has off-brand shit, which is okay, but they don't get like the creme de la creme shit at there. Trader Joe's gets like B tier stuff. Trader Joe's gets like B tier produce. Whole Foods gets like A tier produce. And I'm not like saying that as in like in terms of like video game shit. Like it's like literally there's a grading system for produce. Like they don't get the best stuff. Aldi gets like B or C tier stuff, generally speaking. I've just been shocked that Whole Foods is somehow like more affordable nowadays. It like shocked me. Like we used to like go there and stuff for a few things, but like we're buying a lot more stuff there recently. Walmart has D tier. Walmart has C tier stuff. Yeah, like the Amazon's owned Whole Foods for like 10 years. But I feel like they've been transitioning Whole Foods from being like overpriced basically to being like, so I think that when it transitioned, what's on Fang Ripper? I think what's on Jetto? I think what happened, in my opinion, I don't know this for sure, but have you guys seen how they're opening up those like Amazon like fresh stores lately? I think when they've been opening these Amazon fresh stores, they've been transitioning their Whole Food stores to be like, so Amazon Fresh is Amazon's regular grocery store. So their goal is to compete with like Kroger or like Ralph's. Ooh. It's meant to compete with like Kroger, Ralph's, Walmart even, stuff like that, right? So that's like what they're doing. Ever since they started deploying that like format, I've noticed that their prices like they came like way down at Whole Foods. Like Whole Foods used to be expensive as fuck, and it's really not anymore. I promise. Like I mean, I pay attention when I'm shopping for shit for prices. Only Dreams saying the Twitch around 12-month one full year resub. Welcome back.
That's what wins him the round there. He throws that light screen through.
At your Aldi, most things are the same or better for produce. You just might not have any businesses in your area that carry like A-tier produce. So like A-tier produce, like I'm not saying it as like a video game thing. Once again, there's like literally a grading system when you order as like a produce manager and shit like that. So the pricing is different. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're ordering like apples, right? Apples, like wholesale price. I mean, this is years ago, obviously. I don't know. It might be a little bit different. You have Walmart, BJ's, and Hannaford. I don't know. Walmart definitely does not. I don't know what Hannaford's is. BJ's probably uses like B tier or something. I'm guessing maybe at best. Most like wholesale places don't use like A tier or like stuff. Anyway, there's like it's technically grade A is like what there's like a grading system. If you get like a grade A apple will be like bigger, it'll look nicer, it'll taste better, it'll stay fresh longer, and it'll generally be like by a major brand. Like, well, they don't do like say strawberries. Like they'll be like Driscoll strawberries, right? And they'll be like really great strawberries. Like, you know, when you have a cracked strawberry that's like super good, it's probably, I mean, you could have other types that are also like, it's hard to compare like a 1 pound container of strawberries because an A tier one or a grade A package of like strawberries that's like Driscoll, for example, they might wholesale cost like $2.50, right? So retail there'd be like $3 or something like that, right? Whereas a C tier one might be $1.50, and they'll end up being retailing for $2. But if you taste them side by side, you'll immediately be able to tell the difference, and they stay better longer. Is NIP good in this game? They are, but my guess is maybe what's happening right now is that Los One recently just picked up Cameraman, and like maybe NIP like can't really adjust. It also it's best of 3 as well too. Like on paper Nip should win this, but that's on paper, you know. Right, but I'm saying like Aldi does not use A tier or grade A produce. They use grade B and C. Like I know this for a fact. Unless they change things like more recently, but which is fine, you know, it's not a big deal. My whole point is though is that like recently I have found that like Whole Foods uses grade A, and their pricing has been they were cheaper than Trader Joe's. No joke. I went to Trader Joe's today, and I went to Whole Foods like 3 or 4 days ago. It was cheaper at Whole Foods.
They've lost their edge, and they're really just going to have to grasp at straws for another pickup or two here. They're going to look for any way to get back in.
A-tier produce? No, it's like an extra $1 for a package of strawberries. Ooh, nice shot.
For Maya, at least, still through that very slight peek into the window, knocks out Muzi, but 2 more players to go. Does have intel on 1, but there is a deployable shield heavily supporting that player's position.
So like if a normal like thing is straw, and the thing is though is like some places will like eat the loss basically. Ooh, shooting. It's not even the $1. So the thing is if a company has good enough volume or buying power, like if Amazon, see, this is the other thing too, like a local grocery store, might be able to get like grade A produce for like, let's just as an example, for strawberries, they might pay $2.50 for a clamshell, a 1 pound clamshell of like strawberries. So they sell them for $3, just as an example, right? But Amazon has enough buying power that they might get those for $1.50, and then they sell them for $2. So they could sell a better quality product for less money. I also, I buy organic too, and for organic stuff, Whole Foods is like way fucking cheaper for organic than anybody else. At least that I've noticed.
Those abilities ended up expiring, and NIP made that play anyway.
Do I wish I still played pro? Hell no. Yeah, there are there's other there's artisanal like strawberries, and I would never buy any of this stuff, but you could look up in Japan. In Japan, they actually have fruit auctions for stuff that's like above grade A. They'll be like, in Japan, they sell melons in Japan that are like $50,000. Honestly, it's a waste of money, but people bring them as gifts to each other.
It's just one of the things where it's like, yeah, Grim can clear that out, but you're more than likely going to be able to just check that out with a drone anyways, and then you would more than likely
in Japan, it's fairly common. So in the U.S., like, let's say you're going over someone's house. Merlin, thank you very much for the Twitch Prime 4-month resub. Hi, Twitch, Merlin. No, I'm not even talking about square watermelons. I'm talking about like a honeydew. They'll sell a 50, like they just sold one actually. I watched a video on the auction. They sold a honeydew for 50K, a pair of honeydews that were like perfectly matching and they were like beautiful. So in Japan, you know, in the US, how like if you go to somebody's house, you'll get them like a bottle of wine, you know, maybe like 20 bucks for a bottle of wine, or like 50 maybe if it's like a really good friend, or maybe 100 if it's a special occasion or something, whatever. You get the idea. Like, you'll spend some money, basically, right? You know, so in Japan, there's a lot of tradition where you get really nice pieces of produce. Let's go on Dr. Enzi. Isn't it the first of the season usually? Yeah, stuff like that. But in Japan, they'll do, like, it'll be, like, really, really nice produce, basically. And they'll have, like, you'll have a single honeydew melon, which if you've ever bought one of those at a grocery store, you'd know they cost about $5, maybe. You know, like, maybe $5. In between, like, $2 to, like, $8, maybe, depending on the time of the season. Right, for like a honeydew melon or a cantaloupe. In Japan, they have like they'll have like really nice ones that are for gifting and stuff like that, and they'll be picked at like peak ripeness, and they'll sell them for $20. Like, they'll be anywhere between $20 to like $500 basically, and it's like more of like a gifting thing. It's more of like a cultural thing, I guess, in total. I don't understand it personally. I don't think I would ever spend that much money on a piece of produce, but you know, I guess, hey, that's their, you know, just different culturally, I suppose.
Lethal from the defense. Dash now the lone soul as he'll clamber his way through Fireplace Hall. Knows one's up on the balcony. Gonna go soul searching. The air jab will knock him down, but he can't find him in time. Finally, he'll be able to pick up Psycho. Has some time, but cons. Oh my! Right off the angle. Plays the cover so very well.
You'll be in and out while packing and doing other chores around the house. Okay, sounds good. Sounds like a Jersey. That's a Jersey Mike's day for me. You try those $20 strawberries, but that's about it. You're only being scanned for the experience. You won't even pay for organic. We get organic stuff. It depends too. Like, it's all, honestly, it's all about like shopping, like sales and stuff. It's all about shopping like sales. So generally, when it comes to like produce, for us at least, we just like buy whatever's on sale mostly. So it allows you to like switch it up. Honestly, they have like I don't know, at least at like Whole Foods, and there's like either at Whole Foods or there's like a local grocery store that's pretty close to us. They have like really good produce too. There's a grocery store near us that there's actually like 3 or 4 of them. All of them have like grade A produce. Right, I got organic strawberries the other day for $3.19 for like a pack of Driscoll grade A like organic strawberries. It was like a little, and like with like the Prime discount. I think it was like $3.19, I want to say. Something like that. Red Drum, thank you 21 months. I just went to Trader Joe's today and they were $3.99 for the same pack. And they were not Driscoll. They were not grade A. They were like grade B. They were just some like weird kind of off-brand.
So pretty easy to try and chomp at the bit and see if you can pick up a nice frag. Awesome info from a drone or something along the lines. It might be a few paces out of reach in a normal situation. So now I still like Trader Joe's, but you went through the drive-thru, they give your wife a rose and a gift card and a free 8-piece nugget or sandwich for Mother's Day. Oh shit, dude, I'm going to Chick-fil-A. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I went to Trader Joe's today. The thing I like about Trader Joe's is they have you know, another thing they have decent too. They have like pretty nice flowers that are like reasonably priced. So for Mother's Day, if you need flowers, Trader Joe's is like a pretty good option. Woo! Pino shooting, dude.
Swing outside takes a risk in maintaining this position because that could happen as Dot now comes in on the upside down, repelled, directly counters him up, overstays that welcome just a few seconds.
I love Cameraman, dude. I've known Cameraman for like 8 years. I'm glad he's back on another team. He just got picked up on Los One. Buy double the flowers the day after Mother's Day and profit. Fair. Actually, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, but my wife and I, we celebrate like basically every holiday and everything like after the actual event.
Muzi trying to force their way back in and stop that plant from going off. Still a minute for Los One to make it work. Wizard trying to be unpredictable here, but it doesn't seem the comms are fully out to Dots' position on the upside down.
Yeah, Pino has crazy. Pino and Psycho have insane aim, and Muzi too. Like, Nip has shooters, dude. They have some actual shooters.
Nearly get the plant here. Unfortunately, doesn't get credit for it there, as I think he downed the player, but Dash trades him out too quickly, so the round ends anyway in the favor of our attackers here.
Being up so for a holiday is ass. Oh yeah, so dude, Valentine's Day, my wife and I always go either early or like we never celebrate any holidays on the actual day of. I mean, unless it's like, you know, we'll celebrate holidays like with family and stuff like on the day of, but like the other holidays where it's like, oh, it's Valentine's Day, bro, every restaurant is booked up like crazy, overcharging for everything, jam fucking packed out the gills. We go like the week after. Let's go on Solo Cup. The day of we'll celebrate at home, like, right, like we'll on Valentine's Day this year, we cooked food together at our house, right? And so we cooked food together, and then we gave each other like cards and stuff like that, and had like a really nice like date day and stuff like that at home. Right? And then, like, the week after, we had a really nice dinner where we went out for Valentine's Day, right? And then, like, it was the week after. The restaurant that we went to didn't have, like, a, you know, gazillion person waiting list. The restaurant was just, like, regular busy, nothing too crazy. We went during the week, you know.
Now we're going to have to wait and see if they can forge a little bit of revenge, much like we saw being primed for Europe.
It's holidays if you yeah, assuming your significant other is on the same page. It's oh, he's going in, dude. Assuming you and your significant other are on the same page, celebrating a holiday after is like the best thing ever.
Traps Wizard behind his own barricade right there, behind his own delay tactics. We see the burning incendiary.
Any holiday like Valentine's Day, Easter Island, when you go to the stores the day after for the candy sales. Yeah. I mean, like certain things, it's like fine. Like I don't know, like Halloween is not, you know, that big of a deal. Like Halloween is Halloween. It's like okay, like you know, I don't know. If you're gonna be passing out candy on Halloween, right?
Is aware of the fact that players on the floor, though, so adjust the angle in time, but is not going to catch the dash from Pino, so overtime is triggered.
Well, it's not even really like about being like cheap or anything like that, because like I still get my wife like flowers and chocolate on Valentine's Day and stuff like that. I normally get it the day before actually, because this way I don't have to like go wait in crazy lines and stuff. But the thing is like it's just about when you go to a restaurant on Valentine's Day, it's packed as fuck, dude. It's packed as fuck. I hate that shit. I'll go to the same restaurant that I was planning on going to on Valentine's Day, but just, you know, like a week later, and it'll be, or like whatever, even a few days later is fine, and it'll be like empty, not empty, but like, you know, a lot less people. I hate when I go to a restaurant it's like full. I like to go there when it's empty. You get better service, the food is always better, in my opinion at least.
Ended up getting him killed, and well, that's the round there. As Ninjas in Pajamas able to finally get that last round that they've been.
You think for most people it's a matter of a day off? They get a day off, they celebrate, right? But like Valentine's Day, that's the easiest one I can think of is Valentine's Day, because it's like, it's literally just a random day. Like it's normally, you know, it's on NFG. It's like, it's literally completely random.
Making a huge number of mistakes, in my opinion. This has just very much been a game of two very good teams adjusting around each other and changing up the scope.
You went to Applebee's and it was packed.
We'll have to see who can continue to make those necessary
adjustments. That doesn't seem real.
On top of this one. There's no real clear winner, as you might obviously suspect with the fact that we've gone to OT. Another potential quick play being lined up by NIP, although there will be some restraint on this one. No direct rush, as we saw that had somewhat mixed results for our attackers on the previous round here. Can hold themselves back Little Swan trying
Oh,
to set their
dude.
defense a little bit more prominently here.
Let me give you. This is another thing
There's gonna be
too.
aggressive reaction to that quick
You
opening
could buy
scenario
big
for Rogue. Not
packages
seeing much
of
Low
cards,
Swan are holding themselves back
birthday
quite prominently right now,
cards,
so for
thank
the
you
NIP to make this
cards,
move
wedding
for them.
cards, all that kind of stuff, either off Amazon or from Costco. And instead of paying like, dude, cards, by the way, when the fuck did cards get so expensive? I remember back in the day, it was like almost every card was like maybe like $1 or $2 for like a regular card. And then like if you wanted to get like a fancy one, it was like $3 or $4. Dude, cards are like $12 now for a fucking nice one. When the fuck did that happen? Every card is like $8 to $12 for like for Hallmark shit now. If you go to like whatever, like Walgreens or some shit. Yes, I'm being serious. Every card that I like was between somewhere, like the cheapest cards were maybe like $5, $6. Okay, and the more expensive ones were like 12, 13, like around there. Like,
Yeah, certainly the case.
when the fuck did that happen?
Where the silhouettes are currently positioned in a fairly secure position at the end of
When the
day.
fuck did that happen? It was like back in the day. Back in the day, it was like you spent $3, $4 on a card. That was like the nice card. Like you were getting a nice card. I think he just whiffed his head. Yeah, he threw his C4 down the hatch. You got your mama card for $10.35. I bought my wife a card today in like a pinch. I don't know how much I paid for it. I think it was like $5 or something. But the same card would have been like $2 back in the day.
A few seconds prior, no drone presence for members of NIP to scope him out. Cameron even gets away with even more damage. This time, I believe, against either
Dollar store cards. But even the dollar store now, like they don't have them really, or they have like a small amount of them.
As finally NIP have been able to get a grapple on the cameraman, but now do they have enough time left to attack the?
Why did I get my wife flowers today? Mother's Day is tomorrow. Because fuck that, I'm not gonna be fighting a horde of people on Mother's Day to get flowers and have zero options.
We got a shotgun lurking in the corner, an easy pickup for Loban. Psycho trades it up for one, but that'll be it as the site hold maintains for Los One, and they take the first round of overtime.
Incredible.
Inflation for cards? Bro, it's fucking paper. How does a fucking greeting card go from like $1, $2, $3, $4 to like between like $5 to like $15 or whatever the fuck it is?
Given setup from LOS, right? You have that mirror window to worry about and these other things, but there's no real bodies over in the game section. They still go with that, more one front angle, and it doesn't really work out for them because of that. The majority of Los One able to push back against that.
Well, you could, like I said, you could buy cards in like bulk from like Amazon or from like Costco. Like Costco actually has really nice cards. Cards that would cost like easy like $10 a pop. Costco has them for like I don't know, probably like they sell like a big package of like I think it's like 30 cards for $15 or something. So it's like 50 cents a card, and they're like very nice cards. Like they're the kind of cards that are they're like there's like pieces attached to them and shit. Like sure, I just like Costco. No, they don't sponsor me. Or you can buy packages off Amazon where their cards are like less than $1 each. I bought a big pack of cards for like in a pinch off Amazon, and it was I want to say I paid like $15 for 50 cards. Just cards for like, you know, weddings, like, you know, graduation, shit like that or whatever. Cards where you're just like, you know, you need to get a card, but you don't really like care that much, and the person's not gonna even fucking read it. You know, those types of things. I remember, dude, it was so funny when I was like, when I got married and stuff like that. So for Middle Eastern weddings, everybody gives you a card with a check in it or cash. Like that's like how they're. You don't get. There's no gifts. Like I didn't get any blenders or a mixer or some shit. It was literally all cash money or a check. That's it. That's all I got for my wedding. It was so funny. When I was like, when my wife and I were like opening up all the envelopes and stuff like that and stuff, dude, literally my mom was like, okay, make like a spreadsheet with like what everybody gave you, like the person's name and how much they gave you and stuff. So this way you know how much to give them back in the future and stuff like that. So I was like, okay. So there's like me opening the cards. I'm like fucking ripping open the cards like super fast, like taking all the money out, counting it, writing down how much money it is, putting it into the spreadsheet, throwing the fucking card to the side in this like bag. My wife's like, no, we have to read all of them. I'm like, I don't give a shit. There's a lot of cards to go through. Oh, my damn money. I just spent a lot of money on this wedding. I got to get it back.
That's like the second or third time we've seen him try to go for like an all-in take right
I mean, it was nice. Like, dude, most of the time, dude, honestly, a lot of people from Middle Eastern weddings, they straight up write their name on the envelope and they just give you a check or like cash inside of an envelope. They don't even give you a card. But my wife read all the cards. I did not. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't.
Of course, I think of incorporating some of the new leadership and some of the new strats that may be coming along with that. Will cost them the round, of course. Now move them all the way up to round
My family's saying this. It's fine. Nobody reads them, dude.
Coming off the momentum from that previous round to close this one down for them.
Is that a bomb on? No, the game is pretty good right now. This is like an intense game. I'm still watching. I just like to shoot the shit while watching. Maybe one day lag call. It is. It's 7-7 overtime, bro. What do you mean? It's literally down to the final round of OT. I actually hope that Los one wins just for cameraman. Cameraman, I love cameraman. Play ranked. After the tournament, we will. Anyway, yeah, there's for my wedding, that's honestly, I asked all of my friends and they all said the same thing. Sunbird. The thing is, dude, is your day after your wedding, you're exhausted. Like, the day of your wedding is like a no joke, a 20-hour day. And then you normally, like, when you end up waking up the next day and you're like still exhausted, but you need to, like, you know, basically you need to like count all your money and stuff like that and checks and take it all to the bank, because you know, and you have to pay all of your vendors and stuff like that too. So the way that it works, the way that it works for like a wedding and stuff like that. So that's why, like, the thing is, like, all joking aside, I actually would have read the cards if it was like a regular day and I was like fully rested and stuff like that. But it's like, dude, that was the last. My wife is Middle Eastern. Yeah, we're both Middle Eastern. But like, that's like the last thing that I wanted to do. Oh my God, Almir. Okay, listen. Anyway. No, it's not that, dude. The next day, your vendors need the money the day of. See, it's a little bit different. So for Middle Eastern weddings, they're pretty like extravagant and like expensive, but you get like cash or a check from everybody. Like I said, everyone brings you a gift of cash or a check. There's no, you know, there's no like blenders that you're getting or anything like that. But you're expected to put on like a nice wedding, right? Like the hall is going to be very expensive, like really expensive. You're going to give everybody a steak dinner, open premium bar. Like, it's expensive, but you're going to get a nice gift back to pay for it, basically. Like, the way Middle Eastern weddings kind of work is that people would be like, how like, why would you spend so much money on a wedding? And it is pretty like crazy, but you get it all back in gifts. So you get a really nice party and a nice wedding, and then you normally there's a little bit of money left over for you too, so that you can like have a honeymoon. Like, it's like a nice honeymoon. Like, generally that's how it's supposed to work. I spent all of the money on my wedding and probably like a little bit more, but I didn't care. I just wanted it to be nice and stuff like that. But anyway, there's that's how it works though. But the way that all the vendors know that that's the deal. I mean, if they don't know you, they'll probably require a deposit, but like, I knew all the vendors and stuff like that we had. Like, they either did like friends' weddings or family members' weddings and stuff like that. So all the vendors, I didn't give them any money up front. I didn't pay any money up front for the hall, nothing. I know all these people or family members know them, but then the next day they want their money because like they know that the night before you got your money. So like the next day I went to the bank, deposited everything, and wrote everybody checks for everything. So
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child.
I actually never added it up. I think I lost a little bit of money on my wedding, like a couple of grand or something, or like a grand. I don't know. I might have broken even or made a little bit. I actually have not gone through and added it back up, ever.
170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year. At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make.
Smoke.
Because you're investing
Oh. Honestly, the Twitch Prime skins that Ubi has been putting out are actually really nice lately. You know, one thing that Ubisoft has been missing out on that they need to do? We need a Plague Dr. Smoke. They need to do it, dude. They need to. They need to, bro.
In the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history.
Bring back Outbreak.
Hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help.
UFC fighter orcs.
It would be a real tragedy if all
you can get like a
science and health and technology.
Dude, you know actually who they could get? No joke. They can get Max Holloway to be Oryx. Max Holloway plays this game. I've literally played Rainbow Six Siege with Max Holloway before, like the UFC fighter. I've actually played Rainbow Six with him before. He plays this game. Bro, give him an Oryx skin. He's such a nice guy, too.
On a good day, things are
yeah, give him an Oryx skin.
And in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit
like Khabib? Maybe. I don't know, though. I think it's easier to give Max Holloway one because he literally plays the game.
Geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States.
Unlucky crawler. Well, hopefully she heals up quick.
As a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic principles of a war immigrant businessman.
Give Sledge a blow-up hammer that makes noise when you hit something. I'd be cool with that.
Begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds. But with the same
it's really cool that all like how much money, like dude, 10 million is going to these different charities that you guys are seeing here. How do you spell the guy's name that plays Siege? It's Max Holloway. Yeah, just like Knight put it in chat. Yep. So he's like he's a UFC fighter.
Some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table.
I know this is the most random thing in the world. But I played Rainbow Six Siege. It was like me, Max Holloway, T-Pain, and it was an NFL player. Why am I blanking?
That's pretty good motivation.
Why am I blanking? I don't know who it was.
These issues are too big for any one.
I don't know. I forgot. Not Tom Brady.
Really work hard to honor these guiding principles. Invite people to participate.
Yes, yeah. T-Pain. Actually, it was so funny, dude. I jumped up a hatch with Oryx. And T-Pain called me a stripper without a pole. Because yeah, he's only played T-Pain has played Siege a few times, but not like that much. He hadn't seen Oryx yet at the time, and he called me a stripper without a pole.
In a sport at the forefront of technology, this is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Powered by how.
John Allen, yep. That's who I played with. Why did I blank out on that? I was like actually trying to like look it up. Yeah, so it was like me, T-Pain, Max Holloway, and John Allen, like the NFL player. Very random. But it was a lot of fun. Dude, I actually too, it was funny. Like, we ended up, like, playing against them and stuff like that, too. Like, me and some other content creators. And John Allen was shit-talking me. I was like, bro, like, what am I supposed to do right now? Like, I have an NFL player shit-talking me right now. Like, what do I say to this guy? So, of course, I had to talk shit back. He's only plat, so, you know, I had to talk shit. I'm kidding.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. One map down, and it is a close series already, but NIP managed to take that.
We ended up
overtime.
We ended up playing it. It was on Border. He's actually pretty good though.
They've got to be angry at that one.
He's actually pretty good. This was back when there was only like I don't even think Champion was out at the time. I don't even think he was Champion at the time. He was and he was Plat, so there was only Plat then Diamond. So Plat was pretty good back then. It still is pretty decent, but
way too slow. But then Team 1 and their attacks were way too quick. None of them had like a middle ground.
Exactly, yeah. And indeed, NIP on their attacks, they
right, and there was no multiple diamonds. There was just Plat then Diamond. So he was like Plat 1. He was like almost Diamond. He was actually I was surprised. He was pretty good. He played like a good amount of Siege. He played like a good amount of Siege, and he was sweating, dude. He was sweating so hard because I actually did not know this, but he had messaged me on Instagram like a year before or whatever, and he's like he like follows me on Instagram. Dude, I hate Instagram's system. It's like so hard to figure out like who is like he had like DM'd me on Instagram, and I have DMs like closed on Instagram, but somehow like I think if somebody's still like verified, they could still DM you on Instagram or something like that, but it appears in like a different tab, and I like didn't respond to him. He's like, I love your videos. He's like, let's play rank sometime, and I just didn't respond to him because I didn't know. I didn't even like know that was like a section. And he told me about it later. He like DM'd me on Twitter about it.
Yeah, painful pill to have to swallow from Lost One, but can they bounce back? I don't know. We're going to have to find out. One thing I do have to mention, Demo, please correct me if I'm wrong. Cameraman, right?
That was a crazy shot, dude. It was just very random, but it was kind of awesome. So, I actually used to listen to a bunch of T-Pain stuff, or two, and I've seen Max Holloway fight.
Something like round 6 to round 11. So I feel like there's a possibility that.
And obviously watched some NFL games of John Allen, so it was kind of great. It was pretty cool.
Now I'm not saying it's all down to just one individual, but Cameraman was obviously providing that additional bit of motivation because I feel like Lost One came out at the gates hot.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it's on my YouTube channel somewhere when I played, like, with them. Was it? Or no, did I play? I forgot. I might have played off stream for that. I don't remember. I want to say I put it on my YouTube channel, but I don't know.
Pretty good if you look at a game of Siege. So, yeah, I think it's been a great game. Obviously, it could have went either way. NIP being able to pull it out in round 15, and honestly, it just where do you go from here? Because like. Is it going to be the same intensity? Because it seems like both teams, just the passion, the energy, like, can they keep that up? That's the question.
I feel like we're seeing, I think Blue said this during the game, that, you know, this is actually just like
what's on Shake Biddies?
Are both incredibly strong. They're not making a huge amount of mistakes. I know that you've already mentioned that pace plays a big part in it, but I feel like this is either
these games are that game was like super close.
Yeah, and if you think
I mean, I predicted Nip for this series, but
I feel like Lost One might be taking a really big hit here. They had 2 rounds specifically where they could have.
I feel like if they didn't win Chalet though, I think they're gonna lose 2-0.
They didn't do that, and
I think that was their chance to maybe win and get momentum.
Struggling with, this is what we need to be working on to go into such a fresh best of 3 after not having competed at the major, you know, getting scrims in with your new IGL, your new teammate. facing your first best of 3, having to
I looked way different in the T-Pain tournament. I had a full-on beard. Yep.
But the little bit of hope that they have left for the second match, or well, they do have a lot of hope left because it was a close game, but the hope and the thing that they should focus on is the last time they played NIP on Bank.
Is it on my YouTube channel somewhere?
They beat them 7-0, which is a very dominant, very convincing scoreline, so they're hopefully looking to replicate that.
No, I don't want to regrow a beard, dude.
Okay, so there might be a glimmer of hope.
I could grow a beard really quick too. Like that beard from that, I look like an asshole with a beard. Okay, it is on my YouTube channel. I had a beard for a while, but I would grow it out for like a month and then shave it, grow it out for like a month, shave it, and I would be trimming it up in between.
Moments where team were kind of lost one, just they need a kill for their team, and he just goes for a swing. I mean, 9 times out of 10 it backfires, but I don't know. Any gunfight that guy went into, he won it. So all credit to him. He's done one of those days.
I like how you're mentioning the backfiring indeed when he goes for the swing. If you look at the entry and the cost, that's where you see the big differences. Muzi being really active and advantageous in those entry engagements, whereas Dash is usually losing out on them. And the cost on the side of Muzi also being way more consistent. For the fact that this one, all 15 rounds, having an 87% cost is very, very impressive, because that means that in almost all of the rounds, you have
having a beard too.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't know, I feel like whenever I eat and I have a beard, it's like food gets in it, and I feel like I can never really get it clean unless I'm like showering, basically.
Outrageous gun skill at its finest. You know, we have to say that individuals, you know, they don't win maps, but they can make huge impacts on rounds, and ultimately by making that impact on the rounds, you're going to then give an extra bit of motivation, an extra bit of confidence to the remainder of your team, who then can ultimately feel like they can swing it back round. Was there any point during that map, let's say NIP were in that deficit, let's say we don't know what the end score was,
like,
did you feel like NIP
pasta with like a meat sauce?
Did you feel like this was lost ones when we were at, you know, I think it was 5-3 when there was the
And
largest
my cow.
demo.
I thought it was lost one. I thought they were going to win. Like, I just think that they had the confidence that you would expect out of this team. You know, they really wanted to beat NIP. You know, that grudge match, that revenge comes into it. So for them not to win, I agree with that. I think now you have to question.
Dude, whenever I have a beard, I always just think of like, if I had barbecue sauce right now, and it was like in my beard, it's like GG. Like, you can't recover from barbecue sauce in a beard without showering.
Blue and Stokes, what do you think?
Well, thank you very much, and should be an interesting question to try and answer here as we get ourselves ready to jump into.
I like the look of a beard, though. People always say a beard is easier, but it's literally more maintenance.
How close things were in map number 1, I think we're going to be in for a treat here in map number 2. Lost One's chance for revenge is certainly alive and well, as you heard Ann mention there.
A beard is harder because you have to trim a beard. Whenever you eat, it's like food gets in it, or like around it, saucy foods and stuff get all over it, and you can never really get it clean. You know, line it up, trim it. It's itchy. I don't know. I just prefer like a clean shave. It takes me 60 seconds to shave in the shower. Not even exaggerating, and I'm done.
I totally agree with you. You know, I think the veteranism of Ninjas in Pajamas really shining through there, and just some more of their natural tendencies to slow down the game, really punishing LOS 1 at a lot of different turns there. And that's really where we saw the big difference from some more of the crucial plays, because I think, as we all said, you know, these teams are very, very close right now. It's just some more of those micro moments and, you know, some of the little disadvantages that they're both able to exploit in those tiny moments that have really, really turned the script on both of them and made this showing so,
this boss looks really good.
So
it does.
I really think that even though, you know, the last time that they played up against each other on Bank, it
I actually have
exactly,
not eaten all day
you know,
today.
An easy affair for Ninjas in Pajamas. I think that this is still going to be a heck of a game.
You got some Chick-fil-A from Postmates. That's a W right there.
Although, you know
what's actually crazy good? Chat, put Chick-fil-A sauce on a burger.
Strategy and some more of his own likeness to this team than what LOS has had before. So Ninjas in Pajamas might be able to put a bead on that, but we'll see if it's a happy marriage here in between the team.
Crazy Eyes. I think Stokes has Crazy Eyes.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. See if Los One can
Maybe.
rebound here, or
When am I going to play Siege? After these games are over. Chick-fil-A sauce, dude. Chicken spice list, eventually TM. What's it called? If you can buy Chick-fil-A sauce from the grocery store now. At least, I don't know, every grocery store by me carries it.
Of course, if they win, getting that qualification spot into G8 where they themselves will have the opportunity to earn a heck of a lot of cash at the main event in a few months. Bands are rolling in though.
Oh, these are gonna be good games today. There's Nip and Los One. There's like I think there's only like one non-pro league team, right?
They do not want to contend against that from Los One this time.
You don't get it because you don't want to get fat. You would eat it on everything.
Would you, right? He's also just a very annoying pick on.
You have all their sauces, or just the regular sauce? Yeah, just like the regular Chick-fil-A sauce. Trust me, it's really good on a burger. I was shocked how good it was on a burger, actually.
In the basement, Monty thrives in a position like that. So strong band, most definitely. Valkyrie coming out as well as Ninjas and Pajamas doesn't want to try and deal with that extra.
Nah, Chick-fil-A sauce is good, dude. I love Chick-fil-A sauce.
Arcing areas of Bank. And last, but sure,
they banned Monty.
It's gonna be a
smart move. You know, by the way, have you guys noticed during this tournament how many Monty bans there has been? By the way.
We will have to sit back, wait and see.
I wonder if he's a little overpowered.
Able to control a second map here to tie us up at that 1-1 scoreline and send us to a third map. They are going to be going directly for the basement hold to get things started, so no surprise there when it comes to that initial site selection. That is still very much the go-to for a lot of teams. Plenty to control inside of this site if you are the defenders, and plenty to mitigate out from the attackers as well. So hopefully giving Los One the best chance to start out on the right foot. We'll see if that is going to be the case. NIP in the meanwhile, not bringing anything too surprising to try and work their way past all those defensive issues they'll have to get over in order to attack this site properly, but they are going to go for the OSA variation of this take. So expect strong pressure to come from the default route over on server side to try and make that utility the most useful. Or it could be a side insertion from the garage too if they just want to have Psycho kind of set up over there and establish a side angle. It's up to the team ultimately how they want to use her.
Well, the strategy speaks turtle from both sides, right? They really want to set up and try and duke it out. But as we know, when it comes to Brazil, they're a little bit more aggressive when it comes to their swings in other regions, and they're quite successful when it comes down to that activity when they do end up going for it. So we'll see if some more of these measures out of both teams end up making this a bit more decisive quickly instead of could be a long drawn-out process. Cameraman with a pretty creative yokai off rip to get a good read on who will be coming down the garage ramp here. He will keep one person around. I think Dash will stay on that just so he has the audio here, whereas Wizards going to try and at least get rid of that yokai, but nothing coming of it, at least at the moment. As for everybody else, though, going to begin working their way in towards the building. Going to have Muzi and Psycho in tow. This will be a difficult position for Cameraman to try and work around. Might try and look for some assistance a little on down the line, as this may get worrisome.
So the garage path for the OSA is chosen here, at least to start things out. Psycho could just be setting up for another teammate and then rotating around, but we will wait and see. It's very much an all-or-nothing style of play if you do fully commit it towards the inside here, and we can see now Cameraman stealing away some intel. Muzi being the one to capitalize on it, though, as he knocks out Cameraman outright because of that spot edge. Beautifully played by our attackers to get things rolling here. And now we'll have to see how they carry it forward. This Cameraman caught out in a very exposed position. Costs him greatly, so that is going to remove the echo utility from usage in the late round as well, assuming he had a second one.
I just got like an alert on my phone that there's like I have like an automatic like smart water shut-off thing for if there's a leak, but sometimes it has false positives. Like it'll be like, oh, we think there's a leak, and it like will just be somebody washing dishes for like a while.
So this hatch play not going to be available for Ninjas and Pajamas now, like what Psycho's currently standing on. Psycho with a nice pickup.
Is this live? It sure is. It's Mirko.
More than feasible for Ninjas and Pajamas. Dash with some tags, though. The drone game working beautifully for them as they'll reassess the situation.
I have 3 dishwashers. 2.
Dash will be forced back down the elevator, and
I have 2.
+1 will hold on to the base floor with 45 seconds remaining.
After being overwhelmed by drones there, as you can see, he'll be forced out there. Tried to take the duel from the inside of elevator, but really stretching the max range on throwing out more than one shot from the TCSG. That spray is
Chick-fil-A sauce should go good with a bacon bison burger.
Able to connect as much damage as he
Use
would have
bison
liked on
meat?
the advancing members of NIP in the lobby. With that, NIP is pretty much ready to go.
I've had
Right
bison
on
meat
cue as
before, but not like
Finally down to the
regularly,
last
I
25
guess.
Seconds, but that's also going to prompt for the original Toxic Babes, the first one, in fact, from Dots, to come out here and stop some of the pressure from bleeding in on NIP's side. NIP have not potentially accounted for this one. This is on top of any potential Goyo delay that's still to come out as well. NIP don't have a choice. They've got to force the issue, and unfortunately,
They're just dropping, dude.
directly into the angles that Outlaws One are more than prepared to fight out. With that said, Khans is finding at least one exchange here. Muzi trying to force himself in, and Khans is mid-plant. He'll succeed.
They got him planted. ECSG.
Now Maya works his way back in, and immediately
ECSG dub.
both the remaining NIP players to win out this round for Los One instead. Plenty of time, of course, for the counter defuse. Who's going to pop off a little bit?
Cooking
It's a very
stream would
much
be
deserved
comedy.
clutch here for Maya, and the
Dude, it
rest
would
of
just be
Los
me
One.
like burning shit and making my wife like, my wife would probably just be annoyed that I was in there.
And Nip faced off in the Brazil League LCQ. Once again, going to be the
I would just be
slayer of
fucking
Ninjas
everything
and
up.
Pajamas in this
Well, my wife did
round.
everything
Nip
correctly.
with a fantastic push in through the garage, and really it looked like the world was their oyster. They were just going to set pace for bank here.
Oh no, I burned
again,
stuff in the
but
microwave.
definitely not the case, as LOS plus one get things done in the basement. But let's be real, it was mostly Maya.
Yeah, once again, massive props to NIP for having the just overall amount of patience they had to try and make that all-in-one play work. And as we've seen, of course, back in the first map too, it's very scary watching that happen from the caster's POV, because it just looks like they're about to walk into a whole hot mess, but they're still able to make things work with a few
Cooking stream,
trades in
aka
their pocket, and
KG,
really are
putting a
still
piece of
control
toast in the
positions
oven and
that
setting it to
plan down
max,
the
then
ground.
walking
Khans, they will
away.
kind of
Yep.
rejoin the festivities.
I bought a
At least
smoker.
not
Yeah, but the
preoccupied,
smoker
of
that
course,
I
by the
bought is
drone
like
or
fully
by the play work that
automated,
he had to
so I
do
like
there.
don't have to do
Either way,
anything because
NIP
I'm like
ultimately
not good at
faltered to the
cooking.
clutch from Maya. He instead brings it back for LOS plus one and puts them on the right foot forward here to start out the game. They'll lock away their basement side, of course, and they'll shift upstairs to the not so much expected second floor hold here. We'll see how this one works out. Given their play style, I think this will be a pretty fitting choice for the team, especially considering they definitely want to be a bit more out and about when it comes to the early mid-round, and this is the perfect site to try and play out that strategy a bit more.
Smoky meat in the kitchen are completely different. Yep. How can you burn something in the microwave? I could.
Dominance over the
3 months and there's gonna be AI-powered meat smokers? Probably. Is my... It's not a jerky dehydrator, okay? I didn't have a spritzer. I mean, that's pretty much what the Traeger is. It's pretty much an AI-powered meat smoker. If you ever used one before, they literally, like, time everything out for you. They do everything for you.
The Yokais as he'll switch back over to the one in open area, try and
They do, like, literally everything for you. You just put the meat in there. This is a cheeky Echo.
Because of that, but definitely happy with the results.
Good drone work coming in here from Dots. After he snipes away, keep in mind that's a defender-sided drone right now because it was stolen, of course, by Dots' utility.
You put one of those mac and cheese craft cups in the microwave and you came back in the kitchen, the cup was on fire and it was smoking. Oh, you put it without water, okay. That's a cheesy mod, yeah. Dude, all the Brazilian teams have the craziest like cams and drones and stuff that they put up. If you ever want to learn a lot of like cool like little like strats and stuff, and drone spots, camera spots, echo cheese, watch Brazilian Pro League. Yo, there's a lot. They're like the kings of that. They always have them.
Lurking around the J rotate, seeing if anyone from NIP wants to show face, but it's very much, or rather anyone from Los One wants to show face, but it's very much not the case. They're perfectly fine to wait this one out in their current positions. They've learned that lesson from the previous map, not to directly challenge this opening clear from NIP and kind of bait them in a little bit before they try to get crazy. And there we go. It'll work out actually firstly for Dots, but Khans, respectfully enough, gets the trade at the same exact time against him. So 1-for-1 one will start things off, but with Nips earlier
It's
loss,
basically
they are
a,
still unfortunately on the back foot.
watching Brazilian Pro League is like watching like a coconut bra bed.
Any sort of map control
Sounds
play from
sparky.
here, just tucks into the corner, but that pays off.
It's my favorite type of pasta.
Maya takes the bait, and Psycho picks up another kill to equalize things now. Only 30 seconds left to
Fax me
go,
a
though.
waffle
So
fry?
NIP to start
Ooh,
speeding
I'll
things up,
take
and I
one.
believe that's the current plan. Now with the swinging happening for P,
Probably like ravioli. Does that even count?
enough pressure that they don't seem to have full confidence to
I don't know if
make this
ravioli
swing work,
counts,
and there's
but
a few positions that could immediately shut down this play, such as Loban. Here on the inside of the elevator, does not
Woo!
an event, so he gets a two-piece for himself. 2 kills going the way of Loban, 1 for Dash, and it's another successful hold here from Los +1 as they take a 2-0 lead over NIP.
A 2-piece and a nice little round for dessert there from Loban. Very well done, and showcasing why LOS is so dangerous up against NIP in this position.
I would probably say there's like those like dense, like twisted noodles. Like kind of like the ones I'm eating right now, but there's like really dense ones.
A very low clock and nothing they can really do from a position like that when they're also, you know, damaged in their info game. They can't really try and reassess the situation and, you know, apply themselves in a better way based off of that. So it's really difficult for them right now, but the good news is that LOS +1 does now have to go to open area. The bad news is, for the recent history of Bank, a lot of teams
Fettuccine is babby food.
This site.
And once again, plays pretty nicely into Los
It
One's
is,
strategy
dude.
as well, wanting to try and bait the fights up.
Fettuccine is a babby noodle.
Just like we saw on the previous second floor site, where you really can't play directly in the site itself, just because of the way that one sets itself up. There are some similarities here on at least the usual extensions we'll see to the open area site that play
Udon is good,
very
yeah.
similarly to that. But away from that, of course, it's NIP now that's looking to
No,
make their
honestly,
corrections
fettuccine
quite
is pretty
quickly
good.
as well. As if Los One managed to go for a straight 3-0 rotate at the beginning of this map, that could prompt an early timeout for them. Did not see a timeout from either team in the previous maps. They just steamrolled their way through it. And in all honesty, that's not too surprising when you consider just how close that game was. Might be looking at a different circumstance here, though, like I was saying before. If Los
I've
One
never had good
continues their
fettuccine. I promise you I have. It's just like, it's a mid noodle at best.
So much info utility here for NIP.
Just is. It's a mid noodle.
Solus are going to be super, super big for low.
Fettuccine, eh?
And the Dokkaebi. On top of that, the Nook. The Pulse is fantastic up against Nook. Same for Solus, as she can see electronics, so he's working his way in, but it's going to be a nice find as Pulse a little distracted, especially with the...
Dude, I've had handmade fettuccine from like an authentic Italian restaurant multiple times. I used to love fettuccine, but then I grew up and I realized there's other food that's better.
There was a nice little camera placement there from Cameraman. Dash going to be able to reinsert himself onto Pino, but Wizard there to pick up the pieces. So far, so good for Ninjas in Pajamas in round 3.
Funny exchange from Dash. He's like, oh, the wall behind me is now gone. And,
Ram, Charles.
Why is the wall behind me shooting? That's so strange.
Gets a little surprised that the shots are
Grew
not
up and
aimed
still
at
the
him
best.
Originally, and thankfully he's given the chance to course correct.
I feel like,
don't even think was
I don't
fully
know.
aware that that player was right
Fettuccine,
around the corner,
like,
so
especially like fettuccine Alfredo.
is knocked out by it, but once more, NIP with
Like,
great
it's
control over
good.
these kind of
Like, it's
mid-round
it's
fights.
good,
Very
but
communication for NIP right now too. So when a kind of chaotic situation like that, it can be
go
quick to
fors are
throw
not
out
even
the
a thing
comms and
anymore.
get someone in position to counter that out, as
But
we
yeah,
just
like
saw right there.
fettuccine and
Now
shit
taking it down
is
to a 4v2,
it's
but
okay.
This is the problem area
Like,
for NIP.
it's just
We
not
saw
the
this be the
food you
case in the
get
last
when you
map
go to
too.
like
They can set
a
up for
good
the next
Italian
but
restaurant.
they don't
It's
have
got
the
Funky Monkey.
largest amount of confidence to deploy directly into these pre-play setups that the two anchors from at Los One are going to have themselves.
If you get a good chicken parmesan or a veal parmesan, how are you going to compare that to fettuccine?
Slowly NIP move from this point forward, that Los One may be able to leverage that slow play into a 2v4 clutch.
A palomino sauce, like palomino sauce destroys fettuccine sauce. Palomino sauce is crazy. You could do chicken parm with fettuccine, but I'd rather take chicken parm with regular spaghetti and palomino sauce. No, palomino sauce is different.
It's a hard-fought task.
It's not Alfredo sauce.
It'll go down. It'll be round 3 going into the back pocket of Ninjas in Pajamas as they'll claim their very first one. LOS 1 faltered in open area.
You could see Maya having the right read on the situation too, playing playing into it exactly kind of as I described before, where NIP are going to take things very slowly, very like pre-prepared, basically try to slowly pitch
Even the
out
fettuccine noodle,
in that
I'm
case,
telling you,
Maya
dude,
or whoever
it's
may be
mid.
trying to kill there. So we play directly
It's
into
a
the
mid
corner,
noodle. It's like a
trying to be as
default
unpredictable as
noodle.
possible, hoping to capitalize on the very slow, more predictable movements.
Fettuccine Alfredo is like you know when you spawn in with like a default. It's like a recruit in Rainbow Six Siege. Palomina is very mid in your opinion. You haven't had a good Palomina sauce then.
Making a very nice, consistent play.
There's actually only like a couple of restaurants that have made Palomina like good enough where I thought it was insanely good.
Los One will now be able to finally make a return to where they have had success previously, which starts out here and now in the basement.
Full line shift here for Nip as they know what's up with the basement. Plenty of hatch play especially, and that's why they dropped the so much.
Yeah, for a pasta shape even. Dude, if you get like, what about like gnocchis? Twisted noodles that are like super dense.
Her ability to reformat her X-Kairos in any way, shape, or form that she really wants to when it comes to her set amount. So, drones upstairs as they'll be looking to try and clear things on the top floor.
What are you gonna have? A dish with 97 different types of noodle on it?
So, signs of a good time and signs that Maya is more than likely in the area.
Still slow rolling here from NIPs. You might have come to expect at this point in the series. These two teams have a pretty good grasp on each other, and the best way that NIP has found to handle the somewhat more chaotic early openers from Los One is to just slow it down themselves.
Penny pasta is definitely better than Alfredo. I'd probably say like the twisted noodles. I'm telling you, there's these dense ones that are super good. Gnocchis.
That has had pretty decent results.
Probably I'd pick like penny pasta.
Their control as they push it to a later phase of the round. Thankfully.
At least those three I would take over fettuccine. I think fettuccine is better than a regular spaghetti noodle, though, in my opinion.
Now, more than anything, just kind of clearing a path over towards that top square area and eventually the basement.
Yep.
No harm, no foul for either
Well,
team,
like udon or ramen noodles and stuff like that, I would say all of those are better. But like if we're talking about Italian food, at least like pasta.
Addressing the top floor. Oh, works his way in. Sledge has found somebody out on the balcony as well, but they can try and reinsert. They have a couple of.
I would pick any Japanese. Like really like any
Psycho still has a logic bomb as
I'd pick really like any like Asian cuisine over Italian food.
Was it looking for the easier kills initially, but now has to try and get aggressive. He knows he's rotating around and he gets the frag. Wizard with a nice adjustment there as well. As he crouches just under that death blow that Dash sent his way.
You went to Alien, tried 4 different noodles, 2 sauces you never tried before. Homemade spaghetti with meat sauce is still your favorite. Hey, it's all personal preference, I guess. It's on Koa.
Does not look like they can get the hatches open. No secondary EMPs, and obviously the sledge wouldn't have been helping them out. Okay, never mind. We do have Wizard, excuse me, on the Thatcher. I missed that detail. So they are going to be able to knock out these hatches. As quick correction on that. However, time is still getting
it's kind of crazy to see how little Thatcher has been banned in general.
They're going to sit back and mess around, of course, with the tertiary ones over on top of server, and of course over towards elevators. They do need
angel hair. I'd rather have fettuccine than angel hair.
With this issue, they've still been able to make these side executes work. Patience from Muzi gets him the opener against Dots, and now opens up a pathway for Cons to go for the direct insight plant. A few more exchanges on the insight positions, and Loban as well brings the numbers down to a control.
Angel hair is pretty good.
Gets caught by Muzi, trying to make his
but I'd probably rather. I like thicker noodles.
Have been finished off because the insight play. It doesn't even realize that he actually had already down Cons there. So retakes the site with that realization and locks in another round for Los One with a great retake clutch there. 3-1 is the overall scoreline now.
This is such a close game, dude. Like, just in general.
Los One just having that last layer necessary to retake and take that last.
Like, winning is pretty good, yeah.
Not only do they have the opener, but they also have the closer.
Glass pasta tastes like nothing.
Still very strong.
It's good. Glass pasta is good.
Known and get the foothold necessary to get that plant down, and especially love the smoke.
You just have to have like
with that execute, but. As I said,
the point of glass pasta is that like the noodle doesn't really taste like much, and it's like the food that you're eating.
necessary evil to fight off ninjas and pajamas.
Yeah, it's more of like a soup. It's for like
soups.
soups.
Play styles, it very much is with those light executes, all or nothing. I think they were hoping to capture a little bit more in terms of maybe knocking out an extra player or two from Los One in the process of those guys falling back. Unfortunately, wasn't the case. And on top of Dash wasting out a massive amount of time with his roam up on the second floor.
Still pretty good.
NIP just not able to get, I think, as clean of an entry as they wanted to there. So their post-plant positions never really established. Los One, specifically Loban, they're immediately bullying back into security.
Then what's the point? It's supposed to be for like
NIP and pretty much immediately gets it done so fast he doesn't realize he'd
cannolis are the best dessert in the world.
Have
you read cannoli cake?
Down the case. That was Cons that did that. So let's move into round 5 and see what's
Bro, cannoli cake is crazy.
Loss of momentum they are suffering from here as Los One gets closer and closer to just a
cannoli cake is actually insane.
Map 3 on Villa.
Regular cannolis I would not say are the best dessert though, but tiramisu. Tiramisu is like make a 4 out of 10.
I'm looking to insert
if I'm being real.
With Khan's utility. Well, drones early on to identify the top floor position and see exactly how they want to try.
Apple cider donuts, they're pretty good. Definitely not the best, but they're pretty good.
A very bang-up job of holding map control away from ninjas and pajamas.
Have you guys ever had a lobster tail before? The dessert. It's an Italian dessert.
Early, and yet again, we'll see the exact same thing go down as Dash just
Bro,
playing the balcony.
Lobster tails, the Italian dessert, are fucking crazy. That's honestly probably the best dessert I've ever had. I also like creme brulee a lot too.
Pick onto Psycho. This is going to limit a lot of their play. They do have the secondary EMPs of Cons, but those big EMPs work wonders, and definitely something that they're going to be missing.
Probably the worst site to potentially lose.
Cheesecake is overrated, yeah.
Room to immediately respond to it as well.
I think tiramisu is the single most overrated like dessert.
Should be strong enough realistically to win them the round if they don't want to try to take any additional fights here.
Creme brulee is ass. It's like fake ice cream. Have you ever even had creme brulee? It's not at all like ice cream.
They'll see that coming from a mile away. Dash quickly strikes back against them.
Gage King, thank you the prime sub.
Echo drone somehow from all the way up top here. Not sure how cameraman was able to swing that one, but he did it. And that's prompted a hold back.
I've had tiramisu from Costco. I've had it from other places. It's just okay.
For themselves. And indeed, there is a trade, so it's not a perfect round, but it pretty much was from Los One there.
Souffles, tiramisu, and cheesecake are up there because everyone overrates them. Way overrated. I would agree.
So I said we'll call it a flawless. We'll be nice.
Yeah. It was like 99% of the way there, you know.
It's as close as you can get without it.
They missed like the last, like the
most overrated desserts ever.
Hero, you know, it's like you pretty much got it. Like,
honestly, a fresh glazed donut is pretty high up there. Or if you guys have ever had mochi donuts, those are really good too.
Oh man, first time playing through on the hardest difficulty.
I would say they'll look up an Italian lobster tail dessert.
You gotta throw it in the bean bag or something.
Basically, it's like a croissant type of dough, but it's layered and fried, and it has like a glazed donut glaze on it, and it has heavy whipping cream on the inside of it. It's crazy.
Very straightforward affair for them. I mean, they have been on top of their game, especially for Loban and Dash, as they've been a thorn in the side of Nip.
If you have an Italian bakery in your area, they probably have it.
Already guaranteed, even if we see NIP be victorious for a second time here. Actually, as I'm looking at this now, I'm realizing that Los One have made the adjustment. They do not go for the second open area hold, so that's going to be a teller's
play. If you know, you know.
One maybe alive and well here if Los One are able to work this first floor hold a little bit better. Open area just did not pan out for them. NIP was able to separate the kind of more aggressive positions Los One were trying to play.
A hot glazed donut is good, like a fresh one. I'll give you that.
Process they've been trying to close out here just hasn't been working as well as they would have.
See, instead of chocolate chip, I'd rather have white macadamia nut any day of the week.
Looking, of course, to lock in a detrimental.
Wait, I thought when you take a BP, you take it over. Why did it get destroyed?
At least that first camera tries to go for another one, but there is a hot pursuit going on for that drone, so they are going to be able to catch it this time and knock out the first.
They probably shot it as it was getting stolen. That's probably what happened.
Still a threat on
the perfect chocolate chip.
Now. of a drone rolling.
Nah,
in.
I'm telling you
So they could
guys.
potentially steal. Cameraman has been getting away with this. For
I
this
wonder like
entire
how they have
game,
not
but
shot
oh
this
my
camera
goodness,
jumping
the
up and
zero
down
buy
over
is
here getting all this
constantly
info.
up and down. This same drone hold.
Cost him his
really gets
life
the
on the
top
first
square.
round, to be fair, but
It did.
No,
it
white
did,
chocolate
but
chip
I mean,
macadamia nut
it's
cookies are the
also
best.
So beneficial for them. I mean, even if they don't see anybody up there, that's cool because you know nobody's up there, right? So they have
I
to
like
be somewhere
chocolate chip
else.
cookies. Like, don't get me wrong, but
Fantastic
white
for
chocolate
Los
chip
current moment,
macadamia
especially
nut
with the
are
other
like
yoke
S
right
tier
across the
plus
side of pillar. So
to me.
a really strong setup for Los, and we'll see if Cameraman can try and help them a little bit further as Nip is taking control of the top floor and is looking to break up a few floors.
Raspberry chocolate
no
cookies.
luck for Psycho, unfortunately.
What do you guys
on
think of the
those
crumble
drones.
cookies?
As
Have you
he's
guys had
going
that
to
shit?
attempt to steal away one
Those
of
are
the
pretty
packages.
good.
That was still the first charge on that drone too. It is going to get countered out completely, so he's really only able to get like 1 or 2 pieces of utility overall from both of his drones. Maybe
Overhead.
1 or 2 more that we just didn't.
But I
get
still
on
think
camera,
they're
but
good.
Not the most effective play that he would have liked to see. Still down to over a minute to play out, however. And NIP have already taken full top control, so moving along schedule, but quite a bit of utility setup from Los One still to be dealt with on
Crumble
the first floor
cookie
as
is
well.
terrible,
Not to mention
mid
his
at best.
potential aggressive
But what the
swings.
fuck are
We're
you
gonna
guys
see Cameraman
eating?
go for Cameraman misreads the position from Wizard though, or at least just doesn't catch him. So he gets away with his first dash for free. Another one now punished too. Cool it off here, Los One. Okay, maybe not so much.
Dessert I want to try that wasn't.
Still hiding behind
I don't know. No, I've had pretty much every type of dessert.
Thankfully, Psycho is there for an instant exchange.
I honestly like crumble cookies. I think they're a little overrated, but they're really good. I like them.
The main stairs catches a counter onto Muzi, brings it down to a 2v3, and is still maintaining main stairs pressure. He can swing around here with the silent step that he's
They're called crumble cookies. It's like a brand of cookie. They come in like a pink box. They're pretty. They're honestly really good.
Knocks a player down, more than likely won't be retrievable, but it does leave Maya alone now. And no, Maya immediately cut off by Pino as well. Great control of the situation from NIP as they do indeed capture that second round.
It is a chain, yeah.
A convincing round there from
Makes it different from other cookies. They're really like thick and soft.
Able to finally get something going up against Los One, but I mean,
And
Maya, what a round is.
They put a lot of like ingredients inside of it. Like they're not cheap with the like ingredients. The one I had most recently was like they have a white chocolate chip macadamia nut one. I'm pretty sure that I've had that was really good.
Well, it's now their house and they're set out to defend it. Castle will be on the board unlike our last game, and
they had an Easter cookie of some kind
on the mantle
that I had too.
Try and set up a couple of these around the main hallways, especially here for E2. No panels going down on the far end though, which is a little surprising for me. That's usually what you.
Oh, I love white chocolate chip macadamia nut cookies.
Can come in from alone, but I digress. We'll see if Lost try and take things in from the lobby area.
I've had pretty much every type of dessert. Well, obviously, but I'm saying like there's nothing that like I can't have everything, but every type of dessert that I've like ever like heard of, basically, I'm fat. I've tried it, of course.
Everything except for the first floor holds, of course, going into their favor.
Crumble cookies taste like they aren't cooked all the way through. That's what I like, though. See, when I eat like bread. Okay. How do you guys like your bread and like baked goods and stuff like that?
You may have already noticed it.
Okay.
The blitz play. Not only that, the
I like it like soft. Like I don't like my cookies to have any like brown on them whatsoever. Bread, I want it to be like all white, like not like no fucking brown on it whatsoever. Like undercooked a little bit. Super soft, but like not raw, obviously.
On the inside of security. As he makes up for the loss of Pino quite nicely. Still going to be reeling a little bit, though, as that's all 3 of the
Talk your shit.
going away in the first minute of the round. Will not have that additional 30 seconds of delay utility when it comes.
That's just how I like it.
Final push from
I want literally, I want it to be undercooked a little bit. It's perfect.
But the situation is exactly building up to be, and they nip it in the bud, man.
It's either raw or it's not. No. That's just not, that's true. Listen, I guess I don't like it overcooked. I'll say that. Because, dude, every fucking place, every, like, the default way that people make cookies and brownies and baked goods, they burn it.
not nearly.
Just say you want salmon out and go. Fuck it, dude.
On down the line. So
I'll die for some good dessert.
the rest of LOS now trying their way in towards the site. Some frag grenades out from Maya. 4 and 4 right now. Dash really the star of the show, along with Lobbin. Looks like we have some damage.
Dude, who doesn't want a soft, gooey cookie
really
compared to crunchy? Who wants a crunchy fucking cookie? You Chips Ahoy loving motherfuckers.
Overcommit. And speaking of overcommitment, Cameraman, he tries to walk his way in, but just too much utility to hold them at bay as Ninjas in Pajamas quickly hurtling towards the third round.
You do? Nah.
+1 having to use all their utility to try and open up the pathway from Garage. There's that castle barricade.
You want that weak at, like, no, dude.
Ultimately,
That's what I'm saying. Bread straight out of the oven, dude.
Not necessarily wastage, but ineffective usage.
Straight out of the oven.
And the 2 remaining members of the attack trying to figure out a way
Zero crunch. I want no crunch in any of my dessert or anything that's baked. None. Zero.
Cameraman, of course, now being revealed with the shots he sends out there, just trying to make sure there's no one lurking inside of open area. And with the 1v4 in 15 seconds, it's not really realistic for him to do anything at all here.
I'm a grown-ass man. Hell yeah. I know I like my cookies.
The best of his own capabilities. Muzi eventually cuts him off, though. So that's NIP giving us a defiant stance for their own first round. Just 1 away from the tie point now at 4-all.
It is happening.
I don't want to chew food. Okay, listen.
The demo curse. That's what we call
Soft baked goods is the epitome of being old, okay, and refined. Because you have dentures and it's hard to chew crunchy stuff, okay? When you've had a lifetime of eating, and you know what the best is. The best is soft baked goods. So you would rather eat like Chips Ahoy over like a fresh baked like soft cookie.
They're not playing the game, they are the game. To some extent, so.
It's any given Sunday, John. All right, it's any given Sunday, and that's what Nip's mentality is here today. Yeah, I mean,
okay, so do you like your cookies to be like crispy out of the oven?
Video game. There you go. That's what I have to say about that. But I can definitely tell you this: Psycho, Wizard, and Muzi, but specifically Wizard.
Crumble is. That's why Crumble is good. There's no crunch. I want zero crunch.
Wizard, that was one of the players that has been the most punished.
Right.
In recent history.
If I get Chips Ahoy, I get the soft ones.
Nip, and definitely saw that at the most recent major. So
there's Chips Ahoy soft. If you had to eat Chips Ahoy, would you eat the Chips Ahoy soft or the regular? You get a choice. You want that shit rock hard.
Strategy coming out from Los One now is they'll try to prevent any aggressive swings into the second.
I picked the soft.
Whatsoever by positioning those track stingers that Dash brings to the table on all of those rotation points, hopefully allowing for them to kind of stabilize.
There's a few cookies that are meant to be crunchy. Well, that's different. That's like the cookie like brittles or whatever. Like there's like things like that.
Their position set up by that point. That's also hoping that Losman can get into a position to properly deploy all of those track stingers.
I pick soft every time. Any type of baked good you could ever give me, soft.
Round that's been played out there by NIP. So drones working their way forward at the moment. Los One just trying to see what can be detected. More importantly, trying to see what they can set those Rotero drones up to find out.
They're not really trading off this Rotero. Like this guy's getting off the shield. They should try to help him out, or at least open the door for some presence. He's just gonna keep shooting it. You gotta have somebody like assisting with that. There you go. He's moving up.
Destabilizing the janitor setup right now. He's 0 for 2 on making those Rotero drones hit properly.
If we're talking about classic chocolate chip or brownie or peanut butter cookies, absolutely should be soft and moist. Agreed.
That's gonna get the plant going. Lobbin trying to get something going for himself, but a lot of damage coming off around his shield. Dots will be dedicated to the plant. Maya will continue to hold down the window. This plant will go through, but Cons with the big play and a big revive onto Psycho.
No, they got 4 up.
For himself, knows there's got to be some inside the closet. He'll get one. Can't follow up on the other, but he can on the conference player. No bullets inside that AK anymore, and he's now down. But Cons
1v2, 25 seconds.
This 1 versus 2. It's gonna be so very difficult, especially with these track stingers. He's already taken a tad bit of damage, and these angles are gonna be so difficult to try and fight against. He's gonna have to try and hop out. He'll go for it. He gets.
Oh, there were double claymores too.
On the other end of things on Repel.
Why are they pushing the janitor like that?
Well done here from Los One.
You accept salmonella poison, you eat raw cookie dough? Dude, raw cookie dough is great.
Yeah, not much of a
I'm not gonna lie. I used to. This is what I used to do. So like, I used to work like you know, at one point like at a grocery store and stuff like that. In the dairy, they would have these big fucking tubs of Toll House cookie dough. I still remember it. It was like this fucking big, like a big ass tub. A big fucking tub, and inside of the they when they would go bad technically, like they'd be like one day out of like expired, the like driver or whatever that used to like pick them all up used to give us credit for them, and then we just get to keep them. And I used to literally take that whole tub and I used to eat that bitch with a fucking spoon raw. Didn't cook a single cookie, ate them raw. A whole tub, not in a day, but I would eat it over like the course of like a few days.
Now looking to try and quickly link these rounds together. This is looking like it could be a pretty well formulated strat here.
Immunity is salmonella. No wonder you're fast. I was actually in great shape back then.
Coming through with the Flores and those Rotero drones to clean out some of these.
Okay, no wonder that BOI's pushing. Dude, listen, I was in good shape back then. Maybe I need to start eating more cookie dough.
To start things off, and Dots in the rest of the game, and to see what they can get going inside of open area as well as printer. Nice little camera selection there as well from Dots. Is you can actually flip that through the floor.
Lawlins guy, they're the prime sub.
So
S'mores are good.
There for himself to make sure that they can try and clear up the mute jammer, allowing those drones in.
Trying to get another one on the inside of stock to start the push from that direction. Los One almost required to establish top-down presence here in order to make the average take on this site work. We have seen teams skip it in the past, just forcing the issue, working their way in through printer, as well as the inside of electrical. That's at least
rather have a s'more or a cookie? Oh, a cookie for sure.
Very same entryway we mentioned, but the counters for that on an IP side.
Bro, s'mores are so fucking mid. The only reason people eat s'mores is like a community thing, because you're like around a fire like cooking marshmallows. No one actually like really likes s'mores like that.
To allow them to establish those angles. Plus one in the meanwhile here, still pretty tepid about actually pulling the trigger on the execute, but they are very, very close. Don't get it wrong. They do have, like we said before, all those breaches have been made. It's just these kind of sketchy positions.
Yeah, nobody.
Square hole, like Pino, and of course,
you're the only one, Fang. You're the only one. No joke. How about this shit? I'll tell you guys something. I went to a restaurant one time, like a really high-end restaurant, and I got a fucking s'more. They had a bougie-ass s'more. And I never felt like I'd wasted money on a piece of dessert ever in my life like I had on that s'more. Unless it was tiramisu. Anything tiramisu is like fucking dog shit, basically. Sorry, tiramisu is trash. I would never order as dessert ever. You love that rich people shit? I mean, it was kind of cool. It was like a bougie s'more, but...
Ninjas in Pajamas are playing on the absolute limit at the current moment, and it's working so very well for them.
How much was the s'more? I don't know. I think it was like $17 for a fucking s'more or something.
Of a lifetime here, but Cons will quickly shut it down. Dispatched by the M590 cameraman with a creative position there as he'll prone things out. A nice shot from Dash and a potential plant building up for Los One. But as soon as I say that, Ninjas in Pajamas will fell them both. And Nip looking to make an opportunity out of Bank. This could be a 2-0 here.
Hey, thank you for the raid, Dan. Appreciate it.
On this reign of terror.
A s'more? It's graham cracker, marshmallow, and chocolate. And the marshmallow is like cooked over a fire a little bit.
With the player deficit they had, unfortunately, I think time was realistically starting to get a little bit too low for them to even go for a major adjustment and try to put pressure.
No, I just don't like tiramisu. I'm good. I've had so much tiramisu. I don't know what it is. I can't anymore. I would literally just like, I love creme brulee. Creme brulee is my favorite dessert, probably. Either that or, like I said, those Italian like lobster tail desserts. I love coffee, but I don't like tiramisu. It's just not that good. I've had tiramisu fucking 5 gazillion times. I do not like it. Like I'm fat, so like I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I would never order tiramisu. There's literally, you could tell me this is the world's best tiramisu, and I will not order it. I will order something else for dessert, or I will not eat dessert. It's not even worth the calories or like eating it to me. If it's there already, I'll probably eat it, but like I would never order it. Coffee cake is okay.
The recent major, as well as some of the recent content we've seen for a lot of them, that bank has had some adjustments with some of the half roams and stuff that we've seen coming out. And been a lot
I love creme brulee though. You know, honestly,
stem from that. So
the best creme brulee I've had in my entire life. I know you guys are gonna laugh at this. I've had creme brulee at a Michelin star restaurant, multiple actually. The best creme brulee I've ever had in my life is my mom's, and I'm not even just saying that. I don't know what she does, but she makes it like fucking crack, dude. It's like the perfect consistency. Like the sugar char on top is perfect. Like I don't know, I've never had it so good before. I've never like I always figured like, oh, I like it because it's my mom's and stuff like that, you know. And that's the only place I ever had it, because my mom used to make us creme brulee when we were kids and stuff like that. But then I was like, okay, like I'm eating this at like a Michelin star restaurant, like it's got to be better, right? It wasn't. My mom's is better, like way better still. I don't know. She just maybe it just tastes really good to me.
They are also going to lose that advantage a moment later. Muzi just barely.
I hate Osa, bro.
As you can see, he's reeling from that one down to only about 5 or 10 HP. So he will have to calm himself down. This is also a very advanced position for Dots.
I think it's the consistency that she gets is like perfect out of it.
A piece of water to fall down that could have given an indication.
Maybe.
To the defense that he is indeed playing here.
But like I said, I've never had better ever. And I get creme brulee like if it's on the menu at a restaurant and there's a dessert, I get it like every time. I've had creme brulee at probably like 50 to 100 restaurants throughout my life, like a lot. And nothing comes close to my mom's. And everybody that has my mom says the same thing too. They always talk about how good it is.
And start to take a bit of a lead for themselves, or at least attempt to on this next round or two.
Yeah, we're looking for the lowest one timeout after that. That's what we're looking for here. I don't think you let this get too much farther down the line before it's just problematic, and I don't think it's a problem that they can really solve right now.
Dude, this game is a barn burner.
Hammerman, he's been with the team for
my mom's a Michelin star chef. I don't know what it is. Her creme brulee like kills it. Like she's a great cook and stuff overall, but her creme brulee like kills it.
Squad looking to be just a little bit of a shinier stone here, even though Bank not exactly beneficial for them the last time that they faced off.
All right, well, dead heat now. Los one quite literally up against the wall to some extent. They are facing potential elimination. There's no lower bracket here in the Gamers Without Borders tournament this year, ladies and gentlemen. So one and done is all Los One is going to have in terms of their chances to get revenge against NIP. For those, once again, who did not hear us talk about this at the beginning of the series.
You know what I didn't know is that Costco has creme brulee. They also have like tiramisu in a cup too.
In a 2-1 series ultimately. And now Nip about to potentially upset Los One's chances.
And they're in like glass cups.
Big LAN event by shutting them down here. But
I didn't know that. Yeah, they're not that good. But honestly, the creme brulee is like decent though. For like literally just pick it up and like get it in 2 seconds. Creme brulee, I think it's decent. I don't know though. I also just love creme brulee too, so it's like I said, it's probably my favorite dessert. Either that or like a fresh glazed donut, or like a fresh soft like white chocolate chip macadamia nut cookie.
Assess the situation and see exactly how they want to try and aggress from
that.
Mostly starting over
And look up a lobster tail. I'm telling you guys, those things are fucking nuts. Look up a lobster tail. Italian lobster tail. It's a dessert.
Trying to hold the odds and ends of the stairwells and some of the windows you can break into on this top floor. Speaking of those windows, Dash will end up holding on.
No, it's a dessert. Yeah, it's not seafood.
He's looking to see if he can get some deeper crosses for the site once the execute starts to work its way in. Open more than likely avoiding that camera.
I'll show you guys a picture of it in a minute when this game is over, maybe.
Off in time, this frag grenade. Not going to land out as a Nip player will not move at the top of main. Nothing coming to Los just yet. Looks like Nip want to make this as difficult as humanly possible.
Maybe this is the real name for it.
They're going to have to fight for every single gritty detail.
Was not able to immediately isolate where their best first attempt is going to come from.
This is it.
Sneaking cameraman into the corner of top square and setting up an OSA shields that no one can sneak up on and knock him down since he's not being supported that well. Dash is a bit preoccupied.
Did you know this off rip, or did you fucking Google this? I feel like you had to have Googled this.
Loban, though, gets us started well for Los One as he lands a singing nade against a Muzi to
Your Traeger turned into a fireball today. You had to whip out the fire extinguisher. Did you not clean out the fucking ashes?
More pathways. We can see Khan's trying to make a bit of a play on his own, misses the opportunity, but it's all right. Wizard has got control of the situation.
Fade it out.
Psycho, and now Khan striking true here. Pino also trying to take out the
You didn't clean it after using it third. You didn't even clean the ashes out?
Down. Wizard, though, knocks out the only other member up and rolling from Los One. And although Dash will get a nice
The little bucket that hangs off the side was full. Well, yeah, you have to fucking empty the grease bucket. You have to fucking clean out the ashes like every literally every 24 hours of smoking. You're supposed to do that.
And take us into overtime with the second map in a row.
I think there's a really strong case for that, especially with Nip having to go to staff room, open area. We haven't seen a team be too successful with that site. Just
how much money would it need to be to make his esports as popular as the NFL?
Definitely quite a bit of
I don't think there's enough money in the world to do that. I don't think it's a money thing. I just don't think it's possible.
Just to make sure they limit the info that is streamed towards Los One, and Los One having a creative game plan of their own as of right now. Looks like they had a little bit of a prediction coming into this round that this was more than likely going to be the site, as well there's really only two, and this one is definitely better than going to Archive, isn't it? So well, it looks like
the grease collector is there for you to save the grease and put on the next meat slab you're gonna smoke.
But now this begs the question.
I don't think it is. I think it's just to collect the grease and you're supposed to throw it away.
In the last round.
That was the initial point that I was going to bring up as well.
I mean, hypothetically, I guess you could reuse it, but I think you're supposed to throw it away.
Exactly. They got to get there, right?
NIP still had very strong hard points.
The grease collector's there, so in case you start a fire, you have extra fuel to make it more of a spectacle.
Never got properly dealt with by Los One, and if that's going to remain an issue,
just to go along with it. I don't know. Listen, dude, I'm a novice when it comes to smoking stuff, so. I've only smoked like 2 briskets, and I did that very poorly.
Wait and see if Los One can get to that.
I was gonna say I don't think Maya fought too much about playing Fuse. They were like, "Hey, you want an AK-12?" And he was like, "I mean, if you're gonna twist my arm, no. I mean, I guess why not." So we'll see if that does work out for them, though.
Hatch is opened. Mozzie up top. They just have Mozzie, right?
For this round here.
You're gonna take it apart and clean the parts tomorrow? Oh. Yeah, you should probably clean it occasionally. Yeah, it's on premium. Smoking big doinks. Big doinks, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I actually have never cleaned my Traeger before because I've only done roughly 24 hours of smoking before. Do not reuse grease from a smoker or a charcoal grill. It's filled with carcinogens. Oh, good to know. I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but
it's up to Muzi now to try and hold on to this. That logic bomb ringing in his back pocket. He's completely off the reservation as well. Tries to swing back. He has to take these fights, John. He has to be confident. Gets one. Knows there has to be another one lurking. Cameraman stuck to the plant here, at least for now.
Muzi's a crazy shot. Let's see if we can pull this off. Oh.
He finds one. Cameraman doesn't even check. They think he's rotated bottom square. He has an opportunity here. This will be a crazy round from Muzi. One for the ages, and it's in a charity tournament. He's getting in here. The stun out.
Nice try.
Back. Maya plays it perfectly.
That was for chat's knowledge, yeah.
And we're guaranteed overtime again. Yeah, 7-0 the last time.
It was legit almost a house fire. Why don't you clean it?
Versus Muzi, the battle for the ages right there, but Maya just barely squeaks it out at the end. Muzi, unfortunately, is overplaying his position that little bit.
In pro play, do players get a kill cam? Nope.
Absolutely bullying clearing out the entire setup from NIP upstairs. What has usually been a completely
nasty mofo. Yeah, clean your shit, dude. Literally.
those extended positions where they're immediately able to calm off
Like,
each
it's
other
pretty
and
easy
trade
to
those
clean. Like, I watched a video on how to clean it. Cleaning is for maids. What do you mean?
Maya's allowed to go absolutely crazy, picking up 2 if not 3 kills on that upstairs clear and making the rest of the round at least
Bro,
a little
literally,
easier.
like, it's
Obviously,
very
that clutch
easy
attack
to.
still coming in from NIP.
Yeah, I mean,
There's like an
honestly,
area where you
it's
like,
all
do you
around
vacuum out the
fantastic,
ash at all or no? Or do you just let that
round
shit
from
run?
everybody. So we'll see if that continues on in OT. You really don't want to see the
By the way,
switch up
hold
in
up a
the
minute.
The show was just
There's
getting
no
good.
way.
Got
Yeah,
some
there's a
rounds
deagle in
here, see if
Siege.
Ninjas and Pajamas can
Okay, you were
pull over
you
the
were
eyes
shit
of
talking
Lost
like
One
my
and
smoking
bring into the
abilities and
flock
stuff
a
like
nice
that for
2-0.
barbecue. Bro, you're not even cleaning your smoker. Do you know how
Pajamas
nasty
have
your shit has to
defended again, and
be?
They've looked so dang good so far when they are playing on the defense. It's gonna be up to Low Swan.
You gotta
This
fucking
truly
clean that
is the
shit.
pressure test to
If you
see
don't,
what
you're
Low Swan
like,
are capable of
barbecue's
here
gonna
as
come out like
Cameraman
literal
has just
garbage.
worked his way into this lineup.
All right, like I said, Cameraman potentially starting a new dawn inside.
It's
of
super easy to
Latin
clean.
American
Every 4
Region
smokes you
for
deep clean with a
Los One.
degreaser and then season again.
Qualifying for
Only
Gamers
clean the
Gamers
ash
making it
grease
to the Gamers
after
Without
every
Borders Grand
smoke.
Final tomorrow is gonna be a nice first step forward, as of course they'll be
I had a
probing,
broken sub pump.
for a matchup against Team
I mean, that was the
Liquid.
previous
That game
owners.
was
I got
going
it
the way
fixed when I
believed it would have gone.
I got it fixed when I
There's a
moved into my
location
house,
on
and it
everything
literally
else
has not even
this
ran
game
since I
has
moved in here.
concluded, but more than likely going to end up being either team's opponent going into tomorrow. And Los One will really have an opportunity to make their mark, but it's going to be NIP to strike first, at least in this round. Muzi getting a very close battle going his way to knock out Maya. Who obviously, we saw what Maya just
Are there any
on
pro
their
players
run
on a
was able to
controller?
do at the
Nope.
beginning of the last round. So losing him early on here is not going to be the greatest start
Zone rage.
for Los One.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I at least from the manual, like for the smoker that I have, it says to clean out the ashes every 24 hours of smoking. And then it says to like empty the grease bucket as needed. And I use it says empty the grease bucket as needed. And I use, they sell these like aluminum foil like covers so that you don't have to use degreaser. Like it covers the areas that get grease on top of them. So you just change that out after every other smoke roughly, or every 24 hours of smoking.
At the Copenhagen Major, now dead and gone. Los One with an opportunity as they'll bust through this castle barricade and Nitro Cell out.
Who gives a fuck about manuals? Who reads a manual? What do you mean, bro?
Sign that a Nitro was on the express train there.
So Loban has answered Stokes' call now. Giving us at least
You
a
need a
little bit of
cast iron to
action
make
on the blitz
beans?
play. Well, someone else
Yes.
is able to deploy
It
towards
does
the
make
site.
them
He's ready to
better.
go down the base
He's
path.
on it.
He's like, just tell me when to go, guys.
Buying a
Like,
cast iron, not
hold me
seasoning
back,
it,
hold me back.
that's the
Loban
move, dude.
frag out right now. We'll see. When
I
they
actually
fire
still
on
need to
range,
season
they
my
put
Blackstone.
together
I haven't
a
done
pick
that.
or
I'm gonna do
two
it this
here. At least
week.
set his teammates up for one, as that is the ultimate goal of the blitz here. Is not for the
Maybe
blitz
like
itself to find
maybe like
massive amount
Monday
of
I'll do
frags,
it.
but to
Monday or
just
Tuesday I'll
act
do
as
it.
a raw chaos for his teammates to then wrap themselves around and try to pick up a few kills themselves. Smoked up works their way in, so here comes the play into the back of Coldfall.
I'm the food police? How am I the food police for saying clean your shit?
He's gonna try to get right up in his face. Oh no, the melee comes out, but the blind also goes through on the shield. So Loban gets kill number 2 on the blitz.
Wizard
Tubbs
alone?
also finds one on the inside, but it's Loban to win another 1v1
That's-
on the ADS.
that's
for the
all she
pistol
wrote.
with the shield to close it down instead, as LOS +1 take the opening round of overtime and have the initial chance to close this game down and take us to Villa.
King Jerky's trying to help you to make food. Hey, listen, I might not know how to cook very well, but I at least know how to not start a fucking fire.
Not just a flash in the pan, but something that burned on into.
We have fucking Pitmaster Colin doing 30 fucking smokes in a row and not cleaning out his smoker.
Offense that they desperately needed. Now, Ninjas in Pajamas have to try and do the exact same thing on the exact same site.
Listen
I
to
guys
see,
understand why
okay?
Monty's being banned out so often, because you think this is annoying with Blitz. When do you see with Monty, our
Imagine
APAC
if you
players
can't shoot him.
For your child's first birthday, you're getting him a grill. There you go.
One of them got like a triple kill, if I remember correctly, in one of the rounds in like Oregon or something like that. So I think that was Cyclops that managed to put that together. But either way,
Yeah, dude. Let me tell you something. My daughter turned 1, and I got her a Corvette. I'm totally not gonna be the one driving it.
at the start of this game, but then fell back obviously to the 6-6 scoreline at halftime, and taking the initial round and now having the
One of my friends actually did that shit. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot what he got. It's like he got like a new car, and he's like his kid turned like 5 or something. He's like, yeah, I got him a car. He can't drive yet though, so I'm gonna watch it. He's like, I'm gonna be the one driving it. Basically just an excuse to get a car. Easy bake oven.
I'm gonna be cool as a cucumber. Nobody's stressing about this. Just another day in the office. We'll see if Ninjas in Pajamas can try and get the ball rolling here.
Colin doesn't care.
Psycho, maybe coming in decently late, waiting for some camera work. Cameraman actively playing the angle, and that's going to be the big pick here. He knew the rotation had to be coming through. He knew someone had to try to come to the garage plate.
Easy bake oven. Bro, she's 1 year old. I'm not giving her an easy bake oven.
It's very well-warranted revenge there too. For those that remember,
you know what I just thought about? Back in the day, like the easy bake ovens and stuff like that, you could literally cook food in them. Are they still like? There was like that. Like, are the easy? Do they even still do that anymore? Or are they just play ovens these days? Like there were like the new ones you can't. Oh, really? No, like I literally remember back in the day, like my cousins and stuff like that had an easy bake. I don't know if it was an easy bake oven, but it was a real oven. Like you could cook bread inside of it, like, and it got hot. And we were like 5. We had this shit. And I thought about it. I'm like, huh? Our parents just gave us a literal real oven at like 5 years old. Yeah, you could make like little pizzas. And they just like left us like unsupervised. We never had one. My parents never got us one, but my cousins had one. And they just left us like unsupervised with like an oven. We were just like cooking. We were like cooking like brownies and stuff like that in like a bedroom and like little like things of bread.
Such a huge thing for them going into this last minute.
I remember we were like putting like pieces of plastic inside of it, like burning plastic, and then like cooking food afterwards in the same oven. Probably not that healthy looking back. 50s and 90s were volatile. Chemistry sets all the way to real ovens. Yeah.
The key factor is Ninjas in Pajamas are getting themselves wrapped around this site. They've got the hatch play in here. They've got the drone set up.
The chemistry sets back in the day. We got these like chemistry sets from the dollar store one time. And these
the drop comes in. Muzi with a big kill.
Let's see this round.
Cons has to try and go for it. He's got the case in hand. They push deep.
He just walked right. I was about to say he walked right past him. Map 3.
8-6, and it's going to require all 3 maps here in our semifinal.
Yeah. Anyway, back in the day, we went to the dollar store and we got these like chemistry sets. And there was basically like something explosive. Like there were these like capsules, and you were able to put like this like powder and like some other stuff. I forgot what it was. It's honestly like this is like 25 years ago. Anyway, you're able to like mix it together, and when you would throw it at the ground, it would blow up. It was kind of like, you know, those like snappers that you throw on the ground, but like you made them yourself. So we took all of ours together that we got, like all of us, like all of my like cousins and stuff like that, because there was like a decent amount in there. Like there's like a little box of the stuff. Yeah, like a little poppets. It's kind of like that, but it was like more of like, it was something different. It was not that. Anyway, we took all of the ones that we had together. We combined all of them and we put them into a water bottle and we threw it at the ground and it fucking blew up, dude. Like it was like we threw it in the grass and like kind of like on the curb, like in between like the grass and like the curb of like the concrete, and there was a mark on the concrete. There was like a mark on the concrete where we threw it and the grass caught on fire.
See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help.
This was in the 90s.
All around the world.
Dollar stores in the 90s were crazy, dude. They were absolutely wild.
Hope for a brighter tomorrow.
I'll be right back though. Let me put all these plates and stuff in the sink.
Many families like Layla's.
who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up.
I don't know what it was, honestly.
Please don't give up on those
We were literally like,
donate now.
we were very young. I was probably about 7 years old when this happened. And my aunt, we used to have a lot of fun at my aunt's house, because she didn't really like supervise us very much.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
We're going the distance here at Gamers Without Borders. One apiece in this best-of-3 semi-final. Lost one. Continue their dominance on Bank. Only just, but turning the tides when they need to. A great display of mental strength, right, Anne?
Exactly, yes. This is the mental strength here. We're talking about, you know, grabbing those rounds or those victories when they are so close to you. And when Lost One were presented that one opportunity to grab this win and to pull this map towards them, they did it. That's what we wanted from them. And if you think about the very beginning of this map, right? Maya had that huge clutch.
All right. Went to the bathroom. Lights are in the
NIP, they had huge momentum on their own defense as well. We started out with Lost One on their own defenses. There were rounds where, for example,
wash my hands.
Team so much time
Had spaghetti sauce all over my mouth. You guys didn't even tell me. You guys did not even tell me.
To play off of with, and NIP on their attack, they were so slow in their defense. They played into that as well by selling out.
When you're deployed, you used to use MRE heaters with water and glass shards to make like little grenades. Dude. Oh, by the way, this is what I was talking about, chat. It's called a lobster tail. But
yeah,
it's crack.
The momentum killer Maya on that opening round. It was absolutely.
This is what I was talking about.
You know,
Oops.
similar play style in map 2, right, Demo? I think that Lost One seemed to anticipate that slow roll from NIP.
I've showed them on stream before, but
predictable, like, you know,
this is what they look like.
Yeah, very similar to what we had in the first map. You kind of have.
Check this out. This is what I'm talking about.
Sometime, you know, the clock
this. So inside of here is like a crazy, like heavy whipping cream type of thing, and the outside is like fried and like layered. It's insane. This is like literally one of the best desserts I've ever had.
I agree with, like,
it's definitely up there, like top 5 without a doubt.
On that map on Bank, they're very comfortable there as well. They were 5-3 up again. And then a 6-5 turnaround.
Why is it named a lobster tail? Don't know. But it's good. It kind of looks like one. Those are not shaped the same, but I wanted to show the inside ingredients more. Most of them are shaped like a lobster tail more, but
I was happy to see that if you look at the scoreboard here as well, Lost One were getting way more active on those entry engagements. They weren't always victorious, but they.
Why did I calculate my taskbar? I use my calculator all the time.
On the previous map, and also their entry conversion was a lot better because 80% of the rounds that they got the entry, they actually.
So was it TikTok and some dipshit on console called themselves a professional or 6 player? It's just not true. Like there's professional players are people who actively play in Pro League. Semi-pros actively play in Challenger League, and everyone else is just amateur. And that's it.
They're in a very, very good position going into the final map.
Again, it's all about momentum. For me, I think a team like Lost One, where they're young, they're hungry, they want to get to more events, they want to build up that portfolio. This is what they need to win. These are the kind of games that really test your mettle. Obviously, it's not done yet because they have to go in a best-of-5 tomorrow, and that is up against Team Liquid. We know that whoever wins
college players,
from a most recent major, so it's not going to be an easy battle, no matter which way you look at it. But Lost One, just keep it going, and get yourself into that grand final.
Keep trucking. We've got our heads to
collegiate players
from that round as well, and you can break down
every dude. I don't know what it is yet. Collegiate players, they really do think that they are professional players.
Exactly, yeah.
What year did I win the Invitational? 2017. I mean, listen, you know, if someone's a collegiate player and stuff, like, and that's fine, but they're just not pros, you know.
He was very active on the entry engagements, being really successful with that. But also, as I mentioned, for example, in round 4, where he is all the way on the top floor when the side is all the way downstairs, and he buys his team so much time.
Who plays next? Well, right now it's like Lowe's. There's another map to decide who wins.
And then, if with a minute to go, Dash is somehow on the top floor shooting down one of your team members, that is an issue that you need to fix immediately.
What ops came out in 2017? All the year 1 ops. So yeah. Fuck BB. You know, Echo Obama. Cav. Capitao. Valk. Frost. This is gonna be a really long
what you think is
This is
gonna
gonna be
happen
really
in this
long,
final map.
actually, because
Villa's not a good map for. I don't think it
there's
favors any
this is
so
4
we are
best of
really
3s getting
you know,
played.
just it is what it is.
So we're looking at
territory we're in, but
hours more,
you'll agree with me, 'cause
like for
Ollie's got me
sure,
saying this now.
probably.
Whatever team wins the second map wins the third map.
There you go. You know what? I was literally about to say that, and do you agree? Do you feel like now Lost One, the advantage is in their hands? You feel like it's their map to lose?
Yeah, I feel like for Lost One, they've got two very positive things going their way. A being during the last matchup when these two teams faced against each other, this was the only map that Lost One was able to win against NIP, so you know they have this mental, I guess, fortitude on that map. And then also, if you look at the attacking stats or attacking win rates of NIP, this is by far their worst attacking win rate. And on Villa, you'd ideally like to get a few attacking rounds in the back, because when you get on your own defense,
Was the meta back in the day? I mean, there's been a bunch of different metas.
Looking back into the history of these two teams as they've
2017 was year 2. Yeah, but I won in the beginning of 2017. So like the last operas that last operas that were out were Habana and Echo.
Right? They lost the 7-3 on Border. They came out of the lower bracket and they won in the final. It went the distance. Lost One have done it before. They can do it again. So I love the idea of this becoming like a grudge match forming, but you know, Anne, what are you thinking?
I mean, yeah, even if you look at about what they said in the interview, right? If we heard Loban say like, oh, you know, we had some issues closing
2017 meta. I feel like 2017 was back when the game meta-wise was fairly normal.
We probably should have won that map or that game against NIP last time, so there definitely is some grudge, and hopefully for them, it translates into so much motivation to absolutely storm on that final map.
Talk about qualifying as well for, you know, Gamers 8 later in the year. Demo, like, we have all these external...
Do I have every rain charm? I have every rain charm for every season, yeah.
But right now, all of our players are getting to kind of compete from the comfort of their own home.
Was there backseat gaming in one thing I will say, okay, back in like 2016, 17 for Siege, you actually had to have like good game sense back then.
Nice and comfortable way to qualify for a huge tournament.
Like now I feel like you can get away with like not really being very smart in Siege, because there's a lot of gadgets and stuff that cheese and like give you information, and like everybody knows like there's like very much like predetermined like angles. Like generally the person with like better game sense and stuff would kind of win before. Now it's more of just like you're dumber but you have better aim, so you win.
That main event in July, it's not going to be like they've never been here before, are they going to crumble? You know, we've seen it happen. That they can do pretty good on events.
Keep talking about NIP.
Brim Sky was ass.
Coming into this one, this might be their downfall.
That's when Clash came out.
Do you feel like
fuck Clash. Yeah, I have every rain charm. I have every original Black Ice. Most of the new ones.
What do you think NIP need to change coming into map 3 to ensure that they close this one out?
I think
ever since they added all the yellow pings and stuff like that, the average player IQ is spiked. Do you mean it spiked like into the dirt? Is that what you're saying? Did it get spiked like a volleyball going through like the center of the fucking earth?
As on the previous map, Lost One, they get control of all the windows, they get so much information, they say, okay, right, we're taking CEO, we're getting the plan down, we've got all the utility to keep us covered, and
on Nismo.
NIP haven't really been making those
Nismo.
rush plays.
I think I told you, my friend's Proto Z came in,
that is something that they can definitely do.
and he has this like cool like booklet that came with it. Oh, it's really fucking sick. It's like a metal, it's like a leather bound booklet, and there's like a metal, there's pieces of metal inside of it. And the pieces of metal have like the VIN number and the person's name on it who like ordered and owns the car.
TSM. SSG won the 2020 Invitational.
That was Space Stations? Oh, I'm so sorry, Troy.
The 2021 highest rated player.
It's Grixer, right?
Grixer.
I believe it was... Was it Grixer?
Well, sure is mostly...
2022 was Finko.
God, I hope I was not on. Well, I did actually play a good amount of Yana back then. Shoot. I still want to say my most played operator was Thatcher.
2022, it was Legion.
Yeah, I wish I was a gunner, but I'm pretty sure I was playing Smoke at that time.
As Bass will increase in value as time goes on. Yeah.
It was SSG versus TSM.
He I took a picture of it actually. I'll see if I can find it.
That was Dark Zero versus TSM.
Oh, the old loading screen. Yeah, I mean Siege has just gotten like brain dead, unfortunately.
It's gotta be Geo.
BJ, I know. Just go with the boy. Yeah.
Oh man, you had to put 2 mailboxes in there. It's gotta be one of those 2 guys. Jack's extremely clutch, but Diaz is Diaz. But Jack got farther, so I want to say J90.
A woman yelled at you for some BS you didn't even do? I don't know. What do you mean? We're just watching the tournament and stuff now. Maybe like after I'll watch it on stream or something. Actually, like I said today, by the way, today I went to Trader Joe's and there was a lady who parked her car like dead center. Like, you know, normally like you park on the left or you park on the right to like turn into a parking spot. Like the spot was empty and she like wasn't turning in for some reason. And I'm like, okay, like there's other cars behind me. I just drove around her and she got like mad at me and like I think she like flicked me off or something. I'm like, I don't know what I did. I just like parked after. I'm just like laughing. I'm like, all right, you're brain dead. Like, I'm just gonna drive past. Like, I'm good. Like, turn into the parking. Like, I waited like 30 seconds or whatever, and she like didn't turn into the parking spot. So I'm just gonna drive past you. Like, and she got like mad. I'm like, what are you? Just turn in the parking spot. Go, move forward, move. And of course, she was some like boomer with like a Florida license plate. I'm like, okay, that explains everything. You should not be on the road. I've never understood, like, maybe it's just because they're old and they just, like, don't care. They just, like, do not care. But, like, why do, like, old people, dude, are crazy on the road. They're literally, like, the worst drivers in human history, and they just do not care. You feel like as soon as people enter their vehicles, their IQ drops to negative? It really feels like that sometimes. I don't know. Exactly, brother. I got a GM pickup truck.
MPX. It's really good. It has a 1.5, so yeah, you can be really flex with it. And my second is the SMG 12. So on the MPX, I normally use Flash Rider, Vertical Grip, and
old people. I know.
Really good. On the SMG,
I think they're just too old to care. I think that's what it is.
And also the vertical. Yeah. It really depends. Like there are some sites that's better for you can place a great shield. It really depends on it. Flex a lot. The best maps.
The MPX is great.
Then it's Cafe. A lot of people like to.
The SMG 12 is crazy.
Some smoke, so yeah.
At medium to close range, that's probably the best gun in the game, or one of.
When you're playing warding, sometimes you want to hide it, so you can maybe just, let's say, find a spot and hide until the end, because you don't want to spot it, because the other team can be like we won't do something because they have a war.
Live in Sacramento. It's a war zone out there to drive. It's like that Family Guy scene. I make turn now. Good luck, everyone else. You sold your bike so fast. That's Almir running you off the road. By any chance, was that a Tesla? That would be Almir and Elman driving around.
But you can like make a team play. Let's say sometimes when
the best gun is the Evo.
Smokes,
no,
I'm saying,
like Ella's gun.
Smoke, right? So when he places his gadget,
the Evo Scorpion or whatever it is.
The gas, sometimes like the attack can see a lot, and if you are a Warden, like maybe you can use it as an advantage. You know, when you're playing Warden, you always have to be aware what the other team is doing and where's the best place you can be. Like that you will be.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like his gadget is. Warden's gadget is normally used in the late round, so most of the time
a white Tesla Model S.
That aggressive because it's a really important operator. Yes, like there are a couple strategies that
I think sometimes when it comes to all like the driving assistance features, people get like a little bit too comfortable with that stuff.
His glasses, so you have to be really aware of it. Is like, as I said, when you're
I don't know. Listen, anything for the new season I can't talk about.
And you don't have to pick everything because sometimes it will be really useful and it probably will a lot your team on the late round, you know. I can't remember exactly like if it was like a quarterfinals, but it was against FaZe on the SI 20.
Because I already played the new season. I can't tell you guys anything about it yet.
And before the match, Moringa, that was
much as I would love to.
On the first round, you're gonna make a 5K, and like it was after I made it, I like get on like and I yelled to him. Yeah. Like, it was really amazing.
Set of goggles while he is waiting patiently to absolutely tear them up.
Oh, they're running the. Oh, they're already running the NA games, dude. That's good. They're running it at the same time. Okay, so they're doing it like they did with the APAC games. Honestly, I'd rather watch this game. M80 is playing like some like random team on the other stream, on the B stream.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, it's not even just manuals, dude. It's just like, I don't know. Some people just like, it's amazing how much people suck at driving. It's some people are just genuinely like absolutely terrible drivers, and a lot of people are just like really distracted when they're driving. Like people are on their phones, like eating, drinking, whatever else.
Up against NIP, it's been pushed to a third and final map, and it's on Villa. So let's get ourselves into it to see which of these two teams will move on to the grand final.
My wife told me a crazy story one time. She said she was driving with like one of her like friends or something like that who had kids, and her friend told her to grab the steering wheel while my wife was in the passenger seat because she wanted to like text somebody, and my wife was like, no, what the fuck, are you kidding me? Like, so she just let off the wheel, and like my wife had to like grab the steering wheel, and my wife's like, I'd never driven her with a car like ever again. And like, mind you, that person has a license. They've totaled like 3 cars.
On down to our mainstay map here now, or as we get into Villa. It's going to be this band down on the defensive end.
Mind you, this like lady or whatever, like my wife's friend or whatever, has 3 kids. She had 3 kids in the back seat strapped in, and this is in like an Escalade, like a big ass car. That's like, if you hit somebody, like they're toast. My wife's like, I never went in a car with her again and does not talk to her anymore.
Perfect sense to ban her in, but that does mean that Valkyrie, as well as of course the Solus, are still going to be left in, and that'll present some problems, of course, to our attackers. We'll talk more about that when we get those selections locked in from NIP over the course of this half, but they will be
she 100% needs her driver's license revoked. Your mom used to do that?
A little bit more on the mitigation and delay utility that you're going to see spread across that lineup.
Right. I mean, you would think, like, even if you don't care about yourself when you're driving, that you would at least care about your kids and, like, your passengers. Like,
with some pretty interesting details being built up for themselves. Got the Bravo.
well, this is all the same. It's best of 3.
In between these two just yet, so hopefully some things.
A van? No van, brother.
And, effectively steal away some utility. Not
full-size SUV.
Deal with that could be too counterintuitive at the end of the day. So see if they can just try and get
full-size SUV with a V8, dude. That's what it's got to be.
An extension here for Ninjas and Pajamas, but one that we all know and love is it'll be some panels up on the tri-wall, over at Statue, a few panels over on the.
I'm probably gonna get a Tahoe, like either like a Tahoe or a Yukon or something, or if there's deals on Expeditions or on the Jeep, the big full-size Jeep.
Slowly into things, they just spawn, and it's gonna take some time, of course, before they're more in position to make any moves against.
I mean, I'm gonna keep my pickup truck, but that's what my mom actually, when we were growing up, my mom had a. You guys know what an Eagle Vision is? Or is this too boomer for people? My mom had an Eagle Vision when we were growing up. That car was such a piece of shit. She had that car for like a really long time. And she ended up it's like a car company that went out of business. I think my parents had it because it was like an affordable car, but that's what we had for like a long time growing up. And then my mom got an Expedition, I think, like later, and she had that for a really long time. And then she had a Suburban. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Probably, but for my wife, we'll probably get her lease is kind of coming up soon, and we'll either extend her. Like, I think you could extend your lease an extra year, so maybe we'll extend her lease a year, or maybe we'll do like, I don't know. We'll just see what the deals are. Yeah, the Eagle Vision was like a super shitty car. Like, they literally went out of business. Like, it was not a good car. It was a car that you bought because, like, you wanted to buy something cheap that got you from point A to point B. Yeah, it was literally like an off-brand car. You just looked it up. It's ugly. Oh, it's hideous. Yeah. It's literally like the Grim of like cars.
Time for Los One to process the site, and this is where Loban can make things so easy for them as they'll look to try and get a better info game going on the areas.
Yeah, this is the car my mom had.
Some of these mainstay pieces of utility.
It's really ugly. This is the thing. I'll get the. Oh yeah, it was green like this too.
Given the fact that they are still up by a player in a 3v2,
this was the car.
The hesitance is pretty well noted here.
And it wasn't even like a new one or anything. Like, it was like a way older one. It was such a terrible. Well, honestly, like, I don't know. I remember it being pretty reliable when we were kids. This is the car. It is very ugly. This is what we had growing up.
He doesn't want anything to do with this fight anymore, or does he? No, dashes back out one final time, but hold on, Loban skipped the step. He forgot.
Yeah, it was not a nice car, bro. That was the car we had growing up, I swear. Listen, dude, if you can't, that was like one of the cheapest cars you can get back in the day. They were like not very like, because they were out of business and stuff like that. If you need just reliable transportation, that'll do her.
Almost had it in the clutch, but
that was a crazy shot.
Of Los One malpractice when it comes to their clear.
I should buy an Eagle Vision, dude.
To try and work for the site, try and work out where these players from Ninjas and Pajamas were before they try and actually address the area.
Looks like a drag car that's missing the turbo sticking out of the hood.
The IQ when they start to work their way in to adopt these angles, but Ninjas and Pajamas are just gonna rest inside of sight. They get a big pick, make it really difficult for Los.
Well, I think I told you guys, like, growing up, my parents were like, big time like savers, because you know, growing up and stuff, my parents like didn't have you know, like very much money and stuff like that, and they like worked really hard to like build themselves up and stuff over the years. So I mean, they're doing good now, but growing up not as much. So yeah. It's not like we were like, you know, no food or anything, but it was just like there was no like extras or whatever, anything like that. Hence the Eagle Vision.
well of info denial when you consider they brought the Mute and Mozzie combo and then just the usual Kate Victor counter wall openings that they'll almost certainly be going for.
What time is the DZ game? It's after this one. Minivans. Minivans were like way pricier. Like minivans were like, yeah, they were definitely a lot more expensive. The Eagle Vision was like basically one of the cheaper cars that you could like actually get, because my parents didn't get it when it was new. It was like after the company already had like kind of gone out of business,
quite streaky when it comes down to it. Either that or we're on the teeter-totter.
or it was like on the verge of it or something.
When it comes to any of these maps, so expect Los to swing back into this. Expect a swing from Muzi here with the M590. This is a gun
chunked him.
be confident with, and he surely is. A little damage to Moose.
Well, in the 90s, honestly, like every car, I will say, almost every car from like the early to mid 90s was ugly as fucking shit. They were honestly like, that's like one of the ugliest eras for cars like ever. They're just like bubbly, like they're like bubbled out on like the body panels and stuff, and they just look horrible. I think it's probably the ugliest era for vehicles. Peach Bobot, thank you for the Twitch Prime 6 months. Loving the streams, even though I can't make it to most. Well, thank you, Peach. Ooh. Yeah, it looks like they're that's a good way to put it. They look like they're like inflatable. The trucks weren't bad. Even the trucks, dude. I don't know. I think it's one of the ugliest eras for vehicles. Like if I was gonna buy a car, ooh, off the cameraman. If it was what's it called? Up to it was the hubcaps and stuff too. Nah, like I think for like older cars, I think look classy. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. You know, 60s are like kind of more like muscly looking cars, you know. 70s I think looked like they were like, I liked that kind of like boxy 70s look, 80s look. Those are okay. And the 90s, yeah, they're just ugly. They're just like ugly inflatables. 2000s were just kind of like generic. Yeah, I think like the more recent stuff all looks pretty decent. What's going on, Brett?
Just yet. A lot of teams starting to work that into their rotations just to be able to have that spice of life every once in a while, but Ninjas in Pajamas going for the tried and true instead.
So with Kitchen being the site to play in, they will adjust quite a few operators on the attacking side as well. Not anything earth-shattering once again, just some stylistic changes. No Nook to creep things in, for instance, on Dash. They need the direct insertion capabilities of the Ash. Potential insurance policy on their top-down openings as well, because they are not going to bring a sledge. They do have the Buck, of course, which can do that job just as well, but no nades behind that Buck. And
they put those ugly-ass hubcaps on their cars and made them look like frisbees. Dude, the interiors of a lot of cars and stuff like that from the 90s as well are just so ugly. Like, it's just the worst looking interiors, like, ever.
There's a lot more clearance that needs to be done before they can even think about getting themselves into the site.
What's going on, Arya?
Well, a few layers of this onion peeled back. There's just pajamas.
Dude, a few layers of the onion. What is this, an ogre?
To assert themselves across the building, some angles adopted towards the site.
Donkey!
So be playing the rappel here.
Get shag carpet on the floor. Bro, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that. My mom showed us. There's like my mom pulled out like a photo album last time I was at her house and stuff like that. And my grandma had like copper colored carpet. Like copper gold colored shag carpet. She was like she lived in like an apartment And inside this apartment, there was like shag carpet that was like a gold copper color. It was so fucking ugly, dude. But it was like, it was in style. It was in style back then, you know. It might have been copper color because of the years of smoke. That's true. Honestly, though, my grandparents didn't. Well, my grandpa used to smoke like years ago, but he quit like. He's passed away now, but like he quit like 30 years before he passed away.
Once again, giving them the player advantage as we enter the final minute of time for Los One to make their own execute work. And Los One still kind of grasping at straws in terms of where they're going to find the best potential position to start things out from.
Smoked what? Cigarettes.
Pino to deal with
He used to smoke Lucky Strikes.
Trying to delay out any potential clear, and more importantly, he personally is delaying out any Red Hall control that Los One would try to grapple here to get themselves into the site.
And this has been so damning so far for Lowe's.
He actually never really, like by the time I was born and stuff, he never smoked though. He stopped before I was born. He stopped when my dad was like a kid, so probably like 40 years ago, you know.
Oh my goodness. They're existing in the same damn
More. Like my dad was like a young kid. He probably stopped smoking in the 70s.
Inside of this round, as there's only 15 seconds.
Grandpa sounds like a cool guy, Cheese.
I mean, practically hell on earth for him. The 1 versus 4, no real opportunity here for
Oh yeah, dude.
more than likely with the repeat.
These drop shot? Bro, what is this? What is with like all the drop shotting that we've been seeing lately?
Some of the nip takes we've been seeing so far over the course of the series.
Dude, there was my my aunt's. So my aunt's dad, not related to me, but like her dad, like she's my aunt by marriage. Her dad, he died at like 7. He's the one that I went to the funeral for like kind of recently. He was like 75 or 6 or something like that when he died. So like, you know, old, but not old. He did not give a fuck at all. He had his legs chopped off because of like gangrene and stuff like that, because he was like smoking and drinking constantly, and he was diabetic, and he was just eating a bunch of sugar and like dessert still. He literally didn't care. Like to the very end, he had no legs and he was smoking cigarettes and drinking Hennessy like it was water.
Execute out of Los One, just missing a few key cogs, like some big entry kills.
They literally chopped the man's legs off because he was diabetic, and they're like, "Hey, you have to like take insulin and like stop eating. Like you have to like stop eating sweets and like sugar and drinking like Hennessy constantly." Like you're diabetic, you can't do this anymore. Please take your medicine. And he just like wouldn't do it, and they literally chopped his legs off, and he still just kept going, bro.
Defensive rotation.
Yeah, he did not care. He just wanted to live his life.
Do it twice now as they look to lock in a potential perfect 6-0 half. Would certainly be a change of pace for what's been a relatively close series so far, even inside of just the initial 6 rounds we've had play out for the first half. But
you respect that, man? Grind set for real. Yep.
We've had as a 4-2 so far. It's time to see if NIP can really push on that a little bit more. Los One.
Oh no, the thing was he knew they were bad for him and stuff too. I don't think he cared. He just wanted to like, he just wanted to do what he wanted to do.
In a bit less of an obvious way here for Tash, as I'll go to the tried and true.
Legs, you don't need those. Exactly. Your brother was a smoker till he met your sister. She told him that they would not progress the relationship if they kept smoking. He stopped and hasn't been smoking. They're married. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't like smoking.
I think it's gonna be a buff, in all honesty.
I mean, if you have something like occasionally, like, you know, cigar or whatever, something. I'll have a cigar once in a while. I have some friends that like smoke hookah and stuff once in a while. Yo, it's still bad for you. It's definitely still bad for you, and I would overall recommend, you know, I would say 0 is better, but at least if it's in like moderation.
Well, what's the issue with that besides Dots just being dead and being down a man?
I don't. Oh, by the way, I have no idea how, but one of my great uncles, bro, that guy was crazy. That guy was actually nuts, bro. This guy lived to be like 90 something, and he smoked like 3 to 4 packs of Rothman cigarettes a day and drank a whole bottle of Hennessy like every day. for like fucking 60 years.
Even right now, keeping his wits about him, even though he's got full clearance as far as I'm aware to this side.
Dude, Rothman cigarettes are like 4 times as potent as like a regular cigarette. He was smoking like literally 4 packs a day.
At least 1 or 2 times, but it seems like LOS have that great control over the situation at the moment here.
And he lived to like, yeah, like I think he was like 90 when he died. And the thing that's crazy is, dude, literally he I forgot what he had. I think he had like a stroke or something like that. I think he was like I think he had a stroke or something when he was like 90, and they made him like stop smoking and drinking as much, and he literally like died after that. Like he like wasn't smoking, like his body was just so used to smoking and drinking all the time that he like couldn't like he just like couldn't like live without it. How am I not a boozer with all these genes? Actually, barely anyone in my family drinks. The first person that I was talking about is not blood related to me. The second person is, but he's like my like great uncle. Honestly though, my dad doesn't drink, my grandpa didn't drink. My uncle that I just told you about, like who's like father-in-law, like he doesn't drink either. Honestly, most people in my family don't drink at all, or very like rarely. Like at most family events and stuff that we have, no one drinks. Like there's not even like beer or like wine or liquor there. It's just not there at all.
After the earlier kill of .0.
With an IP still being in that prime position, we'll see if they're going to be prepared for a quick rebound on a different site. Won't be trifling around.
Or like it'll be there, but no one will drink anything.
On AVG. Instead, they just move right along onto their next site. Play into that one instead. For NIP, though, is going to require still a bit more of an aggressive stance as we're seeing them commit to yet again. Even leaving one of the walls open for rotation here. I believe it will stay that way as they'll play the 2-1 split on this wall. And nope, there we go. They'll patch it up as the prep phase does conclude. But that is
yeah, I don't know. Nobody in my family overall really drinks. Like some of them do, but
usually want to block the rotate outright at least and just use it
not very much at least.
Into the next room.
Your parents have liquor from their wedding from 2004. Yeah, my parents do not drink like at all, like zero, literally.
What I'm seeing.
My grandparents are the same way on my dad's side. On my mom's side, my grandma did not drink ever. My grandpa does, but not like a lot. Like he does drink, like he drinks Hennessy too, actually, but not like a lot. He'll have like a glass of Hennessy at the end of the night or something, like at the end of the day.
No real teeth to this just yet for Los, as trying to keep this one close to the chest. They do not want to over-aggress as Ninjas in Pajamas all then be guaranteed an advantage going into the half.
Electroclaw actually should be denying this entry attempt that's being made onto the wall.
They're gonna get it with the Twitch drone though.
All the X-Kairos on top of it.
He's waiting for it to recharge.
So just has to sit here and kind of cry as he watches this Electroclaw negate out most of the advances from his team. Should have potentially been a second Twitch drone, but maybe not so much the case, as like we said before.
I don't think liquor ever really goes bad. I mean, I'm sure it like loses some taste and stuff, but
of course the X-Kairos should now be able to go off without too much of a delay.
Shouldn't have double stacked if they're going to impact the night as well. Probably. Where is it? There it is. Nope, they missed it. They missed the C4.
As well as Psycho get a clean view of each other for quite a few seconds before either one strikes. Meanwhile, Khans does pick up the fight against Maya and takes out the player that had spent so much time trying to open that wall. No more shall be the case as Maya sits dead on the ground from that perspective.
I will say one thing too, dude. For people who don't drink, they generally age a lot better.
Still good though to take out about half the HP from that player, and Loban has just suffered a similar fate. Los really struggling to try and find.
Oddly though, my one great uncle that I told you guys about, bro, that guy was drinking a bottle of Hennessy a day and smoking like 4 packs, 3-4 packs of Rothman cigarettes a day, which are like literally 10 times worse than a normal cigarette. They're unfiltered. And he had a full head of hair. Like his hair was like black still.
force it, but Psycho puts
like
it
till
right
like the day he
ground, and
passed
NIP
away.
immediately
Like he never had gray hair.
control, guaranteeing a 4-2
And no, he did not dye it. Like he had some like specks of gray and stuff in there like later, but like his hair overall was not like fully gray. And he was like super old. I think it was the smoke just going into his hair or something. And he had a full head of hair. It's like I think you know when you like smoke like a piece of beef or something, how it preserves it. I think he smoked so many cigarettes that it like literally preserved his body somehow. I don't know. I'm not a scientist or a doctor, but dude, it was crazy. I have no idea how that guy lived for so long and like was like fine.
Round 6 right around the corner here. Ninjas and Pajamas will be setting things up inside of AVG. The usual suspects across the board when it comes to their operator lineup.
Maybe it's Maybelline, maybe it's Rothman's. Who knows, bro?
Jammers to hold down the walls. Smoke for that little tail
Could be.
round. Then finally Psycho, well, because Psycho just likes to have fun, really. You know, Warden's more for the hi, how you doing kind of a situation. Play right through those smokes.
Uncle Pastrami.
Round 6 we go now. After Low Swan have confirmed their lineup.
We'll see if NIP can complete the set here with the only kind of return to a previously lost site that they'll make is they've won every other site. Close one will have their opportunity for revenge on the AVG site. And we'll have to wait and see if it'll all come to fruition. NIP, in the meanwhile, will be directly challenging even the initial clear as you might expect on a site hold like this.
I don't think that's what it is, Chess, but you know, what do I know?
It nearly does. Pino immediately turns tail and runs away there. Has to lose about half of his HP. Could have been worse, to be fair, but yeah, we'll at least be able to make it out with his life from that specific situation as he backs away further into Astro.
Claymore down here for Dash. Supporting himself and making sure that nobody can hop out the lower bathroom.
This tournament is the money goes to charity, so like the 2.5 million. But they get to qualify for Gamers 8, which is in Riyadh in July, and that's a $45 million tournament. It'll be the biggest tournament in esports history. So while technically this one's just for charity, you qualify for like the big tournament in July. So this tournament is 10 million that goes to charity, 2.5 million of it for Rainbow Six Siege. So the winners get to pick from the like 6 different types of charity, or 6 different charities, sorry. So they had like UNICEF, Direct Relief, there was like a few other ones. So it's 10 million for this, and the winners of this get to pick what charity they want to give their portion of the money to, from the pre-selected charities or whatever. And then the winners go to Gamers 8, which is in July, and that's a $45 million tournament. But I think Siege, the Siege portion of the $45 million is like 2.5 million.
Dots picks up the first kill against NIP, and Cameraman with that new opening finds the second. Unfortunately, Cons as well as Wizard able to play it forward now, and Cons with a quick 180 shuts down the last glimmer of hope there for the Elos 1 roster. What I believe was Cameraman getting taken out, and indeed the 5-1 half being locked in for NIP. Just 2 more rounds to go now. This series is theirs, along with a date against the players from Liquid in a best-of-5 tomorrow.
Ninjas and Pajamas throttling Low Swan on Villa at the moment. And looking quite feisty.
Anti-cheat. Well, this is not an official Ubisoft tournament. It's a third-party organized tournament. So pretty sick, dude. Los is about to have the biggest comeback right now, bro. They look so demoralized. It's insane, but we'll see.
See what they can potentially get done. Low Swan will be starting things off inside of AVG. They'll extend things over towards the master side. A few panels going up here, as well as some extended utility even past that. Little Banshee play coming out from Loban, and honestly, not a lot of Banshees being applied throughout this series here today. So Malusi, a welcomed adjustment. Low Swan strategy.
We've seen it brought in like once or twice in the past, but it's been pretty directly countered by the Bravo teams now, so I think that's why some teams are kind of opting away from it, just because it's a very easy path to work your way past it. Even away from that, you have other options too to deal with it, which usually aren't too much of a pain, as that can be utility that is very much expected to be handled by the attackers. Either way, though, NIP on the board for their first attacking round. Not gonna see anything
Los has lost 5 straight. Yeah, I mean, granted, like, you know, Los one is defending now, so defense makes a big difference. So we'll see.
We've got too heavy of a setup for them in that neighborhood at the moment. They're keeping it pretty close to the chest here, so as not to risk any early round.
Minnesota versus the Colts. What happened when the Lions played the Vikings? I don't know. I forgot. Did they win? Oh, I think they did. I think they did.
Gemini here, so doesn't immediately fire on it, and he's smart to do so. The Gemini ultimately will round itself back and spot him though, so his position has now been revealed.
Charity game.
Backs himself up into the
you know what? It's probably charity because they were gonna make the playoffs anyway, right? Oh wait.
Here from the Gemini clone of Psycho. Better things that at least for the stairwell might be able to clear things down towards.
So upset. So upset.
Right around the area where Dash is too. Rotate through tarp. That's one that could be holding the cross downwind. That was a perfect position from Pino here. Ash is going to second guess it, though. This is working well for Low Swan.
We're talking about hand egg. You know, brother.
Towards this position either.
Which NBA team do I support? The Pistons.
All the way in Narnia, practically, from where Nip is right
Dude.
now.
Okay, I understand they suck. I don't want to hear it.
He has to check it. Thinks he knows that he's cornered him, and he has. Pino's on top of it. Doesn't have the scanner here. Want to be able to at least drone him out. Now it's up to Pino. Goes for the swing, but it's actually Wizard.
What about the hatch? Yeah.
Upstairs. The hatch blows, and he immediately eviscerates Dash.
Skull is Minnesotan for choke.
Pajamas is a lock him down inside of Laundry.
Great way to target down that player. But now the problem is, again, time for NIP here.
Do I support any good teams? Okay. Fuck you, Oz.
Well, yeah, with that down, it's certainly looking like it as a combination. I think that Nate also managed to get the Goyo canister sitting pretty close to Maya. So that's another.
Listen, the Red Wings used to be good. The Pistons used to be good. The Tigers used to be good. The Lions used to be good in the 50s. Tom Gore should sell the Pistons. He doesn't deserve to be the owner. The thing is that sucks is like he doesn't give a shit about the Pistons. Like, sell them to somebody who will spend money and care. What the fuck, bro? What's on a Tory? Dude, it's GG.
NIP immediately pushes map point at the beginning of the second half.
Ninjas in pajamas. All over it when it comes to Villa and all over Los One when it comes to their defensive end. Not able to
feels bad, man. I want a cameraman to be there, but it doesn't look good.
Time again, able to dominate Los One. Gunfight.
If I always pick people who come dead last, why don't I come support APAC teams? True.
They've built up here in this game, practically unlosable now for Ninjas in pajamas, and you know, I guess it's just a curse day here for Demo. You know, just anything that comes out, man. If he tries to benefit one team, it's just going the other way. He was like Los Wonder taking this. Ninjas in pajamas, a dominant Villa.
I mean, I thought Nip was gonna win this the whole time. I said that in the beginning. I thought they were gonna 2-0 though, but.
So it's going to be 5 attempts that NIP have to close this down. And that's just inside of regulation. They still obviously have the 3 additional rounds in OT.
Oh, I don't even get mad if the Lions don't make the playoffs, dude. That's the thing is, other people, they have hope. I don't have hope when it comes to the Lions. The whole point of the Lions is that they will literally make it so that like you have hope, and then they'll destroy that hope. No, yeah, Tom Gores doesn't even care about like the Pistons at all. Like the guy who used to own them before, oh my god, what was his name? He owned Guardian Alarm and Guardian Glass. Literally multi-fucking billionaire. That guy spent money on the Pistons. That's when they were winning constantly in a good team.
Adjustments from them. It hasn't been anywhere near what we've seen out of NIP.
I don't know why I'm blanking out on what his name was.
Allow them to potentially come out on top.
But yeah, one of the largest glass companies, Bill Davidson, yeah. He owned Guardian Alarm and Guardian Glass. Guardian Glass and Alarm were each multi-billion-dollar companies. And he did not care. He actually spent a lot of money on the Pistons and wanted to win. He was attended every game. Tom Gores, he owns the Pistons purely as an investment. He sold so in the sale of the Pistons, he also got like there's a music arena. Basically, it was like Pine Knob, I think, right? Or whatever, it was DT Music Arena, or whatever the fuck it is. Spice Lasagna, though, thinking 38 month resub. Dope. That's spicy. I actually had some pasta earlier. But, oh, what the? Bro. Okay, Los is giving up. Anyway. So, Tom Gores, when he bought the Pistons, he's like a hedge fund guy. Oh, come on. When he bought the Pistons, he literally the first thing he did was he sold them off. He sold off like their like the Palace, which was the place that they played at, to like a real estate developer to flatten it and basically build like a office park over there. And he sold the music arena to somebody else too, and he basically recouped all of his money from that. And then now he just runs the Pistons at like the lowest salary he can. Malice at the Palace.
They were able to deny Los One a berth at the Copenhagen Major just a few months prior. Now they're going to be able to do the same exact thing here for the Gamers 8 qualification at the Gamers Without Borders event. Keep in mind, of course, the job is not done yet when it comes to NIP.
The old NIP logo.
Best of 5 against Team Liquid tomorrow, which should go just as far, if not farther, than this match.
I wonder, is the other... Let me check the B stream.
Myself and Stokes right now. We're going to be back in just a little bit for the North American matchup. Let's throw it to a break and send you back to the analysts who are going to be breaking this match down.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child.
Okay, so the Dark Zero game, I think, is on the main stream right now in like a few minutes. Okay, we'll wait for that one then. It's going to be here, I believe.
Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian
What's going on, Alti?
Detroit
Detroit Pipsqueaks. Dude, I don't. Yeah, it sucks. Like the problem is, I don't know. They're just like Tom Gores is, he hypothetically could be a good owner because he's like pretty well to do, right? Like he's really rich. He's a billionaire, but like he just doesn't care. Like that's it. Let's see what his net worth is. I'll probably sell them in a few years. He's worth $6.2 billion.
The divisions in the world are stark.
Yeah, so like, I mean, if he wanted to, he could like easily afford to like make the Pistons like a good team. And he's also like, he has his brother as well. That's worth like another $2.5 billion. He's worth like 6.2 billion. His brother's worth 2.4.
Tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor.
He could sell it to, like, there's a guy that I would probably buy. Like he could sell it to. There's a guy named
Directleaf is a humanitarian.
There's a guy who owns like North Shore Mortgage. His name is Matt Ishbia. He's worth like $8 billion. But he would probably spend money on the team, I think. And I think he owns like part of another sports team.
And make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit
though, because like Ishbia owns the Suns, right? Yep.
Just like a commercial distributor. And
but he would sell them for the Pistons for sure. He lives in Detroit.
What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of
well, he'd probably sell the Suns and buy the Pistons.
What Direct Relief has done ever since. Didn't they begin with just
at least from what I understand, he wanted to buy the Pistons. That was like what he wanted to do, and he ended up buying the Suns instead because like Tom Gores wasn't selling the Pistons.
Different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good.
The owner of the Suns lives in Detroit. Yep.
Or talking on the phone.
He has a there's a house that he's building here. It's like 70,000 square feet or something like that.
progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in.
Yeah, I think it's him that's building it. There's like some guy building like a 70,000 square foot house, like over here.
These issues are too big for any one organization to address.
70,000 is bigger than like a, if you've ever been inside of like a Kroger, those are generally about 50,000 square feet, like a large American grocery store. So it's probably like nearly 50% bigger than a large grocery store. A Whole Foods, for example, is about 15,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet. So this is like over 3 times as big of a Whole Foods if you've ever been inside of one.
That has no end. After every finish line,
It's like 3.5 times bigger than a Whole Foods.
how can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how.
No, I don't know, Santu.
Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Oh. I don't know. Let's see. There's like a video on it. Let's see, there's no video of him getting like pushed. Let's see.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We have our first finalist.
Let's see.
NIP will continue to tomorrow's best of 5 final, and they'll take home potentially $300,000 worth of charitable donations. Gaming for a
He didn't really like hit him.
demo. That did develop into a close series, and then it just kind of all fell through Lost One's fingers, right?
A bit disappointing. I think, yeah, it has to be said. You know, I think just the way that game was being played out, the first 2 maps, it's a bit of a shame, I want to say. You know, I think a team like Lost One, they'll be disappointed that they couldn't have put, you know, more of a
I mean, he didn't really like elbow. I'm like watching the video right now.
no one from Lost One wanting to really play the game. No
Oh, I guess he did, yeah, a little bit.
On the other hand, see a different
I mean, I don't know, yeah.
This map, sorry. You know, they just came out with a little bit more aggression, but they just capitalized in all their gunfights. Better situations, really.
I just looked at it, yeah. I saw the other angle.
In them as well. And for example, Pino on the top of the scoreboard, many of these defensive rounds, he was playing Aruni. And I know how you demo and Ollie talked about Aruni on the broadcast yesterday about how she's now a 1 speed and, you know, it makes it more difficult. But Pino was swinging left, right, and center. I saw so much confidence.
Was Ishbia like pissed off about it or something, or did he not care?
Other side, like there was a kitchen defense and they were contesting the study controller, the study entrance for the Lost One players. That must be A, super frustrating, and B, props to NIP for being able to hold up onto that because you're wasting so much time forcing Lost One into.
He said he shouldn't even be fined. Then if he doesn't care, why does he care?
Kind of from my point of view, first few rounds, in fact, in that final map, the blitz plays that Lost One.
I mean, if the guy that's getting like elbowed is like, it looked like it was like,
throughout this series, they weren't converting.
You know,
kind of made them seem as though
it didn't seem like he like really like.
tentative to dive
I don't know. If he doesn't care, then why does it matter?
Yeah, they got scared, didn't they? I think that they. Is it the fear of losing? Is that really the stage that we're at with Lost One? Is that they're scared to get beat? You should never, ever feel like that, especially in a game like Siege where anything can happen. You're always going to have a chance. You know, as a game where you get shot through a wall from the other side.
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just people complaining for like no reason.
Quite actually have a go at it.
Yeah, we were actually worried about the lack of time that Lost One had to, you know, to gel as a team.
I guess. I don't know. It seems like a non-story.
In that final map that they just weren't really
especially if the guy that's getting pushed
especially when it came down to those last 2 rounds, they were just
doesn't care, then it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I think there were a few rounds where they're making these silly mistakes. Obviously, that one round where the knock just sprinted by and the shotgun shell did not connect at all. I'd have probably been reaching at that point. But to put this...
A normal fan would get kicked out of the arena for holding the ball. Well, that guy's a team owner, so... Team owner privilege. I get, you know, what are there, 30 teams in the NBA? That's only 30 people that get that privilege. If you want, I guess you can go spend $1 billion or $2 billion on a team, and then you get that privilege.
Where he's got so much information that he can give to his team, and if they fine-tune this where they don't go over-aggressive with the information that they have and they utilize this information to the max, I feel like the future can look really bright for Lost One.
Well, we get to crown an MVP of that series, brought to you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day,
and that MVP,
bro, that guy owns the team. He probably owns the building that's going on in.
Especially, but
he gets to make that choice, probably.
Are pretty crazy given those 3 maps.
Didn't really put a foot wrong, did he? Every map, he was there. He was.
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, if that's Matt Ishbia's house or not, but there's like a huge house getting built.
I think a great performance, and
there's a huge house getting built. It's either that's the rumors that it's Matt Ishbia's house or
showing up on every single map, really. Look at the KD too. 36 kills.
That's what like people think it is, either him or like the 5-hour energy guy lives in Detroit too, and that guy's worth like 5 or like 6 billion or something like that or more.
Pretty impressive.
So yeah, I don't know. There's like a bunch of pretty wealthy people. There's like a few areas that there's like nice houses, and there's just like randomly like literal like buildings that people have for homes in certain areas.
You know, obviously the final for them at Copenhagen didn't go the way that they wanted to.
The Suns fired their coach. Oh.
It should be all about
the announcer said it best. You can't kick the owner of the building out of the game. There you go.
There's no point. Go and win.
What's going on, Josh?
You know, respond. Go and bounce back.
You're realizing a lot of Michigan natives are NBA owners because Dan Gilbert owns the Cavs. Yep.
They still took NIP.
No, these are not like houses. These are like literal buildings.
And let's just put it this way.
That's what I describe them as.
In terms of growth, I mean, I feel like, Anne, at the beginning of the day, you know, the beginning of this broadcast,
you love this game? Yeah, of course.
Lost One's shoulders, didn't we? And I know that we've already spoken about them not having time to gel and things like that, but I actually think they put up a pretty decent performance. Maybe let's not think about map 3.
Yeah, okay.
Who else?
If you take into consideration map 3,
born and raised in Detroit, brother. Yeah, Gilbert owns a team. Matt Ishbia owns a team. I think there's another Detroit owner too that owns a team. I want to say. I don't know for sure. Back in the Ben Wallace and Chauncey Billup days, those were the days, dude. Those were the days. Big Ben.
But unfortunately, not being able to close it out.
I want to say there's another one too.
To not let this get to them too heavily. We heard in the interview like, "Oh, we should have closed this game out." You could see the disappointment onto Lubin's face. Really.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Coming in from Caraman, they have to pick this up. They have to.
I'm trying to think. I swear there's another one.
Stage 2 of the Brazil League. We got this.
Whatever.
Arch nemesis, but we got them in our next matchup.
Well, we have an interview lined up for you guys at home. We are joined by the coach from NIP. We have Taps on the line. Congratulations on making the final in the LATAM region here at Gamers Without Borders. You finished really strong. Do you feel like exceptionally comfortable now because of that finish on map 3?
I think that we are always confident, you know. So, like, doesn't matter if we finish 8-7. Again, like every single time we play Lost One is like 8-7 to someone. So just for beating those guys already give us confidence to play against Liquid tomorrow.
For me, I have to look at this kind of rivalry that you guys kind of have now with Lost One. You played them for Invite, you played them for the main.
The Dolphins owners from Detroit too.
Are we starting to see a little bit?
Richard DeVos was the Magic owner.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the toughest games that you can play in Gear 6.
Steve Ballmer. Oh yeah, Steve Ballmer's from Detroit, isn't he?
Like, I already have a good rivalry against those guys.
That's right. I always forget about that.
It'll be fun. I think it's a new classical forming up in Gear 6.
Okay, I want to shift your mindset into the game that's lining up for you tomorrow. I'm not sure if you're able to catch the game going on, but Liquid were pretty confident and pretty comfortable beating down Tropic Chaos. How are you feeling about that game tomorrow?
The Lions, the Dolphins, and the Jets all fight for last place. Easy dubs, baby. Listen.
They have like a huge map pool, a lot of great tactics, but I think we have something saved to deal with them tomorrow. I think it will be a really good game, and hopefully we'll do like all 5 maps. I think we'll go to the 5 maps.
Could potentially be going the distance. Taps, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Best of luck to you and your team in tomorrow's best of 5 final.
Steve Ballmer is filthy rich. The Clippers should be much better. It doesn't matter how much money you have. At like a certain point.
NIP are in the grand final tomorrow, and they're going up against
Peak example is the Lions. What's going on, Fernie?
In competitive siege, we can't wait to see
the Lions are owned by the Ford family. Henry Ford was like one of the richest people in human history. And the Lions still blow.
I still think that they're on form. I think they've hit a really good stride. NIP are going to be
the Mets have the highest payroll and base on their dog. It's just people's willingness to spend, basically. They could have all the money in the world if they like.
And what about yourself?
They could have all the money in the world. Right, there's a salary cap in football too. No, the Lions spend like they do. Jerry Jones, I would very much bet that the Ford family has a lot more money than Jerry Jones. I don't know though. Let's see.
Families displaced by
He's worth 13 billion. That's I don't know. I feel like the Ford family probably has more money. The thing is, it's spread out between all of their members. Let's see.
Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer.
Okay. In the 1920s, he was worth 1.2 billion. He was literally like one of the only billionaires at the time. Okay. All right. So let's do like 1920.
Is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer.
All right. Let's do
who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up.
Why would this
Please don't give up on those forced to flee.
Okay.
Now.
So that was he was worth 1.2 billion, right? So let's see. It's 12 million, 120, 1.2. Okay, that'd be the equivalent today of about $18 billion. And that's just literally at inflation, which I'm sure they probably have a lot more than that when it comes like, because I'm sure they were probably beating inflation. Yeah, the thing with the Ford family is like it's all split up. They have like a gazillion family members, but they are. The thing is that's crazy is like the Ford family's net worth. I don't think it really like shows up because the thing is like after like a certain like generation, for example, like, it's hard to track people's net worth when it goes to their descendants and stuff like that. The Ford family is worth $20 billion. That seems like fairly accurate. I'd probably say that much or more. It's too hard to tell, like, how much they really are. On Wikipedia, it says that Henry Ford's net worth equivalent was equivalent to $200 billion today. That sounds more realistic for what their whole family is worth. I mean, I don't know, but... I know that there was, like, the Detroit Institute of Arts, for example, when the city of Detroit went bankrupt. They donated, I think it was, like, $200 or $300 million, like, straight-up cash money to, like, save all the art from being auctioned off. So in Detroit, there's, like, a world-class museum called the Detroit Institute of Arts, and they literally gave, I think it was $200 or $300 million cash money, like, literally just wrote a check, like, the next day. So, I mean... that, you gotta have, like, the Ford family is the only reason Detroit still exists? No. There's a lot of different businesses in Detroit. I mean, General Motors is bigger than Ford, and it's still headquartered here. Dodge, Chrysler, even though they're owned now by, like... Even though they're now owned by, like, a foreign company, technically their, like, founding members all still live here, and descendants. And the mortgage industry is big here. Dan Gilbert lives in Detroit. Matt Ishmael is in Detroit. Tom Gores, like, all these people are Detroit. They all live in Detroit.
Education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right.
There's a lot of other businesses that are, like, here too. Really, like, honestly, Detroit nowadays, biggest things that are here are automotive and mortgages. Those are the biggest things.
After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
A lot of rich people in business that exist in Detroit, and that's it. There's nothing else, it seems. What's going on, Ash? I mean, there's a lot of, like, jobs and industry here. People live here for a reason. I don't know. The cost of living here is fairly reasonable, and the jobs pay pretty well here overall. That's why a lot of people live here. You know, if you have a family, it's a good place to raise a family. How's it going, Nosh? Hey, what's going on, Doc Newbie? Hey, I was early today. Early. Just chilling, dude. We're just watching the Gamers Without Borders games. The Dark Zero is about to play in a minute, and that should be a really good game. And then after that, we'll grind out some Ranky Poo. Tummy hurts? Ooh, what happened with that? Give some insights and stuff on setups. Yeah, of course. You have like 2 pounds of barbecue for lunch and 4 slices of pizza. The biggest thing with Ford was his stick it to you method, where he gave no fucks and wanted to prove those wrong. The original GT40. Yeah, well, Henry Ford, the original Henry Ford, was not the one who developed it or greenlighted the development of the GT40. That was his, like, it was Henry Ford, like, Jr. or whatever. And so Ford wanted to buy Ferrari at the time to, like, spice up, like, Ford as a company and make them look, like, more appealing. And I guess, like, Enzo Ferrari told him he would sell it, and they, like, went to Italy to, like, go to like, Modena and, like, Italy to buy Ferrari. And last second, he like, had, I think it was, like, Fiat or something buy, or, like, part of Ferrari to keep them going or something like that. And it pissed off Henry Ford. And he made the GT40 literally because I forgot what he said. He's like, I think he said that like Enzo Ferrari said that, like, Henry Ford made, like, ugly fat cars or something like that, like Henry Ford.
Welcome back to Gamers
Like Henry Ford Jr. And he literally made the GT40 out of spite just to beat Enzo Ferrari and, like, piss him off.
Of experience and a great win percentage in their region, Dark Zero.
At least, I don't know, I watched that, like, the Ford vs. Ferrari movie, and that's how it was in the movie. And supposedly it was supposed to be fairly accurate, so I'm sure they, you know, made things a little bit more dramatic, but that movie's very good, by the way, if you haven't seen it. Ford vs. Ferrari.
Right now, feeling good?
You know, I was cooking earlier today, made up some chili for dinner, but now I'm feeling awesome. Yeah, it's good time zone for us in North America, 7:45. We got some great games today, so I'm excited. I hope they go long, too, because yesterday when we were on for APAC, we got kind of a disappointing best of 5. Today, though, we got a nice best of 3 between 2 of top teams out of North America, so it should be a good one.
Speaking of cooking,
brisket, chicken, pork butt, ribs. Ooh.
Not only your time zone, but your region. How you feeling about this next series, my friend?
Good, because this is one of those matchups.
I mean, DZ should win this pretty handedly, but it'll still be a good game.
It feels like there's something brewing under the surface, specifically between DZ and BC. If we get a good series like we did back when they played each other in an elimination series in Stage 1, then I'm certainly hopeful that this will carry on long into the many years to see this Mr. B and Canadian matchup going forward. I'm already a fan of it, so today just makes me happy as an NA fan.
Oh, I'm smelling what you're selling, my friend. I mean, we have the potential for a great best of 3 on our hands. Dark Zero, they carry the weight of, I would say, maybe a bit more expectations.
I gotta barbecue something this week for sure. It's just too nice out to not do it.
They're just gonna hammer straight at them.
I'm probably gonna make some burgers and stuff. I have it on the Blackstone. I'm gonna season it, make some smash burgers maybe on the Blackstone. I'm definitely gonna smoke something this week too. Maybe, like, I have 2 briskets in my freezer. I might make one of the briskets that I have. Venison, it's good. I haven't had it in, like, a really long time, but yeah, it's pretty good. It's, like, a little bit gamey. I like beef more. But don't Arya, how are some kid doing? They're doing good. They're doing good. Doing good.
Dark Zero are riding into a Villa win on the back of NJR here.
This game is Blur obviously up against the world here. Picks up the first one. It's a long drop with unfortunately a Claymore sitting at the other side of it, so he also goes down 1 for 1. Dark Zero with the edge, and now a potential shutdown here as well. Finally, they get their feet on the ground.
Mint or Kyle.
Soak that in salt water and season however you want and smoke it.
And I've been with Dark Zero, I mean, since the conception. I think I'm one of the only players and now coaches to kind of be on the same roster throughout my entire career.
Yep. Mint literally was on that team from year 1, season 1 till now. So Dark Zero is my old team, my first team. That's old flip side.
And then you got Pan Mizzou, he's our entry fragger, our roamer, our lurker now. Gaveni, our rookie, he's our energy man on the team.
Yeah.
Then we have Achieved. We brought him on because
I vote. I'm rooting for Canadian because he's my old teammate. So from Continuum days. Yep.
That's basically what he is for us.
And Mint is their coach. Mint is my old teammate.
He's kind of our mailbox, what we call him. We kind of just find a spot on the map, post him up, and like there's no way anyone's killing him. And like as an anchor, he's got to be one of the most clutch players in the game. So.
Getting themselves out to Arsenal. They'll at least start the plant, but now we're at 0 time. Oh, Panma though holding the line for the flight, coming in to shut it down. Gavini with the big shutout. Dark Zero.
Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. Obviously, again, when we came off the major, a lot of guys got sick, so we are kind of.
Bro, poor Skies. He was the last one to jump in, and they were celebrating without him, and then he ended up getting cut.
Our biggest
Bro.
competitor, I think our site on
Feels
is, like,
bad,
Canadian.
man. Feels bad.
They kind of came into this season
Old got him.
loaded and have a lot of excitement with obviously Sploit and Iconic joining the roster, and yeah, we just kind of want to shut those guys up. I mean, they beat us for first place. Feel like that was our game to lose, and I think it's going to be, you know, a long year of just kind of competing with those guys.
I don't know, dude. It's like it's like that's like the esports pose. It's like the esports pose. Feeling tough.
We're kind of honored as Dark Zero to kind of even be selected to kind of be in the closed qualifiers already for Gamers Without Borders and have the opportunity to raise money, you know, for such an amazing charity. And yeah, we're just kind of excited to play and kind of do it all. To our fans, you know, thanks for supporting us. Obviously, we have a new roster now, and we're working through some things. But you know, rest assured, we will get there. And you know, we definitely see the promise in this team.
Mint needs a new headset.
To the haters, I mean, it's Dark Zero. We have a ton of them. People love to hate us. It is what it is. We drown them out. We drown them out with the fans and the wins. So either way, appreciate it.
Dark Zero have their
Is
sights
BC
set
still
on
with
M80,
DZ? I think he's like their like general manager or something.
Through Beast Coast. Now, talking of Dark Zero, Jacob, we had like a little bit of a chat before the stream, didn't we? We need to, you know, discuss their Copenhagen major because they didn't have the major that they were hoping for. We got a great graphic for you to talk us through as well with all of those lovely stats.
Yeah, basically what this graphics in a showcase is that Dark Zero are fantastic in a domestic sense with achieved on the roster, but still have a lot of things they need to do internationally. That was not the major they wanted to have. In NAL Stage 1, this was the highest rating per team of any of the 8 teams when you combine all of their individual ratings together.
You remember all the Val cams that Troy and I planned out back in the day? Yeah. Yep. I did that with Mint before too. Before I was on the team with Troy, I did that with Mint.
Funnily enough, all of them were within the top 5 of
me,
all
Mint,
players
Hojo,
the Copenhagen major,
Hot and Cold.
the second worst average rated team, only above La Vega of all squads. That's a really, really bad place for them to be. They didn't have to play very many games because they went directly into the playoffs. They didn't have to worry about the play-ins. That was not the major that they want. They're great domestically from what they've been able to showcase, but they need to prove that they're able to do that again and in an online setting against.
Back when I was young, many moons ago, brother. Many moons ago.
They really struggled in the attack in Copenhagen. They won 6 attacking rounds, not 6 per game, not 6, you know, in one match, 6 total. That 21% attack and win rate really, really rough for them. It felt like they were just overcomplicating things. You know, they were trying with Canadian on the Monty. They were trying to, you know, muck around with flashbangs and utilities. I just want to see Dark Zero showing up today and fragging. You know, we're in a meta right now where sometimes you just need to put your pedal to the metal, go in, get some fights, don't overcomplicate things, get your trades. And I really think that Dark Zero, maybe they just got to go back to that, right? Because so far, what we saw throughout that Copenhagen major was they really weren't playing to the meta that the same international teams were playing at. And so we need to see them try to hit that a little bit harder here today.
Oh, Adam.
Dark Zero, this stage of the competition.
Yeah. Just me and the caveman, dude. Me and the caveman doing some ranked up. Adam and I have been playing video games together for like probably 10 years at least, I would say.
3 times more than any other North American League team. You can see their win rates against these squads on the right-hand side. The
about 10 years.
Worst win rate is actually Mirage. They played 1 best
Old
of 1.
ad 9 Mulder.
Discount that as a you know, random error. It's gonna happen. But Dark Zero, 4 maps that they've played. They only got
as he never came down to his knees. Yeah.
If you look at the previous
Adam and I, let's see. Yeah, we've been playing since Counter-Strike Source, right before CSGO came out. So that's about 2012, roughly. 2011, 2012, something like that. This is the last best of 3 right now. It's crazy to think that our regular viewers have no clue who Adam is. I know. I used to play with Adam for every like minute of every game that I played for like years. Like it was like me and Adam and like whatever, everybody else would like play with us too.
But before we dive over to that, we've got the vetoes that have come up on your screen. Jacob, take me through that, and you can talk about Mr. B as well. I'll let you.
So Dark Zero are not a Villa team, so we'll just take that straight
The
off.
Cafe Boy Sky Band. So we got Bank, Oregon, Chalet Band, Beam Band, Club. So Bank, Oregon, Club. Okay.
Dark Zero saying we'll take
I feel like we've seen a lot of Bank this tournament.
and then take off the maps that neither of us are necessarily that good at. We're talking like
Stayed.
and Chalet, both of which are actually really heavily played in NA, but neither of these teams
I haven't
necessarily
seen Molly in like 5 years.
We're just gonna ban all of Dark Zero's really good maps because that's exactly
Molly literally stopped playing with me, started Q sniping and stream sniping me, and then just like after like a month of doing that, just never played the game again. And I was like, oh, okay, like, I guess.
Coming back here, and that's the only map so far that Beast Coast have defeated Dark Zero on. So that's the only repeat that we see from any of the other times they've played previously. But other than that, this feels like a very, very deadlocked ban phase overall.
Yeah, man, Bank is the pick for Dark Zero. Kind of a weird one. They played it a ton at SI, 4 matches back in the 6th Invitational, did not win it very many times, only won it once. And then they played it once so far this year. The opening day against M80 was a maximum overtime match. So not a map that we've seen a lot from them recently. It feels like maybe Dark Zero had Bank in their back pocket and they were saving it for Copenhagen. They didn't get to play that many games in Copenhagen. They lost too quickly. So now maybe they're bringing it out against Beast Coast, getting some revenge, saying, all right, we've got all this prepped in the back line.
Hanging out with cavemen, dude. You couldn't get carried anymore? I know, he did team kill, like, I used to have Adam and Molly team killing me, like, every fucking game.
Next semi-final, sorry. What's your prediction?
It's just a matter of there not being a lot of playtime for either of these teams.
I used to queue a lot with Geo. Oh, I loved queuing with Geo, dude, because Geo was all business. Like, Geo is just like funny, and he's like really good. And like we would just play, and we would just like obtain elo. It was great. And have a good time.
I'll take Dark Zero on principle here.
Jesse, you butting heads, or are you going the same way?
Very chill, easy to chill with.
But look at the map ban phase. I think Beast Coast's biggest strength was they had so much prep time, so much time to,
Lax never really played very much ranked. No, not really.
And they go out and choose Oregon, the most basic.
Once in a great while.
I don't know. I think
Laxing never was a ranked player. He used to play like casual.
I think they're going to be shooting harder too.
What even casual? He used to Laxing used to just scrim, and that's it. He's never played like a lot of ranked or like played the game outside of scrims.
DZ here in the virtual studio. We've said all we need to say over here, so we're going to head back over to Blue and Stokes for our NA semi-final.
Thank you very much. It is indeed time now, ladies and gentlemen, to get ourselves prepped and ready to go here for the second and final series of the day. We'll be leaping into it in just a moment as we get prepared to go to the first map. The map actually ending up fairly standard maps at the end of the day. I think the desk lightly touched on this one, but that's the point I'm going to throw to you here, Stokes. How do you think things are going to go here? The fact that Beast Coast has played it out to a pretty straightforward map pool as far as NA is concerned.
How has Nat been, by the way, Fernie? I know that's like that. There's another blast from the past. I was old Nat. You said he like completely quit this game, right? Sunshine Hobby, they get 35-month resub. Welcome back.
One of the teams that will always bubble up to the surface, so it's definitely going to be a hard-fought contest from the lens of Beast Coast. But I mean, it's all down to the server and what is said inside, John. We're going to start it off here first on Bank. Beast Coast is going to remove Ying, but we all knew that.
Too many swords.
Want to see what the rest of the bands are looking like here as DZ.
Yeah, dude, I haven't seen Nat in forever.
Response ban from DZ. He'll have the first defender ban as well. It's going to be Nook getting knocked out here. Nook obviously having that great capability to kind of solo insert himself on the alternate.
Nat realized he sucked. Nat doesn't. I think. I want to say. Didn't Fernie? You told me that Nat just like plays Rust now or something, right?
Starks here in this case, since they're the ones that banned it, choosing to not wanting to deal with that, they'll just ban it out entirely. And then, of course, for the start of the defender,
didn't everybody that Nat plays with end up making Pro League?
As well, Zami first be banned out here. She's way too powerful on her own right now, and you could say similar things about Valkyrie, although not to the same extent. So that's why we see that ban.
He plays Rust in League. He probably literally only plays League because of Anthony. Got him. Anthony definitely got him addicted to that shit. He's just working and going to school.
CCTV defense. Who would have thought? As we roll into Bank, it'll be the basement. And yeah, yes indeed, my friend. A little sarcasm.
Who was the guy who always sweat hard against you, then put up donuts in my stack? Everyone I ever play with.
Try and slow up some plays on the stairwells, as well as some of the access points that DZ will be looking for on the offensive side. Let's see what they want to try and bring.
Bombastic was definitely a peak example of being literal shit on my team. I actually stopped playing with Bombastic because he would literally donut my team every game and just bait me. And then like on the opposite team, he would just drop like 10 kills. I actually like deleted him and stopped playing with him.
Wait for that though. Nothing going to be too surprising here when it comes to what Beast Coast have brought to the table. Expect a decent amount of aggression out of Hat in the early round, obviously, as he has the pre-vision to detect all of the drones and any other utility that might be heading.
He still comes in my Twitch chat, in Twitch chat sometimes, and I'll talk to him and stuff. That's fine, but I'm not playing Siege with him.
Does indeed indicate that he might be out for the long game here, especially as he wraps himself up through Spiral. The rest of the team, though, more than likely going to be playing it close to the chest or very close to at least a hash of some kind to get themselves back into the depths of that basement setup. Should things go a little bit awry here inside of that first minute and a half of clear pressure. But Hat, like I mentioned before, out and about. However, he's gonna really have to be prepared for some pretty quick aggression to come back against him, as Panba immediately is bringing out the Gara hook on round one here, potentially to directly counter out some of what we're going to see from Hat.
What's happening? Is there a polar shift happening? What do you mean?
He's caught yet, so that's a big issue. Is that supposed to be the one thing that doesn't happen in Hat's case here? And again, I think a quick switch is he just pulled the vision cam. Okay, now he's seen it.
There you go. Like
as well, so he's gonna
this guy's been walking around this scanner around for 3 minutes.
Miss this moment of opportunity. And Pamba will take the safer initial entrance option, over towards top square here. Hat will immediately hear that.
You still play Siege with Brassy? Oh, dude. Brassy's the shit. I haven't seen him in so long.
From Dark Zero, forcing some movement out of BC. Nothing to be found.
I didn't think he played Siege anymore.
East Coast doing a decently solid job of staying alive, though, throughout this.
These old fucks in chat. I think it's because I'm streaming like earlier today. He's a pilot? Dude, that's so cool. I actually had like lunch with Brassy. So Brassy chat was like, if you guys ever saw my setup videos, where I said that I had a viewer that gave me a computer when I first started streaming, that was Brassy.
Specifically for Mr. B there, getting a quick slap back against Gavini for trying to open up some of the walls, but just quick for reply.
So he gave me a PC when I didn't have a streaming PC. So that's Brassy. And I actually had I met him at like he was in Michigan. He was in Michigan, like in the Detroit area, and I was like, well, why don't we just grab lunch or something like that? And like I took them to like a burger place that was like pretty good. My favorite burger place.
Right along schedule here with the entry game, and that's pretty much it. It's just the anchors in play now. One of them has only recently become an anchor. Rotating back down here.
I think it was like, yeah, I think he said he wanted like a burger. I was like, okay, I got a place. But yeah, it was good. So yeah, that was a minute ago. Pizza place? No, pizza. I was talking so much shit about pizza the other day.
If Canadian gets stopped right here, Mr. B tries to go for the heads-up play, but is immediately slapped back down to earth by Achieved, and Vertical as well struggles to do really anything at all because of
I took him to he gave me a PC and to the McDonald's. No, I took him to like a nice burger place. Like it's like a really like well-known burger place.
I love the idea. It was mostly just a stunt that really counted out Mr. B there. The extra
pizza is poor person food? No, it's a lazy person's food. Pizza literally is not even the cheapest food. Like, not even close. There's literally way better food that's way cheaper. Pizza is just the laziest food, where you could just buy a box of pizza with zero fucking effort and be lazy as shit and place it on a table, and everybody just eats it.
Strong time and strong synergy. That's exactly what we see throughout that entire round, from the clear to the execution.
We should more than likely expect more play like that to come out from DZ. I would say certainly so when we look at the fact that we're now going to have the Jackal.
It's just lazy food, yeah. There's like pizza. It's first of all, it's cheaper to make your own food than pizza ever. That's first and foremost. If you're trying to save money, pizza's not the one. Plus, there's other like, dude. I'll give you an example. Whenever I go over to somebody's house and if they have pizza, I consider them to just be lazy. I talked about this in depth yesterday, but I consider them to be lazy because unless like everybody just like wants or like agrees on pizza or something in advance, it's just a lazy move because you could get like a tray of like Middle Eastern food, which is like, at least in my area, like way fucking better, dude. It's way fucking better food and it's way cheaper. But it requires a little bit more effort because you're gonna have to get some plates out and some, you know. Whereas pizza is just like, fuck you. I'm throwing a box on the counter and just eat what you want, you know? Oh, you meant saving money in general. You shouldn't be eating it out at all. Okay.
At the helm, pretty creative mind when it comes to Rainbow Six. So expect things to not exactly be kosher throughout this series. Right grenade here for Pam Bazoo.
No, it's not. Steak and barbecue is not. But, like, at least in my area, there's, like, a bunch of different types of food that are cheaper than pizza. For sure. Like, pizza's not the cheapest, especially not nowadays. Pizza prices are through the roof.
Mr. B overplaying his hand. Not a single bullet making contact with Gavini. And speaking of Gavini, he is just decimating B's coast. They think they can
a lot of different types of, like, Asian food are cheaper.
I mean, sure, that's all well and good, but
Indian food, Middle Eastern food.
That's the problem right now. Dark Zero just playing with too much intel into these.
Even subs, like you can get subs from a sandwich shop.
Really make these aggressive plays because even if they do,
BC is like looking pretty good right now.
One, if not more, rifles aimed directly at you when you try to make that play because of how
that was almost a crazy nade.
Executing not even just into the site but into their first
anyway, yeah.
Into the map as well here. So it's really
I was just talking to chat, like people were like, "Oh, pizza's so good," and I'm like, "Is it actually that good, or is it just really overrated?" I was saying I think pizza's the most overrated food in human history, and I stand by that.
Of this slow play successfully, try to obviously knock out a player or two from DZ in the early round, but it's just proving itself way too hard to accomplish. Their best bet beyond that is going to be to save as much delay utility as possible until we get to those dying 20 seconds or so, where hopefully they can force DZ.
High quality pizza is unbeatable. Oh, really? Would you rather have pizza or would you rather have steak? Would you rather have pizza or would you rather have barbecue, a perfectly smoked brisket or ribs? Okay. Would you rather have super great, like the best pad thai you've had in your entire life, Thai food, the best ramen, sushi, a burger? Bro, get out of here. It is not, pizza is like low tier food.
Creek on back towards site. Do not want to try and overplay things here. If they do get that aggressive tendency, that aggressive hair, end up splitting, will more than likely lose the rest of these bodies, and the entirety of the round will be down the river.
This is taking the timer down so low. But again, I always doubt it, but it always seems to work, at least at the start of it here for Dark Zero. Hat with a quick rotation to try and patch up the gap left by his now dead teammate. Hyper already knocks out Panba. Second
Canadians planting. There you
go.
go.
No, finally, those trades come through. And once again,
you just said high-end pizza, bro. High-end pizza is like $30–40.
But they're very slow-paced execution.
Would you rather have ramen or would you rather have pizza? A crack bowl of ramen. Japanese ramen. From a restaurant. Yeah, I don't think so, bro. No one's picking pizza over that.
They're just going to move this whole fence line back and back and back and force this team to...
Pizza, the only thing that pizza is good for is that it's lazy food. That's it. That's the only purpose it serves. That's it. It's not the cheapest thing out there. It's not, it doesn't taste better than like 90% of foods are better than pizza.
because of that.
It's just easy food. It's an easy, lazy food.
They can play every single point of contact throughout the entire site. That's how easy kills come along, like what we saw from Achieved inside of Garage, because people just don't know where to defend from.
Ramen? I don't know. Then you probably didn't have very good ramen. Good ramen is insane.
Usually going to be one where Dark Zero strategy might find a bit of a struggle, as it's sometimes hard to really focus this type of execute up into just 1 or 2 points. But
Dude, good okay.
A little bit, of course, by putting Canadian onto the Montaigne here, which will serve to boost that purpose of allowing them to work their way in through.
Get pizza from a small mom. Dude, I've had pizza all over. I've had pizza all over the world. It's all dog shit. Not dog shit. I mean, pizza's fine, but it's just like I wouldn't get it. Like I remember when I was in New York, I had pizza from a few places that were supposed to be like quote unquote the best. And I felt like I wasted meals there. I literally felt like I wasted meals because of that. I was upset. I was literally upset that I got pizza there.
Back to back here. Although I say quick, but definitely not that in pacing.
Yeah, they've gone to like max time.
Because New York has like the best food on earth. But not pizza. Pizza is just not that good of a food in general. Like when dude, if you're in New York, you have like literally the best like food, full variety wise, on fucking earth. And you choose to eat fucking pizza? Are you high? Maybe you're high and you just don't have, like, your brain is not working properly.
That's exactly what we're going to continue to get here as well, unless Beast Coast steals away a few critical rounds that force the
right, like I've been to Chicago and I've had Chicago style deep dish pizza, and I'm just like, why the fuck am I eating this? Chicago has delicious fucking food and like tons of variety. Why the fuck am I eating shitty ass fucking pizza?
Changes on that. So once more, it's that quintessential slow leading play style from Dark Zero here, trying to line themselves up for one big swing that hopefully won't.
I'm telling you, pizza's what you eat when you're like lazy and like it's just like, I don't know.
As they're not throwing out really,
just not it, dude.
Saving it for these hard points. As you can see Hat hiding out behind the mirror window.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Like that.
It's just not that good. Sorry. I can think of like, okay.
Playing things from a deficit.
The fuck is this?
They're making the smart choice.
This is from sitting on my hand, I guess, or something?
Don't give them anything.
Hopefully it goes away.
Now the angle is starting to be set up against them. So here we go. We need to see a bit of aggression. We're gonna get that in the form of at least
dude,
a nitro cell toss. Now this top down angle.
People say that's good pizza. No, there's no such thing. Like, pizza's good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, pizza's good. But it's not like it's not better than like basically every. Oh, he got it planted. It's not better than like any other like food though, basically. Yeah, but I've had so much garbage pizza, it's insane. Like, you could definitely have a garbage steak, but like that's your fault. Like
only one nitro cell here for Hat, and he's dead. He's gone. Beast Coast gone with the wind, gone with the tide. 3-0 for Dark.
Yeah, Troy got the Monty plant off.
Probably pretty massive sigh of
okay.
relief right there when he sees his team close.
Dude, let me tell you guys something, okay? I'd rather have... Okay, we're not going to talk about shitty XYZ different type of food, okay? We're going to talk about top tier of any type of food. So top tier pizza, the best pizza you've ever had in your life, okay? Whatever, let's go with that. We're comparing best of the best compared to everything else, okay? Okay. Imagine the best steak you've ever had in your life. The best barbecue, right? Ribs, brisket, pulled pork, you know, shit like roasted chicken, right? Chicken wings, burgers. I'm just naming a bunch of foods that are better than pizza, okay? Right? Sushi, ramen, pho, pad thai, any Italian food, any Mexican food, burritos, tacos, birria tacos. Dude, like, I'm just going through like this like quick list right now, and like every one of these is literally better. Like, it's not even like there's no world in which I ever pick pizza ever in a fucking million years over any of these delicious foods. I'm talking about real ramen, Japanese, like actual real Japanese ramen. If you haven't had like good ramen, like either from Japan or a place that is like a true Japanese like ramen place, then, you know, it's not, I'm not talking about cup and noodle.
Because my feed doesn't show enough detail to see it, but either way.
Literally, dude. People saying that pizza is better are literally babbies who eat nothing, have zero taste buds, and eat chicken nuggets and pizza all day.
A little tough to spot those sometimes. But either way, like I said, it was a lot of delay before Beast Coast even started the fire back against Canadians' take right there.
No, I've had so much pizza in my life. And it's like everybody that's just lazy as fuck picks pizza.
Squeaked it through. Nicely played by him. Bit of a leap of faith play, but it pays off in huge dividends for Dark Zero as they now lead 3-0 over Beast Coast here, looking to make the full run, of course, all the way.
Fuck yeah, dude! Barrier tacos are the best. Love those things.
So we're gonna hope they've brought something a little different.
Dude, think about the most crack, delicious burrito you've ever had in your life. Are you gonna pick fucking pizza over that? Get the fuck out of here. Think about the best chicken sandwich you've ever had in your life. Fried, grilled, whatever you want it to be. Are you gonna pick fucking pizza over that? Get the fuck out of here. Shut the fuck up.
So, just showing that in spades there in that last round. See if they can do it again here in round 4. But Canadian won't be piloting a shield this time around. Instead, it'll be Dokkaebi with a few logic bombs. A drone game for Canadian and Gavini right
yes,
now.
Dude. People like pizza. I'm sorry, bro. I am getting fucking pissed off. Pizza is dog shit. There you go. I said it. It's fucking dog shit. It's literally for babbies who eat fucking dino nuggets.
Unfortunately, so really doesn't have the end, unfortunately, but so close to it. I think he's even aware of it as well. So just flash dumps.
It is.
Canadian is going to be found out, but it's actually Hat that takes the majority of damage as we're just going into it now. This is a sudden change up from Dark
It's not that serious. It's very serious. I need to get people to stop like being so obsessed with pizza. It's not good, bro. Every other type of food on earth is better than pizza. Pizza enthusiasts, bro. What is there to offend? They don't have taste buds anyways.
They push the envelope just a little bit too far with the Finka achieved gets found out. So does Canadian and Beast Coast reignite their potential.
What is their perspective, bro? They eat fucking dino nuggets and fucking cheese pizza. And they think Little fucking Caesars is like the top of the fucking... They're like, you haven't had good pizza! I went to Chuck E. Cheese, it's crazy!
Options now will be their biggest problem, aside from Intel too. Beast Coast obviously is still able to move those players around quite a bit, and Hyper has been mobile this entire time, so not an easy way to scout him out, and Hyper indeed will strike with his 3rd kill of the round, knocking out Gavini. NGR.
Bro, listen, all I'm saying is, I would eat 90% of foods over pizza. That's it. You know who wants pizza all the time? Your 4-year-old. And that's perfectly acceptable. Because they're 4 years old.
Find quite a few members for Hyper, as he's able to fell so many Dark Zero members over and over again inside of round 4, and in fact 4 kills for him.
A nice A5 Wagyu. Bro, Wagyu is the literal most overrated shit on the... Like, it's probably more overrated than pizza.
That will at least make it to where Dark Zero cannot have a flawless half. The bad news is, though, is that Dark Zero hadn't really showed any signs of slowing down, and minus the...
Yes, it's the most overrated shit ever. I've had Wagyu like a bunch of times, including in Japan. I've even had like the olive Wagyu shit, like that extra bougie shit. It is good. I'll tell you. Okay, I'll give you this. It's good, but it's like it's too fatty and like it's too fatty. It's not worth the cost, like at all. There's literally no world in which I'll ever like pay my own money for Wagyu again. I'm done buying that shit. I've had it where somebody else paid for it like twice, and I purchased it myself like twice. I'll probably never have it again. I'm good.
Of that potential hatch drop play from Canadian this time around, so I doubt he'll be able to get away with it twice, but we'll just have to wait and see as usual.
Canadian back onto the tried and true from
We're still on pizza? Yes. Bro, pizza. Listen, I'm literally going to create a name for these pizza cultists, okay? You guys are pizza beards. It's like a fucking neck beard, but it's a pizza beard.
Not able to really get the round back after that as Dark Zero
fucking pizza beards.
Built up around the map, especially upstairs inside of stock. Looks like they will be working towards that area.
Oh my god.
Here once again. NJR, as well as Gavini, working in from the top floor. Do have a few counter angles that they could adopt, especially from Yana's perspective.
When you went to New York, the pizza was the best. I'm sorry that you wasted meals on pizza when you went to New York. That's an actual travesty.
No kills found just yet. Sheed will sneak off a little bit of damage on the hat there, but now Mr. B striking back through.
You know what I had when I went, besides pizza when I went to New York? You know what I wish I would have ate more of instead of wasting meals on pizza? Bro, I had great deli sandwiches. I had dumplings one day. I had a crazy steak dinner. Pizza? I had some crazy Mexican food. I had some okay Middle Eastern food. Honestly, the Middle Eastern food in Detroit is better, but halal guys is literally shit. Sorry. Halal guys is for people that don't know what good Middle Eastern food is. Sorry, halal guys, but your food's not that good. And they probably know it, but it's okay.
On the other side of security, but able to find an easy path forward beyond that just yet. Easy showing those signs of struggling, but they will more than likely be building up a huge
Nah, the Middle Eastern food in New York is not as good as Detroit. Sorry. It was mid at best. Michigan is the largest Middle Eastern community. Yes. So Dearborn, Michigan is like one of the biggest Middle Eastern populations outside the Middle East. I think it is the biggest. The Middle Eastern food in Dearborn dumps on whatever's in New York. I mean, it wasn't bad. The New York Middle Eastern food was like, it was mid. I had some friends and stuff that took me there and they wanted to show me how good the Middle Eastern food was. And it was not very good. When they had a layover in Detroit, I picked them up and showed them what real Middle Eastern food was about.
And the round because of it. So very well done from them as the Legion mine comes back to bite Dark Zero.
What areas would I consider Middle Eastern? Anywhere from the Middle East.
The fights against Dark Zero at a minimum, and at best, obviously, actually get ahead of them in a few other departments as well to curtail what was becoming a pretty dangerous
well, there's you know, there's different like regions of like Middle Eastern food. So there's, you know, there's like Lebanese. A lot of it's like pretty similar, but every country has their like own kind of take on it, I guess. And there are like region specific foods.
Basement defense now for Beast Coast as they
if you were stranded on an island, it was only you, and magically there was pizza. Do you eat the bananas and fruit, get a stick and vine and try to fish, or eat the fucking pizza man? Oh, there's a pizza man? Cannibalism it is, baby! No, I'm kidding. No. I would probably eat the bananas and fruit and start fishing, dude.
Especially with the electro claws coming in. That's responded in kind by Dark Zero and their lineup adjustment as Thatcher will work his way in for that end.
Yeah, I've had like Saudi Middle Eastern food before. It's really good. A lot of it's pretty similar. It's mostly like the spicing that's different and stuff. But yeah.
Stop some of the early
John Roy.
pressure that Beast Coast is certainly going to try and go for. Beast Coast really just trying
Listen,
to
dude.
stop Dark Zero at the
I'm
head
just,
of their
the way that people talk about pizza, it's like, it's the greatest thing they've ever eaten in their whole life. It needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Pizza is literally like a bottom tier food, 100%.
series of dangers, but we've seen plenty of teams make it work in the past. So if it's absolutely necessary, it could also be done here by Dark Zero. They will more than likely hard commit to their current strategy, though. Just considering they've brought the Montaigne for it, and working the Montaigne for the other side of this take can be.
Egg on pizza's good though. It is.
It takes quite a bit of effort to establish that secondary angle that can work behind the Montaigne because it's based so much on hatch play.
Well, still a lot of play.
Pizza isn't great, but you're from Detroit, and that's dog shit pizza, honestly. Okay, Detroit is actually heavily known for pizza. There's Detroit-style pizza, but not even just the Detroit-style pizza. All of the major pizza chains and stuff are actually based in Detroit. And there's a ton of independent pizza places that are super highly well-regarded. That being said, I've also had, like, the quote-unquote best places that are in either New York and Chicago, LA, San Diego.
Shutting down Dark Zero on
places in Europe. Sorry, bro. Shit ain't fucking good. Shit ain't fucking good.
Hatch work to do. They haven't gotten towards these hatches. They are gonna have to give.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'll eat pizza. If someone's like, "Hey, here's some free pizza." Like, you know, it is what it is. But it's just not something that I'm picking to eat over other types of food.
So pop open the hatches in just a moment here. Like Stokes was mentioning, there's a bit more work that needs to be done in that process because of the laser gates that have been placed down near some of them. So it's a little bit annoying.
I just don't think it's a very good food, dude. Overall, like, it's just
not impossible to still work their way past them. Just takes a little bit more effort and potentially. Oh no, that one rolled.
It'll still work.
I mean, yeah, it does the job it was meant to do ultimately, so it's not really a huge deal one way or the other. But yeah, would have liked to have seen that one probably impact in the way that was planned to. Either way, though, the hatches are now open.
Troy is playing Monty. It's okay. Troy is now the old man. I was the old man when Troy and I played together. He was the young man. Now, how the tables have turned.
Spinning that fight against Panba. Panba reaches the edge of his aim. He literally cannot adjust it any further. As a result, pays the price. BC battle it back against him. We are going to see DZ trade out that opening kill that was played against them. Of course, the Nitro, shot by a teammate just in time, but it does interrupt the plant procedure. Doc now tries to play directly against that, but here's where the angle work from DZ comes back to haunt them. But Mr. B stops the plant yet again. No time remains for an aggressive play forward. Picks up one. NJR has restarted the plant, so it falls to Hyper now, but he downs one. The plant he's going to shut it down instead for Beast Coast.
What the? Hyper is so good. Hyper used to be on DZ, so this is like a little bit of a grudge match.
Zero ever since this timeout from BC. Not able
Pizza? Bro, also, what the fuck is with people doing like random ass shit on pizza? I went to this bar one time with some friends to watch, like, I forgot what it was. It was like, I think we were watching like Thursday Night Football or some shit, okay? I go to a fucking bar with them, and we ordered a pizza with chicken wings on it. The fuck is that? Who the fuck? Like, who in their fucking right mind starts throwing chicken wings on pizza? And then, like, one of my friends was like, "Oh yeah, it's fucking really good, dude." Fuck off. What do you mean? Mashed potato pizza.
Very much in the cards for map number 1 of this series.
People buy it?
So still plenty more action to come even outside of this map. So buckle up. It seems like this one
Brisket pizza, sushi pizza, steak pizza. Sound like Bubba from Forrest Gump is because of the dough. It's just a lazy food. That's just sushi. That's just steak. That's just brisket. But on top of dog shit pizza.
They did back in the first half. We'll see if that's the case. They've got some interesting picks for their basement hold here. Most notably going to be shown, of course.
Meat pies? Bro, you don't even know about the meat pie, okay?
That's not the case. Either way, though,
meat pies are not lazy. They take a fuck ton of effort to make, actually.
In the staircase, and will still be in the staircase, obviously, but giving a man to do a little bit more work outside of this immediate area. So we have
I don't make them, but like my wife does. They take a ton of effort to make, though.
East Coast getting the initial tidbits of info necessary.
A 5-year-old can make a pizza? Literally, dude. Literally.
Any bumps in the road that could
literally
obstacle that ends up ending their reign.
Doesn't she make like 300 at a time? Yeah, but it takes like days, like a few days to make all of that. Like literally like 8-hour days plus.
Dark Zero and a few little angles adopted into this top level as well to try and slow down Beast Coast, although not doing exactly the greatest job of that in the current moment. Hat will use the Twitch drone and start rotating that in, but it seems not long for this world as Pambazoo is right around the corner. They'll be able to get rid of that, and that'll at least make it to where they won't be able to get rid of NJR's Black Mirrors that are set up inside of tellers right now.
A lot of posturing at the moment here from Beast Coast and some slight bits of map control being taken away from DZ, but nothing concrete just as of yet. Dark Zero is giving over an appropriate amount of respect. Oh, these next 10 seconds or so.
Meat pies are kind of like tamales. Middle Eastern meat pies are basically like spiced meat with like onions and some veggies and stuff inside of them. And then they're like wrapped in dough and like baked. But generally you make a bunch of them and you freeze them, and this way you can just put them in the microwave and warm them up like whenever you want. So kind of like tamales. Don't be a lot of people make like tamales like in bulk, and then this way they can just like warm them up whenever they want to.
ready to get to the real action phase of this round here. That may be very soon as they're starting to investigate the bottom of square. We'll deal with that mirror window so there's no surprise peeks from the other end of it. Looks like it may have gotten countered, actually, though, by the defense and potentially by a clutch little electrical or something similar. However, they'll deal with that directly. Canadian will now be found.
Troy is not having a good game.
Worry about here if they still want to try and pop that mirror window open.
Anyway, dude.
Dead, but with 30
Chat.
seconds remaining, this might be one
Fuck
of the more
pizza.
scary positions for him to be, as he does have that complete oversight
That's all.
of the squad now. Staring things down onto Pambazoo, keeping the team patient as Beast Coast must deliver on their promise. They know someone has to be holding the flank. The patience game is working for Dark Zero, though. They find a big kill. This is
Are any of my former teammates in Pro League? Yeah, we're watching one of them right now. Canadian. Canadian is who I won my world championship with.
They'll knock him down. Beast Coast can't get the first round playing into staff in open area. Dark Zero on top of it when it comes to their defenses.
It's only one round being played out, so I do want to make this point without being too harsh to Beast Coast, but you can see there the big difference between Beast Coast trying to execute in a Dark Zero fashion versus Dark Zero doing it themselves in the previous half. When they're ready to move at like 10 or 15 seconds, the plan is set, and normally it's just a massive sea of Dark Zero kills coming onto the feed, as everybody knows exactly what they need to do, and if somebody gets interrupted, they have someone pre-planned for that to interrupt their own duties to go and support that now a vulnerable position. We didn't really see that at all with Beast Coast. It's a jumble into bottom square. They're trying to make the best out of a
Will I play professionally again? Probably not. We need Parker to cast again. Parker, thank God, is not casting this tournament. Honestly, this tournament is literally like S tier plus for the fact that like Parker's not casting it.
Many will imitate, but there is no replacement for the real deal. Dark Zero. Able to play the timer down perfectly, knowing what the, that kind
What's
of
Troy's biggest weakness? Canadian is probably the best overall Rainbow Six professional ever. He's definitely the most successful. I would say he's the best of all time. I mean, he's not fragging very well right now, but he's probably just having a bad game. But he's definitely not as heavy of a fragging player as he used to be. But he's still pretty good. Can still pull it off. Pizza is not liking pizza is communist of me, bro. Pizza literally has red sauce. I'm leaving it at that. End of story, bud.
It's like you said, or it's like I was saying before, the plan is just not as well...
You can give me the credit. It's okay. It's all right.
Yeah. The plan is just not as well planned out as far as we've seen here. But again, like I said, that's only one
Pizza is American.
We're kind of forced into that situation, whereas Dark Zero...
Actually, pretty American. Technically, pizza was like made in like Naples originally, but it was only in Naples, and it was locals. And Naples used to sell pizza to Americans as like a tourist food, and it was really popularized by Americans, like the pizza as we eat it.
On the first floor, mainly in this open area position, as well as the hallway leading towards it. Panda playing directly into open area. And then, of course, the elevator also being taken on at the moment. Nitro out from Panda, but it doesn't sound like it's going to lead to a whole lot at the moment.
Hummer, nobody gives a shit, bud.
The explosion just does not go as nearly as far as he would have liked to from that scenario. So still have DZ with a little bit of that pressure being held upstairs because of that.
Let me tell you, dude. Listen, when your lithium-ion battery and your Tesla lights on fire, let us know. We'll all come over and make lithium battery-fired pizzas.
Has already gotten itself down to the last minute. Everybody's up on each end of things, so that means things are bound to get hectic. And look at the utility that Dark Zero have provided us here for round 8. So much delay.
Who needs a pellet smoker? We're eating lithium brisket.
Into this lineup. Very scary for Beast Coast. Doesn't mean that it can't be done, but they're definitely going to have to make sure that they're accurate when they go for this, because this is a you better hit him in the head.
What do you mean, bro? This is DZ and Beast Coast.
A huge amount of time to make this work either, so all bets placed on being able to bleed out the delay utility properly. You still have Engineer's toxic.
Oh, the old classic.
You're literally an idiot.
Yep, that is yet to even deploy out towards.
Well, you don't like watching pro play. I mean, I do.
Well, so he's going to know the exact moment that they try to start this.
Especially I'm watching my old teammate play.
Short of cutting off that toxic bait, by the way. Good reaction, just a little bit too slow, unfortunately, on the follow-through. And now the trades begin to work their way forward. DZ holding the line for the time being, and especially upstairs, the collapse will begin because of that one.
Troy's stuck upstairs.
To go down as Mr. B had to interrupt it. He's had to do so yet again. This time he can't escape.
Ooh! They stopped it.
He shuts down the final rotate from Hyper, trying to retake basement positioning from the hatch. It's a solid hold from DZ as they are quickly retaking their own lead, which was lost in the second quarter of this game. Now back in charge.
That's literally what you got. You guys just call everybody a pure American when you are like the definition. You keep just changing the definition of a pure American.
Given the circumstances of their utility, Beast Coast playing that down to the wire, never really trying to flirt with getting utility drained out of Dark Zero's
Listen, dude,
it's really what
you have changed it. At first, you explained that pure Americans is hyper-consumerism, basically. And then after acquiring a Tesla that you cannot afford and going into debt for it, and then buying a bunch of puffer vests and Oxfords and other things that you can't afford, have decided to now change it to people who hunt and have red hair.
Whether it be from the offensive perspective or from the defensive side.
So it's gone all the way to Tellers now as DZ tries to continue to navigate around successfully on their defensive holes. Not really feeling the risk of...
I forgot, that's right. You have a job. Your job is to ask your dad for money.
Like to play very much in their setup. And unfortunately, playing upstairs dictates a lot of on-the-fly adjustments. So if they're not necessarily feeling confident having to play in that way, then will, of course, be better suited to play downstairs and Tellers, where they do have that kind of static extension and the follow-through downstairs if that gets breached.
Solid op choices here from Beast Coast. Be a couple of other things they could have potentially have looked into if they had so chosen, but nothing you can really argue against, especially when they are addressing this top floor. Love the frag grenades coming in here, especially.
Dude, listen, that is very hard work, okay? Oh, that's unlucky.
Achieved. And the beauty of those frag grenades really just because you can dedicate all of that utility upstairs. You know, Gavini's got to try and play closer to sight and make sure that things work out for him and work out for the squad. But in fact, he's over in stock, has a big pickup for himself. Doc will take one down, long angle, Gavini!
Third time's the charm.
Oh my God, Gavini! Woo! Might as well put him, well, I mean, put him in a body bag, really. Just all the way from downtown. Extremely well done.
Now, as he falls off that rappel.
Right? Yeah, definitely made a little...
so the winner of this tournament of Gamers Without Borders gets to choose what charity the money goes to. So... But the winner of this tournament as well also gets to go to Gamers 8, which is in July. And that tournament is $45 million. It's going to be the largest esports tournament prize pool in human history. So...
Will be caught dashing downstairs there just now. So
the second biggest was the Dota T, like the biggest Dota TI ever was 40 million. That was the largest esports tournament ever. This tournament is 45 million. It's not just Siege, it's over a bunch of different games. So yeah. But it's the biggest individual tournament for gaming ever. You don't like Blue and Stokes? What do you mean, dude? They're great casters. Still, that's crazy, dude. And then they're giving 10 million to charity right now. 2.5 million for Siege. And then they're running the esports tournament, Gamers 8, later. That is for 45 million in July.
That's what he saw on the bottom left side of his screen, but either way, gets forced into the expected rotation angle and is quickly shut down by this DZ defense that continues to find its presence on a round-by-round basis.
Yeah, they do a tournament every year. They've been doing them for like 4 years now, 5 years, something like that. I think something like that, 3, 4 years, 5 years. I don't know how many there's been so far, but
again, Dark Zero not only able to find the equalizer, but they're able to drag Beast Coast to the dance and beat them.
10 million for charity, 45 million. That's this tournament. So Gamers Without Borders is $10 million. That's the tournament we're watching right now. It's Rainbow Six and a bunch of other different games. So yeah, it's 10 million US dollars are going to like 6 different charities, and so 10 million for this tournament. The winners of the tournament get to pick from 6 charities that they get to give it to, and then like 6 pre-approved charities. There's like Direct Relief, UNICEF. There's a few different ones. So 10 million for charity, right? And then 45 million. That's for the players' pockets in July. The players that win this tournament qualify for Gamers 8. So just by qualifying for Gamers 8, you're gonna get paid. Like there's like you get money just for placing last place for Gamers 8, like a pretty good chunk of change. At least that's how it was last year. I'm sure it's the same way again.
It's just one more beyond that.
This is live.
From this tournament entirely.
Well, Dark Zero, let's say you 1 round away. Being able to take bank and propel us onto our second map here. And it would be a heck of a scoreline to start it off already as well. Achieved. He's gone fishing. He's got the hat on, John. He's ready. Lures and all.
Now, I can tell you like the exact charities. I forgot what it is. I'll check.
Destruction to the drone game as well. Feeling himself. He's going to swing in the top floor. 1 and 8, but this could be a sign.
There's 6 charities.
He's looking to get a little bit more.
Okay. All right, I got it. So there's Direct Relief. There is the International Medical Corps, UNICEF, the UN Refugee Agency, World Food Program, and the King Solomon Humanitarian Aid and Relief Center. So the winners could pick whatever charity they want to give it to. So 10 million gets split up between those charities, or well, I don't know. Hypothetically, people could just pick one charity and give it all to them. It's up to the winners. So.
And now, like you said, all the drones are gone. They literally don't have any ones left, as far as I'm aware.
What charities have I done streams from in the past? Oh, I don't know, a lot.
Those 2 preset ones, and that'll be it.
I honestly have to like go through and look through my like Tiltify thing for all the different ones that I've done. Actually, it was kind of cool. Tiltify like recently sent me like a thank you thing. I've done the Gamers Without Borders tournaments every year. But I've done okay. So lately, what I've been doing more. So I used to do what's it called? Let me look it up on Tiltify so I can like give you all the one. So I did one for like the Muscular Dystrophy Association. There was one that I did. I gotta like look too. I have like some of them. They all sent me like thank you cards and stuff like that after I did them. So I'd have to go through those too. So I did a decent chunk of them through Tiltify. Let's go to past. My account.
Okay, there was a little bit of an outstanding outlier there when it came to impressive performance from top to bottom, in my view.
There it is.
DZ. So we're going to have to see.
All right. So just on Tiltify, this does not include other platforms. We've raised $52,000 for charity. And I don't always use Tiltify when I use it. Let's see, retired. Okay. So I've done one for Pank 1, which is like for pancreatic cancer. We did one for Save the Children, not to be confused with this like the scam coin Save the Kids. Save the Children's like a really good humanitarian organization. Gamers Outreach, St. Jude, United Nations Foundation. Another one for Save the Children, Make-A-Wish, and let's see, I'm scrolling through these because some of these I've done like multiple streams for the same organization. Special Effects. That's like a charity. It makes stuff for like disabled, disabled, like I've done like a few for them too. And then there's been a bunch of other ones that I've done where like I don't directly like raise the money through my stream, but I'll do whatever. I'll do like join someone else's like charity stream that they're doing and stuff like that. So I've done a bunch of those before too. I try to do like try. So like sometimes it doesn't work out, but like generally I've been pretty good about being able to get like a charity stream. So the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, I've done like 3 or 4 for them too, different charity streams. So they're like pretty like local to me. So, and they have a children's hospital. Like they're one of the best children's hospitals like in the entire world. They do a lot of research and stuff. So I've been raising money for them like pretty consistently because like they're close to me, and like I don't know, I just believe in like what they do a lot. I have a kid now and stuff like that, so you know it just kind of means a little bit more. But yeah, I've done a bunch for them too. So like none of those are included. So like the one for Tiltify, that's probably like half the charity streams I've done, and then there's been a bunch of other charity streams where like if somebody else is doing them or a different organization is doing them, I'll try to like join. Even if I'm not streaming, I'll join their charity stream and stuff like that. Like I played in a bunch of different charity tournaments where like I'll join, I don't stream it, I just join and I just play, and that's it. Am I able to write off the money that I raised? No, that's not how that works. The way that charity streams work is you put a link in your chat and viewers donate directly to the charity. So the only thing that I could write off is normally I make a personal contribution myself. So whatever money I donate personally, I could write off. But yeah. All right. Don't even joke about that stuff, Colin. Seriously. I don't mind joking around about other stuff, but I don't like to joke around about charity stream stuff. Seriously.
Progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life.
So, anyway, yeah.
The notion that many people
try to. I try like every like 3 to 6 months roughly to do some type of charity stream.
They're gonna stay sicker longer and they're gonna die.
I try to. So I always make sure to try to do like a personal contribution myself too. But this is really awesome because they're giving a ton of money to some charities, and I mean 10 mil, dude. I mean, that's crazy.
Invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
My favorite charity? I've mostly been doing more like local stuff. So, I've been doing any reruns recently. Nope. Lately, what I've been trying to do more of as well is it's not really like on stream, but I would encourage people to look into doing this kind of thing themselves. But I'll donate to like local food banks, or like during like Christmas time and stuff like that, or Thanksgiving. I'll try to do a thing where you like adopt families, and like, so I don't really have the time. I used to like physically volunteer for stuff when I didn't have any money when I was way younger, but now that I like don't have the time but I have the money, I donate instead. So like whatever, there'll be a thing where it's like, oh, would you like to, you know, like me and like some of my friends and stuff like that and family members, that will you do a thing where you like adopt a family for Thanksgiving and Christmas and stuff like that or whatever. And it'll be like, oh, like it's whatever. You buy them all the food for Thanksgiving, or you buy them all the food for Christmas, and you buy them gifts for Christmas, stuff like that. So, yeah, look into it. If you have the money to spare, you know, consider it. What's on Crawler? It's not as expensive as you would think, and it really, you know, goes directly to people and really helps them out a lot. So, you know, the holidays are like a tough time for a lot of people. And, yeah, they can make a big difference. And, you know, realistically, you know, if you're doing well enough to afford to do it, to adopt a few families and stuff like that, it's, I don't know, it can really take the stress out of a lot of stress off of people. And, yeah, You know, that's it.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one map down in our NA semi-final. Dark Zero have an early lead. Jesse, I'm going to come to you first because you said
it's not that bad. Like, we'll do like I try to do like multiple families and stuff like that, but like I'll give you an example. Like, I think it was for like Thanksgiving. I think it was like $200 a family or something to adopt like a you know, whatever, basically pay for their Thanksgiving food. So it was not that bad, because charities and stuff like that do it, they get like a lot of like the distributors for food and stuff like that to like get the cost down a lot.
I think we
so
can guess who's going to be in that head-to-head graphic a little bit later on, but we're not going to get to it yet. Jacob, who needs to step it up a gear from Beast Coast? Let's look at it from like an outsider's perspective. Is it team synergy that they're lacking? Are there individuals that just aren't pulling their weight?
Yeah, I mean, that'll get you like a turkey and all the other stuff.
I don't think Beast Coast are a phenomenal bank team. I think that's a map that they really need to stretch their legs on more if they want to have a chance to do anything on this domestically or internationally. But the other part of it is Hat. Hat was undisputably a massive reason for why they were even in contention to go to the Copenhagen Major in the first place. He was
Thanksgiving is great, dude. Just eat. But anyway, I mean, think about it. If your family wasn't able to afford food and stuff like that for Thanksgiving, I mean, that would suck, right? But I mean, assuming you have some extra funds available and stuff like that, you know, it's if you can, you know, that's about what it costs, just so people have like a general idea, right? And you could, you know, pitch in with a friend or something, you know, get like four friends together, something like that, split it. It's $50 a person then if you get 4 people. So, or if you can afford it, do one yourself or multiple families.
Had 0, Jesse. That's
0 kills. The entire first half, 0 kills. He did pick up a couple towards the end there on their attacks. Obviously, they didn't win a single attack, so kind of impactless frags, the way you want to measure it there. Definitely a tough game coming through from Doc. You know, he's certainly a player that I think we have talked
donating all the clothing and stuff. Yeah, sure.
Had his struggles throughout the stage. And I think it kind of really, I mean, it started off with some really rough roams, him not really finding that synergy. And then I think when they got onto the attacking side, it really did feel like a team issue coming in.
Yeah, of course. I mean, listen, there's a million good charities that are, you know, that are awesome that you can like look into and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, anything that you do, anything that you do or whatever is, you know, is always a good thing.
Work for you, and you know, you can see the stats here. Doc eventually
I don't know, that's just what I do. It's kind of nice because you could you know, if you're getting a family food, sometimes it's like hard to see like, okay, like I'm giving money to this like big organization, and big organizations need money too, right? They're the ones that do like the major outreach and stuff like that, right? Or when there's like a big natural disaster, they come in and help out a lot. So those organizations are incredibly important too. Every organization serves a purpose, right? But a lot of these smaller ones where you're like donating, and it's like you see the family that you're giving the $200 for them to get food for Thanksgiving for an example. Ever served the soup kitchen? Oh yeah, food pantries, soup kitchens. I used to when I was like in student government and stuff like that, I used to make all the student groups that I was like in student government with and stuff like that help out and serve at soup kitchens and stuff. Your family helped out with the earthquakes in Turkey, a bunch of clothing like sleeping bags, blankets, socks, shirts, Crocs, etc. Crocs. Fancy.
Because if they're starting on defense first on Oregon, then you're going to get the opportunity to set the tone early. They did in the first 3 rounds of this map, and I have every expectation that they'll be doing the same thing in map 2.
Well, Jesse, we've talked about how Beast Coast was struggling in those opening rounds. We actually have a little replay loaded up so that you can talk us through it. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think
your sister went out and did everything. So basically, your sister went out and bought everything, and they're like, and Almir's like, yeah, my family.
brain in your skull. I mean, some of these roam moments, unfortunately, Hat sprinting across, that wasn't Doc, that was Hat. Really not finding any success there on the roam, and then Doc is also trying to roam up here with his teammates. No.
How much did you pay for the same percentage of your Tesla? Sorry, I had to. It was just too easy.
It's been an unfortunate theme throughout these first couple of rounds. There he goes down to Canadian through the printer window again,
God,
questioning the positioning there. A minute on the clock. We see the same thing happening in round
Have I ever
two,
been a
the
bully
same bomb
before?
site. They're
Do I look like I'm big enough to be a bully?
Mr. B goes down. Doc also going to try to go for something here, but unfortunately just being caught out. And then by the time he gets to round number 3, it looks like these players are starting to play kind of scared. What you end up seeing is they're, in positions to stop this plant. Canadians planting. Doc is down on the stairs. He's in the basement. He could come up and
Troy getting that plant off was actually huge here. That was everyone. All 10 were up here.
Test Pam, but instead of going for that push together,
Right.
They're scared. They're letting that plant go down. They're putting their team in bad position.
You helped by picking stuff up and carrying it. There you go.
I gotta credit Fettuccine.
Listen, dude.
Called that attack timeout after those 3 rounds went down. Called exactly what was going on. Moved Hyper into a more aggressive position where he could get some rounds off. Hyper played incredible rounds 4, 5, 6. Absolutely insane. 7-0 through those 3 rounds. But a great attack timeout to actually come through and counter that from Fettuccine. Unfortunate they couldn't really keep that momentum going on the defense. But yeah, if you have a bit of a stronger start there on attack, maybe things go a little bit better. But yeah, really not ideal there for the Roams.
I just really hope that he's able to do better in map 2. Otherwise, he's about to be Fraudicini, like his Twitter name suggests.
Oh, he had to say it, didn't he? Now, let's look ahead into our next map, Oregon, or as Jesse likes to call it, Boregon. Because
everyone calls it that. Everyone calls it.
Okay. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But let's just say for our viewers who are watching who may not be as familiar with competitive Siege, Jacob, what can our viewers expect of this map? How's it going to play out? Does it favor Dark Zero's kind of play?
I'm thinking the 44-month result back. At first, Lens was skeptical about Aim Lab, but I got handed to Ubi. They changed my mind. I do not usually use aim trainers, but this one was an exception. Well played, dude. Ubisoft, you got me hooked, and I'm loving every second of it. 25 cents has been deposited PayPal. Remember to leave this message before posting. Okay. Aim Lab is not even owned by Ubi. They're an independent company. They're literally an independent company. At least get your passes right. Legend, thank you for the 65-month resub. Welcome back. I actually own shares in Aim Lab. Funny enough.
Into the other half at a 3-3, it's a much different scenario, and I think Beast Coast have a much better chance. But I'll look at 3-3 to 4-2 as the ways to help predict what the rest of this map's going to look like.
Jesse, do you agree? Do you feel like that's how Oregon's going to play out?
You do too. You own 0.01%.
It's not the end of the world. You can definitely battle that back, right? You just win your main sites. You win basement, you win top, and you should be okay.
I do. I have shares in Aim Lab.
It was an 8-6. It was very, very close. I'm a little bit surprised that we saw Beast Coast bring it back here for the series to be able to pick
Aim.
this map
Listen,
over
dude,
Dark
chat.
Zero. They won it, but it was a shaky map.
Aim Lab share giveaway.
There were a lot of crazy plays.
I have a good amount of shares. Let's just start. I'll start giving shares away. Aim Lab share giveaway. Actually, legally, I don't think I can give any away.
Last time against Dark Zero, who are coming in very, very hot with momentum, I'm worried that it may not be the map that we get for Beast Coast this time either.
I got a whole bunch of those things, dude.
We're going to go the distance. Blue and Stokes are waiting in the wings to take us into our second map.
Thank you very much, and it is indeed time, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment or so here, as you can see us loading into the digital arena now between Beast Coast and Dark Zero, as Dark Zero looks to try and quickly shut down this series in 2-0 fashion. We're gonna have to wait and see.
When I start my own org, I would rather set my money on fire. UK man, thank you for the Twitch on 35 months.
A little bit more as we get into the map. And immediately we have a very interesting ban from Dark Zero, the Lion being locked out. Again, when you think about it, that makes pretty good sense because of the...
No, I mean, esports is, like, org owners and stuff like that. It's not, it's not very... It's basically impossible to, like, make money as an org owner.
The usual suspect here, we were getting quite a bit of Monty play out of Dark Zero previously on that first map, so they do not want to tempt fate to deal with that, especially here on Oregon, as it's even more claustrophobic, which gives even more power over
yeah.
in my opinion. So
Orgs, like, lose money. Orgs are a
Beast Coast banding out their one
game for people who are like investing really, really long term and don't care about like losing money on it. So that's pretty much it. I personally, you know, I don't want to blow that kind of money on like an esports org.
Instead, we're going to stick inside of that triangle. Azami just a little bit too powerful to trifle with.
I mean, I have other better things I can invest into.
Number 1.
FaZe or Optic, FaZe is about to be delisted off the NASDAQ. They went public. I think they did get delisted, didn't they?
What we're going to see from Dark Zero to start things out.
Yeah, they are like literally bleeding cash.
Perplexing when it comes to the composition that they're going to be bringing to the table for this. We'll talk more about the attackers in a moment. Obviously, they have their repick.
They're fine. I mean, the people who like are in FaZe are fine. Like people who are in an org are generally good. Like they make money. It's just the organization itself does not, generally speaking. What is the oldest organization in Siege? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know.
That like 10 to 20 second mark where
that is a good question.
Probably not going to have the same proclivity to take control of the sites.
G2? Maybe? Like they've been around since like year 3. That's pretty old.
So here on Oregon, a map where it's played very close to the chest.
Year 2 or year 3 they were around or something like that?
On the board for the first time in this
or year 3. Yeah, year 3 they were.
I do have a good excuse though, so I hope you'll
probably FaZe. Wasn't FaZe in before them?
I just got my wedding photos, man. I just got my wedding photos.
Nice. Congrats to them.
Oh, no, I know what it is for sure. Black Dragons.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
There you go. I just gave you your answer. Black Dragons has been around since like pre-year 1, season 1. They are the oldest Oregon Siege, without a doubt. I don't think any other team is. They're either the oldest or they're tied for the oldest. Because I was trying to think of like teams that were around since the start of Siege. And they were literally a part of Siege before it, like they were like the first Oregon Siege, like they're a Brazilian team, but they were a first Oregon Siege.
Out any of the Dark Zero presence still alive here on the second floor from the silhouettes. It looks like it's already evacuated down to either the kitchen and potentially.
We played this. Oh yeah.
That certainly seems to be the case. As East Coast are double.
I play like some of the really just some of the Beast Coast guys. I play them in ranked. I don't know, bro. When they figure out it's me, they try so hard. Only they tried as hard in this game right now.
Plans are
chaos.
I am simply an agent.
Honestly, it's really the old. I haven't like. The only person I really ever see in ranked is this like dope guy. Fun fact: a long time ago, he used to stream snipe me. Surprise, I know.
Guy's all the way upstairs right now, and I think he's going to stick it out. This is a beautiful position that he's adopted, and something that you really, really want to look to like adopt into the.
I doubt he does anymore. He was like a young kid back then, so I don't know, whatever.
Creative positions when you know for a fact that things have already been droned out, or that the offensive is looking.
Was the last time I played the 5-stack of pros? It's been a while.
People don't check things. They just completely forget about.
Moral of the story: stream snipe KG and you'll end up in pro league. I guess that is the case, pretty much. Dude, I swear. No, moral of the story is at some point or another, probably every single person who plays at Champion Elo has stream sniped me or played with somebody who was stream sniping me.
I said he's still here, he's still going, he didn't stick around T3's playing it active.
Canadian now going to be moving into this one. He may not even reel it. Okay, now he's going to be needed here. Hat with the double kill turns around the fates of Beast Coast here. Potentially opens up a workable angle.
You had 11 kills and I dropped you afterwards. I didn't want to cost Elo, dude.
From his current position playing the back end, but could still work his way over there. Finally meets his match. Unfortunately, not to a whole lot of success, but it does at a minimum interrupt the play procedure from Beast Coast and hold things back. This is a very.
Hey, I was the one who played bad. I didn't want to cost everybody else.
Down to who wins their fights and takes more control because of that. Hat swinging out, but it's Pan, but actually strike next. Hat, though, gets the response. The third kill on the round. He's down to his sidearm for this one, but he's making it work as a second kill potentially still to come here. The needs to be locked on the ground, and thankfully Mr. B reaches the corner just in time. Retake, we're going to sway through the
Bro, what are you doing?
As he leaves his teammate out to dry.
Your teammate is getting fried like 2 feet away from you. Troy is wearing the Ember Eyes. Bro, that is such a Troy move right now.
It's gonna be 10 laps around.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I already know this motherfucker, dude. I guarantee the second that he found out that you're allowed to put any skin on, he goes, hee-hee, I'm gonna put on the Ember Rise. He always does that shit.
So many bullets being thrown at Hat throughout that entire round.
Gunner on Gold, Fox, and Geo before they went to Pro League played with me a lot back in the day. Yep.
Start on the right foot yet again here on Oregon. This first round will go right nicely into their back pocket. They're going to send it to the sky now. This will send things up towards the top stairs. Up to the top floor, and it's going to be a pretty creative defense coming out here from Dark Zero.
Well, it's pretty funny, dude. It's pretty funny. I mean, yeah, basically,
pretty spicy so far.
Basically, what's it called? It actually made me realize, like, you know, sometimes I'm like, you know, sometimes I'm always thinking, like, you know, maybe I. Hey, thank you, Hilze. It's actually kind of funny. Like, I'm always like, I remember a while back, I'm like, you know, maybe I'm just like thinking that I'm getting stream sniped every game and stuff like that, but like, it's probably not that bad.
Either way.
It's probably not that bad. And then I forgot what it was. It was like I went to like a LAN event. This is when I still played pro and stuff like that. I had kind of just started streaming, and I had people that I considered to be like friends and stuff like that, that were like professional players that I had hung out with in real life even. And then they're like, "Oh yeah, you know that ranked game? We had our coach sit in your stream and tell us where you were every round. That really sweaty game that you played against us and lost in 4-4 overtime." And I'm just like, really? Like, yeah, get fucked. I'm just like, okay. Got Glorion.
Yeah, Canadian's going to be laughing straight to the bank with that one. A lot of value taken away from Beast Coast early into the round, and that's what you're looking to do. They strip Hyper's life away. They take a few drones as well as some utility.
Not gonna lie, that one made me pretty disappointed. I was just like, it was kind of like a lose faith in humanity moment. You know what I'm saying?
Starting to lose some drones as they reassess the situation. NJR will hold things down inside of Swamp, peering in towards Attic. Gavini does have some angles that he can try and utilize as they've actually smashed the mirror window in order to make sure that nobody can see that player inside of Trophy. NJR getting aggressive off the Candela. He'll get one and he'll back off. Mr. B right on the coattails. He can't find him. It'll be Doc instead to take down one and keep.
Well, it was just kind of like disappointing because like it was definitely like a lose faith in humanity moment for me. For sure, because I would have like never guessed in a million years that those guys would have sniped ever.
Nitro checked up on top. It's a little bit early for Achieve, and he actually has a little bit of damage to himself. Nothing really to remark upon, though. But there's the big issue. He's still blocking off White Stairs Ascent for anyone on Beast Coast that wants to move up that. It's another very awkward setup for our attackers, and it gets even worse with the swing from Panba. Knocks out Mr. B. Doc is the only one currently upstairs that can make up for this, as Vertical is obviously hyper-focalized on the security player downstairs.
Oh, I know. Those guys are freaks.
Now he's got to, though, as only other team.
BC is getting dismantled right now.
That ends up killing him as he was unable to deal with them. Has the vertical angle to shut down the White Stairs push and lock in round 2 for DZ.
What else would you expect except a perfect patience play from Achieved and Dark Zero in general? They are outclassing Beast Coast at the current moment. Beast Coast are attempting to go for their plays. No mercy, no sign of respect in those moments for Dark Zero. Just trying to get, you know, what is necessary done, but it's really not working.
I don't, you know, honestly at this point right now, like, I've just basically come to accept that I'm like probably gonna get stream sniped like pretty much every game, and then that's like, you know, I mean, it sucks, but like, it is what it is. Like, I have the choice of running a delay, and I don't want to do that because I want to be able to talk to chat and stuff like that, and if I don't do that, then I'm just gonna get stream sniped every game. So basically I've just come to accept it, and you know, everybody pretty much knows that. That's why there's a bunch of people that I like used to play Rainbow Six with all the time that like don't play with me anymore. You know, it's no hard feelings or anything, but like, you know, they don't want to get stream sniped. They don't want to get stream sniped every game. So that's fine. You know, I just tell them like, you know, good luck in your games, and like that's it. You can change your streamer name. Yes, I have 15,000 hours in this game. I am aware. There's people just find out it's me anyways, no matter what.
Playing from the inside of here, so Beast Coast hopefully have some better luck picking the angle work in the early round, which that hasn't necessarily been a huge issue for them. It's more that they need to take greater capitalization upon that pick or two here in the first few moments of play. We're going to see a quick attempt to open up at least the right side of the connector walls here. Achieved in position to trick it. Will he be able to do it though, as there is pressure coming directly against him from the connector itself via a frag grenade.
Make my name Hunter.
That's not the bigger question here as we go away from all of that.
Old Hunter.
The priority was more to get achieved out of position. And there we go. We can see the Selma has been opened up now. It's a bit of a crouch hold that they'll have to work their way through, but they do have it open. So Cheeb's attempt to trick this one out has failed for now. Could still potentially hold the line on the left breach if they do want to play into that one, but it's not going to be achieved just striking. And Gavini as well. When one falls, another seems to not be too close behind for Beast Coast here. As Beast Coast feel that that's going to be it in terms of the aggression. No, a second player is.
Dude, they're getting dismantled. I mean, granted, it's a pretty defender-heavy map, but
they do it 2 more times with the same players that got the opening 2 kills, striking for a second.
Is this the last game? If DZ wins, yes. If not, it goes to map 3.
Over in terms of his prospects to come back and clutch this one out, and will not even see the player that eventually takes him down. Pamba with, I believe, a 3rd kill on the round.
Is the B stream still up? I think the B stream is done. Yeah, so like, this is the last game. So yeah, whenever this concludes, then it's done.
Patch up those issues on the second rerun. Would not be surprised at all if we get a tack timeout from Beast Coast here, but it looks like they're going to keep on rolling for now.
I've been rooting for, I mean, Troy is my old teammate. I want Troy to win. And the DZ is the team that I used to play for back when they were like Flipside, before they were Dark Zero. And Mint, their coach, is my old teammate when I was on Flipside. So like, I'm obviously rooting for DZ.
A plethora, whole swath of strategies that they've taken, a whole bunch of different looks as well. A much more aggressive front from them inside of that last round, and time again able to exploit the positioning of Beast Coast. There's nobody home to trade, John. There's nobody there. Every single one of these kills coming from Dark Zero. Not a single person close enough to even try and get in a gunfight with the
those other guys. Yeah, listen, I will say I hate playing against those guys in ranked, but they are ranked grinders. They are ranked grinders who will never do anything competitively.
We'll see what they can get done going into this. They really need something out of Vertical and Hyper here.
Hyper will be blessed with a Nook on this round, so will at least have the solo capability to make something happen. Will he individually be able to manifest it? That's not the big question. Where
no, yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but like the aerial guys, they used to, they're Xbox converts. They converted from Xbox to PC, and the first thing they did, literally right when they got on the PC, they used to use mouse and keyboard on Xbox. Literally, like the first like 2 weeks that they had become acclimated to using like a mouse and keyboard, and they were getting into higher ranks. The first thing they did was they tried to Q snipe and stream snipe me, like multiple times, and I literally made multiple videos shitting on them while they were blatantly Q sniping and stream sniping.
Beast Coast will at least get something going on the mid floor initially here. Have some walls connected. No hatch work just yet. Some drones given over to the drone gods, though.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, you know, Hat, that's just good practice to not stand in the doors on cams, man. All right, come on here. Come on here, bud. What are we doing?
That's the kind of guy that walks down the busy public street with his phone in his hand. That's all I got to say.
Then he gets mad at you when you look at him, and you're just like, "What, man? Come on! Like, what are you doing?" That was in my entire Montreal experience. Canadians are supposed to be nice, but apparently not in Montreal.
Hat makes up for his social faux pas with a quick.
Canadians are supposed to be nice. Most Canadians are nice, but let me tell you, have you guys ever met Erie, Memphis? Yeah, bro, Memphis is a fucking asshole, and he's Canadian.
Gavini's the one that obviously is able to feast on it a little bit more, though. He gets the outright kill. NGR just waiting for the right timing, but he's quickly running out of time to make this play happen. Finally gets that opening kill, nearly gets the planter that was trying to put Case down a second or two ago. 3 kills to go. He's already found one of them. Are there 4 kills to go, and he's already found one of them here, but the next 3 are going to be a bit trickier here. Plant now down on the ground. He still
nice
believes
try.
he's a player in Laundry, and that false assumption
Memphis is
will
nice.
send the round down
Eerie.
the river as Hat strikes for a second time here. As he locks in the first round of this map.
Yeah, bro. Ugh.
Oh, they finally hit pay dirt.
You know who else is Canadian?
To get there,
You know who else is
the effort
Canadian?
is duly noted.
Percy.
Welcomed from Beast Coast.
Percy's an asshole.
Clutch opportunity there from NJR, but too powerful of a round from BC, especially with the picks that they're able to procure. There are those dying moments. Really just got to see it from the closet perspective there.
I think the whole all can. Yeah, and Taro is Canadian, bro. That's all you need to know, okay?
Especially able to finally win some gunfights. That was the big factor there.
Percy is definitely not an asshole. Actually, no, Percy's pretty chill overall.
Well, they both got a kill there, and that's a massive piece of the puzzle when it comes down to man count.
Hat certainly coming alive as well, something that we very much needed.
Memphis is definitely an asshole, though.
Still needs to light things up a little bit here, so let's see if we're going to get that. As most players still sitting on 1 or 2 kills on the side of Beast Coast, and most obviously gained in the previous round or so. So to see that process continue to
No, Memphis is Canadian, not. He's not French Canadian. I think he's from. I don't fucking know.
We're ultimately able to convert a tie game at halftime. We'll see if they can repeat it for a second go of things, but I will say these second and third sites.
What happened to Serenity? I think he's just chilling, dude.
This work. Hyper's waste no time potentially contesting against any of the T3 control that Dark Zero has liked to play with every once in a while, but has obviously foregone on this round. Quickly takes that control for himself and can use the secondary hard reach to pop up an attic.
I actually talked to
done less than 30 seconds into the round here.
What's it called?
Right now, on this panel. This is always one that gets spammed, and you're never really know.
I think what's it called?
Drones in classroom. I don't think that they know that he's here yet.
I talked to like Godly Noob and stuff like that when I was at the Invitational, and he said that he said that like Serenity is basically just chilling right now. Like, I don't think he's like working or like doing anything. I think he's just like eating good and like working out and like taking care of himself.
Honestly, I think that's the best play. Is just sit here.
At least that's what he told me.
Even though he's been
so I don't know.
Now, he's not gonna like go swinging. He's just gonna take a different angle. He's got the foot shot there against Hat, but no, much more damage coming back.
Yeah, evidently he's doing well, so he's just not doing YouTube content and stuff.
This one as well pays a pretty hefty price for it as he's forced back and ultimately achieved is the one that does get.
Yeah, I like Godly Noob. He's a nice guy.
Exchanging that kill back against Hyper just a few seconds later, so neither team getting a massive advantage to play off of just yet, and still a bit of roaming.
I actually had breakfast with him like every day, basically. Like him and like Bikini.
Vertical's goal is right now. Canadian though realizes his low HP has made him a priority target.
Him, Bikini, and like Varsity, like pretty much every day.
That's a whole lot of time just being wasted away by Beast Coast because of that though. And now the same fate has befallen Panba. Obviously, he'll be dropped down to a sliver of HP. Vertical not wasting any time on that one though. Is not going to let a second member of the team escape into the depths of this map. Takes him down outright, follows him through into the freezer, and knocks him out to give back at least a +1 player advantage to BC. But there's still that lurking Canadian that is yet to have been dealt with.
Somehow,
how is Adam? Still a cave dweller.
This manageable. They have an opportunity to take this round. East Coast looking to try and clear up the paneling here. Boys, we don't have long. Tick tock, tick tock.
Right there, I think he saw it.
He just looked at it, bro. What is this guy doing, bro?
Hadamus Maximus, what are we doing here? He's gonna rotate up white. Please get rid of the Banshee. Oh, I swear, John, if this comes back to bite them, this is gonna be one for the history books. Oh, some nice kills, though. Hat at least gets that done. Gavini rotates back in. He should lose this, and he will. It's up to Canadian in a 1 versus 3. Hat gets them all. Yes, he might not be able to see.
Stupid, fucking mistakes. What's up, Mr. Rerun Up Average? They not a rerun, but thank you. Bro, this guy, this is the definition of current Rainbow Six Siege. Literally directly stares at the gadget that's shocking the wall.
It's doing something to y'all's brains.
Like literally has like zero clue of what's going on. Just walks up the white staircase and just outguns everybody. This is Rainbow Six.
What is a big deal is the second map turnaround yet again being pulled off by Beast Coast. Even if Dark Zero rebounds here and goes 4-2, this is still a day and night difference to what we were playing against a few moments ago here. Beast Coast are still in the game, as it were, when we switch sides because they're going over to the defensive half, even if they lose this round, in my opinion.
Successful gunfights. That's what we've been getting out of Beast Coast. They've finally been able to manipulate Dark Zero and kind of get blood out of this stone. Dark Zero's been a tough cookie to crumble here for the last handful of rounds, and the big initial engagements that we've seen from DZ have finally started to show some daylight towards the Beast Coast roster. So we'll see if that continues on for round 6. And he'll finally be out the gate. Lost a couple of drones rather inside of the opening portion of this round. Hambazoo, aggressive look. Can he deliver? Really home though right now. Nobody giving him too much. One player inside of the bus, but don't even believe you can see that angle from here. That's one coming up the side of the building. They have to check this, right? It's a pre-fire Hambazoo. Him and Doc, back and forth they go. They tag up each other.
Where's Bosco? Bosco is retired, right?
On the top
I
floor.
think he's done with Siege.
Once again, kind of losing their early round edge a bit when it comes to their capability to.
You're an Amex Platinum member. Oh, my mistake, sir.
Of Beast Coast and actually convert it into kills as well. Now the incendiary works itself through. That'll burn Pam out of position, but he recovers inside of the fight, even though he was down a few points of HP. Still manages to beat out Mr. B there, taking him down, and now hard locked into the depths of Small Tower, trying to waste and burn out even more time. Same factors as Canadian playing in a tower, big tower. This is just a few rounds back. He's now completed his job. Anything he gets past this point is a bonus. And there we go. Hat does finally trade him back out, so it's even keel at the end of the day once he does finally go down, but he's wasted out quite a bit of utility, and once again, quite a bit of time as well as a reward for that.
Halfway through the round. Still so much left to decide what actually is the outcome.
Where is impacts? He could impact that off, hypothetically.
Nice crossfire still.
Oh,
outside.
unlucky.
Hyper with a great find. Just saw the tip of the spear there from Canadian and removes it. Gavini! Such a strong player the last map, and he shows up yet again. And a full house with Hyper and Doc still available as well, so he'll need 2 more for the quad.
Oh, someone got snapped in a mat, dude.
Hyper, he's got to manage 2 things. Gavini, he gets it done. Oh my. Beast Coast. They put together such a good case these last couple of rounds, but Gavini, he's just better, Blue.
That is going to be a full world tour from Dark Zero, spread out over the course of the half, but they do get it done. All 4 sites locked in at least 1 point during the course of that half. Very well played out by them to achieve it, but they do let those 2 sneak through from Beast Coast as they have a mid recovery, just like we saw on Bank. So time to see.
After this game, yeah, I'll play ranked.
A boost needed to rebound back into this game entirely, just like they attempted to do on Bank. Unfortunately, at the house switch, it was DZ taking full control. To be fair, it was to the other side. They switched to the defense back on Bank. Now they're switching to the attack.
Snip. Thank you very much for the prime. What role did I play in Pro League? I played every role at one point or another. The only thing I never played was Shields.
Not ready to
That's it.
Against that. We'll see though. As like I said before, Beast Coast does have the benefit of the defensive side to play into.
Bro.
This is a really scary prospect.
Honestly,
though, because just looking across the board, and
this is wild to see.
Yeah, Hat has an amazing scoreline right now at 9-3, but all things considered, you know,
this is great. We play this Hat guy in ranked and stuff sometimes, and he plays exactly like he does in ranked in actual competitive games. Like he's just like he's stopping in the middle of doorways and droning. He's just running in with like missing gadgets all over the place, just walking in, dude. I respect it. Just zero thought going on. But an efficient killer.
Maybe have a little bit more confidence played into things that they are on the defensive side, and they start with that kind of general safety sense of map control that you don't really get on the attack side, especially for Oregon too, because the roamers just take over everything at the beginning of a round on Oregon. So any spot on the map is not really going to be safe for you to
Yeah,
take
bro,
control.
it's
It works a little bit
impressive.
better for you on the defensive side, so maybe that'll activate something different out of players like
They
Hyper
just
and Vertical.
go,
We want to
bro.
see some good plays from, once or twice, and then
They
the course of
just
this map. As you
go.
can see, it doesn't translate to a whole lot on the scoreboard just yet. Just 2 to 3 kills. For
I'm
each
just
player
more cautious than
respectively there,
that,
so they
dude.
come alive a bit
I'm just more
more
cautious
in
than
the
that. I
second
like
half by
can't.
being given that side advantage. Either way, though, the big focus, like Stokes was mentioning before, is on Hat, as he's been the big superstar so far in the first 6 rounds that have been played out. Relative
The Operation Health Charm.
not too surprising. This is Dark Zero after all.
I never use any of my rank charms ever.
We're going to start to see that now over by Freezer stage. Or at least Gavini begins to make his own.
Oh shit.
All clear on
I mean, I think that like BC is doing. I mean, they're setting up and clearing and doing stuff too. But it's just like once that map control is like obtained, it's like, bro, that guy he's 9-3, just literally like running in, bro.
And everybody's got their own little creative flair of how they do things to try and avoid any bullets or any angles, especially nitro cells when the hatch actually does end up getting opened. Looks like he will go for the middle torch strategy. That will work well. Getting that hatch open. But BC now arrival with the last 45. And JR.
What are you talking about, Almir?
Strike. So I believe he's found Hat. Yes, Hat inside of Freezer. A huge pickup here. Now for Dark Zero. Minimal time remaining. Lots of Candelas still to be had for Pambazoo. As they'll toss these in. These will be the sign of the execute. So they'll send it into sight.
Not going to leave them any time whatsoever for mistakes here, but that is how DZ plays the game. So this is the expected result, not necessarily a consequence of the advances from Beast Coast. But even past that 10 seconds, they're still not in. Plenty of members of the defense more than ready to fend off a push. Unfortunately, Gavini's cut from construction is just way too slow.
that timing.
And as a result of that, it's a shutdown from Beast Coast to take a defiant stance in the first round of the second half.
Like, I think Hyper is like a really good fragger. But like, I feel like he has a crazy aim, but he plays like pretty smart overall. Like, Vertical. Vert is like I've known Vert for a long time. He's like kind of inconsistent, but he's like crazy. What's on road? Yeah, he's been on the team. Well, he's been on the team for like a year, probably, maybe around that.
Extremely aware.
I don't know.
Very ready for what Dark Zero about to throw at them when it came down.
I mean,
to
I've seen like in like. I don't think I've ever played against the Mr. B guy, but he seems like he's like pretty smart overall the way he plays and stuff. It just seems like they just have like Hat and Doke. They literally play like they play against me in ranked. They just run around like maniacs.
Upstairs now for their very second defense is Dark Zero just had on their defensive half.
DZ overall is fairly structured and like, you know.
From what we had seen before, but one thing is true. It does seem as though we are going to have an SAS operator downstairs playing inside of security just to make sure that nobody can try and work things from down on this base level too easily.
Dark Zero at least has the benefit of the 4-2 half still to play on, so this one additional round will be given to them to attempt to adjust things a bit more here and look for a successful defense upstairs instead. We'll see, of course, if they can, rather a successful attack, excuse me, upstairs instead. We'll see if they can get it for themselves. As Beast Coast now has been forced to rotate themselves.
The prize pool is for charity, but so Gamers Without Borders, it's a tournament for what's it called, charity. So there's 6 charities. The winners of the tournament can pick, you know, where the money is going and stuff like that. So there's like each region has its own like basically semifinals, finals. Semifinals are there was qualifiers earlier, so the qualifiers led up to this moment. This moment is like the semifinals, which we're watching now. Tomorrow's the finals. So there's NA, EU, LATAM, APAC. So each of those teams, I think it's split up for the 2.5 million where the money's going. Where the money is going and stuff like that. So they get to pick. There's 6 pre-approved charities that they get to pick from, and they get to give the money to that charity. Now, so it's $10 million that's going to charity over a bunch of different games. 2.5 million for Rainbow Six, like individually. So this is 2.5 million. And then the teams that qualify or like win their like region, they get invited to Gamers 8, which is a $45 million tournament in July, and that 45 million goes to the players. I'm not playing the best. I'm old, dude. Very ancient. I'm a very ancient and old man.
Yes, indeed. That's a huge issue, especially because Canadian was on the Flores. That helps.
Do I have the F3 charm? Of course I do. I was literally on Flipside, dude. Like,
the barbed wire, not so much when it comes to jails, obviously. Not nearly as helpful in that sense, but.
If Canadian can play, you can play. See, the thing is, I'm way older than Canadian. Canadian used to call me old when we were on a team together, because I think I was like 25 and he was like 20.
30 seconds remaining.
Now he's 25. Now he's the old man.
Again, Pambazoo looking to try and springboard through white. They have to worry about a mirror window, and they'll get taken out immediately. Nitro Cell outside. It's going to get eaten up, though. 3 versus 2 in favor of BC. This mirror window is getting it done. Hyper goes down. Achieved. The only one that remains. The plant is getting stuck. He's going to hop off, though. Has Mr. B to win up against, but it's going to be a trade.
It's a trade, yeah, so.
Beast Coast tie things up here on Oregon.
Coordination at least on point to prevent disaster for Beast Coast there. They just double.
Dude, this is actually such a close game. I feel like DZ should be doing better than this right now, but
not catching or not respecting the T3 position from Mr. B, though, could have been a very different round had that been handled appropriately, but at the same time would have seen probably a bit of a different build-up from DZ to get to the site, and there's a lot of variables that play into that one. Either way, though, great pressure from Mr. B, not just on the inside of his T3 position, but further into the round when he realized he was safe. That came from Addict's side as well. Constantly a thorn in the side of the execute from DZ, and although DZ, as they usually do, make it a scary one in those final few seconds of the round, they unfortunately just did not have enough control over that situation to try and force their way into a plant, and as such, Beast Coast collapse upon it in the 2v1 to complete the tie.
It's different when you get older. You're 31 now with kids. You just sweating your game, then now you're just an average dad gamer. Feel that, dude. I mean, like, I think it's just a difference of, like, you know, mentality and stuff. I actually don't think literal age only is like what it like makes a difference, because one of the best like fighting game players, and fighting games require the highest reaction time and stuff like that of like any video game. The best player is like 50 years old, or like one of the best players. I think it's like Street Fighter or something. He's like literally 50.
That's been the biggest portion.
So like it's not strictly age. I always tell people it's not strictly age. What happens when people get older and stuff like that is they get like burnt out from the game that they play, and you like really gotta be like, you really have to like love it. So you gotta be, yeah, it's that. And it's not even just like that you have to like the game. You have to be like, want to win passionately. You can't even just have fun. Like you have to like literally be willing to like do like what it takes to win, and like be like very passionate in that way. Which it's a lot, you know, it's a lot to stay on top and stuff while doing that. So that's part of it. And then also when you get older, like you said, like, okay, let's give myself as an example, right? It's like, you know, I have, you know, I have a wife, I have a kid, I got a house to take care of, I don't want to travel that much, as much anymore and stuff. Yeah, I'm willing to travel for things here and there, but, you know, I'm not trying to live in another, like, state so that I can be in a gaming house with a bunch of, like, strangers.
His spot, Hat finally bled out from his upstairs position. The nade utility is chucked his way, and with that on top of the opening pick that the team got, no longer feels the need to maintain second floor.
Troy is still, yeah, Troy still has that. But Troy's not like, Troy's in his 20s still, like mid-20s.
is contending against a pretty
So
rough set of angles.
let's see when he's in his 30s.
See if he can bring this fight a little bit further into the round. He's certainly.
Now then, the other thing is if you have a really successful career playing professionally, then you probably have a decent amount of people, like a decent, semi-decent fan base and stuff around you, which then it becomes a question of, like, do I take the more stressful gameplay? Do I take the more stressful gameplay and stressful, like, time of playing professionally? Do I play professionally, or do I just do content creation and make more money and have less stress and I can work from home? I do not miss scrimming. Like, sometimes scrimming is, like, kind of fun, but, like, I don't know. Don't miss it that much anymore.
One pickup from him against Canadian, and immediately
straight
to the inside of security here, where Dark Zero go blind. They don't have the intel in terms of where he's playing from. They can only guess, but guess correctly under these circumstances. Once more, though, an immediate exchange comes in, and not just one, but two from Hyper to shut it all down and get the round and the lead now over to BC.
Beast Coast
yeah, I mean, I still really like Siege. I just don't like playing competitively, really. You know, I just like to have fun when I'm playing Siege. It's not super fun to me to like, I don't know. It's like you just do the same thing like all day every day. Almond Joy, thank you for the 51-month resub. Welcome back. Let's go, Almond. I'm chilling in Australia. Hopefully you are too. DZ is throwing right now a little bit, to be honest. A little bit.
Of the defense at that point in time. So Beast Coast now will throw it downstairs and try and make some adjustments to what they had done previously. I think we'll get the rotation here unless somebody's going to build that with a shotgun there for Laundry. Got to be worried about those impacts potentially destroying that shield, but Hyper should have that, so don't have to worry about that too much. Yes, indeed. I'll put that up there. Get the panel slapped up on the back end as we prepare for round 10.
Dark Zero using their capability to get a quick 2-0 closeout on this series, pushing us closer and closer to a potential third map now, as it's Beast Coast that's found their solid footing and is really excelling upon as well, especially with the ascension of.
If you lost a major, all those tech timeouts. I mean, I don't know. For tech timeouts and stuff like that, I think that I think that sometimes people make things up. I don't know for sure, but a lot of other pro players always talk about how, like, there's a lot of like technical timeouts at like very important moments that randomly come up. Like, it is possible, but it's mighty coincidences, right? Like, if you just lose 3 rounds in quick succession, you're getting like rolled, and all of a sudden you have like a tech timeout. It's like, you know, like, maybe.
Need some solid droning to find Doc and.
But like, think about how many like.
Be able to find one is one of
Think about how many like glitches and stuff like that you encounter, like real glitches that are like crashes around. Like, you know, I understand there's a separate build. It's like a land build, but
these gunfights, but I think it's a little bit difficult to be good in a gunfight when you're blind, isn't it? Just these stuns will be able to catch him. NJR will feed a couple extra bullets to the now dead corpse of Doc. And BC, worse for wear.
Every good season.
Pema with the heads up play there as well, just basically using the candles and pop flash.
You hope BDS wins? I hope DZ wins.
And potentially Hyper as well, gets out there by the drone, quickly having to fall back so that the Dark Zero members don't immediately overwhelm their positions on site. The fact that they were seen over by Laundry.
Actually, I take that back. I hope Falcons win.
Set up for a long fight. They are trying to reach out and grab any advantage that they may be able to get.
I hope that Falcons win. It'd be cool to see like a Middle Eastern team win.
Falling back completely, doubling the drone count now here, just to try and see where those players may have fallen back to. BC are trying their best to be unpredictable, but once again, DZ barely had to use their drone count up until this point. Now they've been reduced down to 2, but they've got a pretty good idea as to where the 2 members of BC
I mean,
are playing from. They know
I've been chilling, Nima. All I did today is I went to Trader Joe's to get flowers for my wife, and that's it.
One more drone to go here on DZ, but there we go.
Well, actually, I actually got flowers from like a flower shop, but at Trader Joe's we got flowers for like my mom, my wife's mom, like all that, you know, everybody else basically.
And so is the round as Achieve gets the final pickup.
Yeah, it was funny. When we went to Trader Joe's and we bought a bunch of flowers, you know, normally they give you like a bag. They just gave us a bucket.
I don't
Yeah.
think that Dark Zero is going to go quietly into the night here and let BC sneak in a third map. They want to shut it down right now.
They literally gave us the bucket that they like store all the flowers in. 'Cause I think we bought like, I don't know, I think we bought like 6 or 8 bouquets or something like that. Let's see.
With these next 2 rounds, one of these squads is going to have a chance.
I think
to
like
close
6
this out in
bouquets or 7
regulation.
bouquets.
See what they can get done on this basement D.
That is one of the we wanted to make sure to give everybody flowers and stuff like that for Mother's Day, but we have a big family, so every time we end up doing something, it's always bigger, more, all that kind of stuff. So
And I got a Night Wish. That was and they were both like.
what am I gonna play? After this game, I'm gonna play. So this is the last game for today. Beast Coast versus Dark Zero. Dark Zero's up 1 map, so if Dark Zero wins, it's over. If Dark Zero does not win, then it goes to map 3.
Your Twitter replies in a few moments. Either way, though,
oh my goodness,
Beast Coast looking to still grapple this advantage that they've had since the start of this half, but obviously you're now at risk of losing it.
Yeah, I watched map 3.
The 1-round lead that Beast Coast themselves had grappled towards here. And now a very pivotal round, really, for both teams.
Yes, I'm gonna. What do you mean? I'm gonna watch it. I want to watch this.
And then the bonus of potentially being able to end at 7-5, of course. We'll wait and see if either team can now capture that opportunity or if OT is going to be in the cards yet again. Jesse mentioned it, that this was a very close map the last time these two teams played, and it did go not to full OT, but
I have already played the new season. Yes, I cannot talk about it, but
similar things to happen.
I think they announced all the reveal times and stuff.
Nature to these rounds right now. As we continue to wait for DZ to make their first move here, still stuck on the drones, it looks like, trying to get a good handle onto at least one member of Beast Coast they could try to target out. As you can see, though, Beast Coast are being busy bees right now.
Yeah,
really
it's 11 a.m. Pacific, so 2:30 Eastern tomorrow.
Like a single target and try to actually take them down, with things evolving so quickly on a moment-to-moment basis.
I'll be co-streaming that too, by the way. I will be co-streaming that.
Work their way into the map. But as we know, this is going to take a minute. They want to try and clear out the utility around the site. Get these hatches open. Make their job easy when it comes down to the execution. The Banshee down low here. They're going to have to deal with around Doc's position and Pillar. Indian does have some hatch plays still with the Kairos to exploit, so we'll get on top of that.
They have map control pretty quick. They have a whole minute left to just clear and inch everybody out.
Might be a frontal assault as they start breaking down some deployable shields.
Laundry is as undefended as it was with the amount of Terradrone play we've been seeing here. They would have liked to try and deny that and maintain the more powerful out-rotate position, but thankfully it still has some natural benefits if someone wants to swing into it deep. Potentially try to check into the corner. They just have to prevent a cross angle from being established on the inside of the
Well, I'll be on like pretty much all day tomorrow too. So tomorrow I'm gonna get on for the reveal of the new season, and
deal with any utility they might be able to snatch down below that has a pretty wide circle. But as they work their way in, Pam, it takes a massive amount of damage. Doesn't go down outright though, and somehow recovers in a duel versus Hat. 2 more kills roll out for DZ. Just the one trade onto Panba coming from Hyper and the rest of BC.
Let's go! One more round.
Didn't even think he could get that many kills that fast, but he continues to surprise.
So tomorrow I'm getting on at like for the reveal. Like 2. I'll probably get on at about 2 p.m.-ish tomorrow, Eastern, and there will be. I'm assuming that M80 won the other game. So it'll be M80 versus the winner of this game.
We'll see that spray one more time where he just gets a
so we'll watch M80 versus probably DZ, it's looking like, hopefully. And then we'll watch Actually, yeah, and then sorry, probably Latin America's first. Latin America will probably be first, so it'll be Nip versus I don't know who won the other game. We watched the Nip game, so I have to like look.
Over these last
Who
two
won?
rounds here, so we'll need to see him or someone else from BC step up. Now is the time, even if it is just to guarantee the overtime here. East Coast
It was Liquid. Liquid had to have won that game. Yeah, Liquid smashed 2-0. Okay, so it'll be like Liquid versus Nip. I mean, Liquid should win that, I would think.
That one step further into it by guaranteeing the grand final, the best of 5 tomorrow against their already confirmed opponents. Little spoiler alert here in case you wanted to watch the B stream game. M80 were the ones that made it through as they beat out West Garfield Park 2-0 in their matchup.
Oh, they just said it. There you go.
Yeah, it's actually, I think that's Biologic and Snake's team, actually. I think it's them and like the exoskeleton of reality TV that was flayed off and then taped to them.
All right, DZ, close it out.
You're welcome. Anyways, past that, looks like that's going to be a pretty interesting matchup tomorrow if we do end up getting that. Beast Coast still have something they can get done here, at least to guarantee overtime and possibly extend us on into the evening here, John. We'll have to see. Arc Zero, mostly achieved right now on a forward assault. Pambazoo, though, feeling aggressive as well.
I sense. They probably have low sensitivity, honestly.
As soon as the pressure starts to boil in, does Vertical try and run? If he does that spell his demise?
A lot of like players and stuff like that.
His way towards kitchen. Does have the EMPs for the far side. No one really here to try and apply it. Oh no, I cancel that. Selma right next to him on his left-hand side that we didn't get to see. Exactly what they wanted.
They actually outplayed the fuck out of him.
The Selma charges. I was wondering why the EMPs were going down there for a split second, but obviously Pambazoo ready for the escape hatch like we were talking about before. Mr. B gonna try and retaliate, but not really worth it. More of a coin flip there if he just goes soul searching downstairs, and they really cannot risk it with the current scoreline.
All right.
Mr. B as well trying to counter out what has been that perfect play on the Nook from Panbutt, playing the operator to a T. As soon as he picks up that kill, activates Hell, and well, gets the hell out of there as he retreats back over to the construction area. Our Beast Coast are just not going to be able to capture him at this early phase of the round. I say early, but we are now down to the final minute for a Dark Zero game, though. That's
Vert's been iffy.
As far as they're concerned.
I think he's definitely in a slump.
You can see him
It's weird, dude. Vert is like one of the best players like in the world, like when he's like on, but he's unfortunately been kind of off for a while. They know they have a minute. They have 30 seconds left. This is how a lot of teams play.
Just angle work from Dark Zero right now.
Easy's always moved kind of slow.
Oh,
We've got one from below.
Oh, gets him from underneath. I thought that was going to come in as soon as we saw the adjustment for the 2 stack of nades. Hyper's going to be able to at least thwart one. Canadian down, but they still have so much utility. Beast Coast now to try and battle back.
Oh my god, bro. Gavini just ran in and tapped everybody.
He cannot be stopped. It doesn't matter what op he plays. It doesn't matter what gun he has. There's only one thing that's sure.
Well played.
Down Beast Coast bodies. It's a Dark Zero day as they'll be headed towards Championship Sunday.
I have several words, but they're all the same to summarize my thoughts on this.
Gavini, ladies and gentlemen. That is
he played crazy that game, bro.
Plenty more to expand upon. We'll be going back to our analysts in just a second to touch on that. What a lights out performance. Showed up the late rounds.
That was filthy.
A little bit more quiet inside of that first half, but really came in these last 2 rounds and just slated the heck out. I think something like 7 or 8 kills.
This is Blue and Stokes, dude.
So what a performance for him.
Blue is literally like I've talked about this before, but Blue is my airport buddy. I see Blue at the airport every single time after the invitational. We literally end up on the same flight every time.
Break down this final game of the day and get you prepped and ready for the finals tomorrow.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. They're gonna do the breakdown, and then we'll play some ranked after. Okay? So give me a sec. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since, and they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
And there you have it. Dark Zero enter tomorrow's best of 5 in the NA final against M80. A guaranteed donation of at least $175,000 will go to a charity of their choice, and they'll be one step closer to that Gamers 8 slot later in the year. Jesse and Jacob are joining me in the virtual studio, but I am also joined, very fortunately, and we get the chance to now chat to NJR from Dark Zero. NJR, congratulations on your win. You've made it to tomorrow's final. You know, what's the general vibe? You've looked like you were extremely comfortable throughout that match.
I mean, I think our approach to the match was just kind of like finding ourselves again after like a very rough showing at the major.
Yeah, I mean,
Right, shut. Right. You're back. Why had to go to the bathroom, dude? And that map was over. I'd been holding it in.
Biggest problem that you faced when you went to Copenhagen and you faced that international competition?
A big problem was probably in our prep, just because we didn't have like the best teams to scrim. I actually think Beast Coast might have fallen into that a little bit going into this match. And I mean, like, we have a bunch of other issues like within the team that like are specific, but I think that played a big part.
Nick, give me the sit rep on what it's like been playing with Achieved so far. You've had 2 months or so now to figure out how to incorporate him into the roster. What's it like playing with him, and how is it having both him and Canadian on the same team at the same time?
The Tomb Raider?
I love playing with Matt. I think Matt's brought like a lot to our team in like every way you can think of. Like, I know people give him shit because he hasn't like, I mean, he hasn't been playing the best, and like I think that's fine. Like, you don't notice it, and it's like he's coming from a system that he was a part of for like 4 years or 3 years.
Well, you have an absolutely fantastic community who have been supporting you throughout and been following you throughout this entire competition up to this point. Is there anything you would like to say to them before?
I thought he froze. Okay, he did.
I think we've lost our connection. You know what, NJR? I'll give you a digital fist bump over here. Congratulations with your win, and we can't wait to see you competing tomorrow. Maybe we'll get another chance to chat tomorrow if you take home that victory at that best of 5 final. But for now, we're going to bring it back into the virtual studio with myself and with Jesse and with Jacob. It just felt like 2 things led to that Dark Zero victory. Let's be honest, it was experience and Gavini, Jacob.
Okay, well, Gavini was getting multi-kills on a lot of those rounds because it felt like Dark Zero was moving slow enough to accommodate it. They had the timing down to allow him to explode at the very end of a round and get those couple of frags. It was him or it was Panba at different moments alternating, especially when they switched over to attack. And I was getting a little bit worried at one point, Banks. I really was, because this was a match that was probably getting a little bit too close for comfort. Dark Zero switches after getting a 4-2 half, which is exactly what I was thinking they were going to get, but then they lose 3 straight. And nothing really turns on
body
the
shots,
until
bro.
the very, very end, where they get
This was the play where I was just like, what is happening?
Like he was back in map number 1. So it just took a little bit for them to finally warm up. But when they did, it looked fantastic from DZ.
Yeah, I mean, I think individual timing, you said it, Jacob, I 100% agree. The
Gavini went crazy this game.
Is insane.
Like, actually nuts.
Is this guy where every single round you see them pushing in, the team is getting forward, they're throwing in their candelas, they're making things happen, and then out of nowhere, Gavini just slips in through a side angle, comes and hits him from the back.
What did he probably dropped like 15 kills at the end of this? Easy? 15 plus?
Pinch player coming in beside the push, coming in a little bit later than the rest of the team and finding
at least 15, dude.
So good in that situation. But I do agree that it's also like part of the team getting in, making that space for him, causing that distraction, which is allowing Gavin to get all of those frags in the late round when he finally gets in there. You know, I thought the Candela plays that we saw towards the end, I think it was 3 rounds in a row where the Candelas really were hitting a couple of times coming in through from Pam.
8 and 4?
Bomb site, and then I think it was
No
NJR.
way. He had 12 kills in that kill cam.
Impact. So really nice to see that coming through. And that's just the space that you see Dark Zero making.
Think at least, unless I'm going crazy.
There, but it really is a team game.
I don't know, whatever.
From DZ today.
Definitely. I think that ultimately a takeaway for people, the viewers at home who are watching this match, I feel like pace was so crucial on the side of Dark Zero throughout that. I think they lost a little bit of it. They lost a bit of that control, that kind of pace control when Beast Coast started to pull it back, and then ultimately they regained that control. So I feel like, yeah, pace control, I don't know, that's maybe like the 6th time I've said it, but Jacob, I feel like that's just a crucial element to Dark Zero's kind of whole approach to this series.
No, you're not wrong. I think we can even make that specifically a new term and throw that into Siege caster vernacular, because why not? It's not terrible. So for Beast Coast, that was the persistent problem throughout the entire game, and it's a really weird thing when you try to figure out what an execute looks like, and then you have a couple of people die and they're never getting on flank cams. I think passively, I keep on
What do you
watching
mean?
what happens
He had
when
19
someone
on
dies.
bank?
You can tell who you're spectating.
I don't know,
what
bro.
you're looking at cams wise. Beast Coast very rarely ever died and then looked at a cam or had a drone set up in a specific situation and then would go over and look at that. That's either signaling one of two things. Either they really weren't feeling themselves on map 1 into map 2 and just didn't bother to switch over, or they didn't have enough cams in the right positions, meaning that they probably just got drones destroyed at awkward moments. That's just a little bit more difficult to believe, though, because Dark Zero weren't running a soulless. They probably didn't have these cam locations, these drone locations locked down very effectively. So I really don't know what was in the water for Beast Coast on this one. DZ might have had an excuse that they lost this series. Mint said that they were a little bit sick coming back after the major. Beast Coast don't have that same level of excuse, and I really don't know where that stage 1 BC was in this game. It just wasn't here.
Well, it's about that time of this show that we get to crown an MVP of the series, brought to you by Savvy Games Group. And Jesse, I'm going to give you a guess at who it might be.
Okay, hold on one second.
Nobody needs to guess this. It's obviously got to be Gavin. Gavin, he's been so incredible for the squad. Again, I think the timing is a big factor of it. Ridiculous KD, 36 frags in just 22 rounds. That is absurd coming through from Gavin over the course of 2 rounds.
Dude, he was,
Really
yeah,
incredible
100% MVP.
6% headshot
Like,
percentage.
zero question.
Man, just an incredible stat line coming in from Gavin. And again, with him working with the rest of their team, incredible performance. Yeah.
We said at the beginning of this region as well that Dark Zero needed to bounce back from that performance at the major. I feel like this performance was at least a statement to let the viewers know, you know, well, just to show the viewers, in fact, that, you know, they shouldn't really be doubting their capabilities, Jacob.
Definitely not. I like that you're able to get a win so quickly after coming back from an event, especially when your own coach is admitting that you might be a little bit under the weather. I just don't think Dark Zero are going to be able to play exactly like this against M80 tomorrow. I think it's a good warm-up game, and very clearly Beast Coast's heart was not in it today. But I think if you go into tomorrow with the exact same mentality, you might be a bit disappointed. So you're going to have to tweak some of what you did today and perfect it before you go into tomorrow's game.
Yeah.
You guys are so dumb, it's crazy.
We did with NJR, like it's a winner's interview. It almost felt like a loser's interview. You know, like the vibes were not popping off because literally, I mean, Dark Zero's in a tough spot right now. They had a really bad major for the standards that they would set for themselves, and I think that everybody else would have set for them. They come in here, great, you beat Beast Coast, but like that's not the bar, right? Dark Zero is expecting to go to these major tournaments, expecting to go to Gamers 8. They should be able to beat M80 tomorrow when they play in the best of 5. And so I think if they can accomplish that, that's where they're saying, all right, we're back on it. We're rocking it again. You know, we're hitting our stride once again. But I don't think that Dark Zero are out of the clear yet. I think Dark Zero are probably still in this mentality of like, man, we dropped the ball. We've got to get out of the slump that we're in. So I think job's not done 100% for DZ.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think that they're going to come into tomorrow hopefully even hungrier for the win and hungrier to prove everyone wrong. Jesse, the position in this map that we just watched as well, it was vital for the success of both
These are
teams.
the casters for like some of the desk and casters and stuff from NA Pro League. They're great casters and stuff. What are you guys talking about? You guys are idiots.
Indeed, Banks. I just wanted to watch some great tower frags. Small tower, big tower, I don't know.
You guys are just trying to get a rise out of me right now. It's literally all you're doing.
Extreme effectiveness. And what I really want to highlight is the clock. You know, Canadian's going to get a frag up.
I can't wait to solo queue and not play with Almir and Elman.
Look at that timer, 2:14. It's going to tick down quite a ways before we finally see Canadian go down. I think it's really interesting how these two teams both dealt with the different tower holds. Beast Coast tried to hit it directly, and they used a lot of resources on it. They're using their Candelas. They're losing a body in Hyper. Small tower now coming from Pamba. side, it's the same story. Here come the flashbangs. You know, you're gonna have 2 players walking on this. Capital bolts. You still lose
Wayfair,
so much being dedicated
bro.
to this. And
Wayfair is wild.
able to waste a full minute off the clock and get a
Wayfair actually is like, they always like make the problem like they always correct all the problems, but I'm not even joking, dude. Like, I think everything I've ever bought from Wayfair, and I've bought a lot of stuff from Wayfair. Anything from if I buy a cheap side table to if I buy something that is like 10 grand. It literally is fucking broken every time. I think I've got maybe like 1 or 2 items out of like 30 that is like not broken from Wayfair. I'm telling you, bro, I talked about it before, they fucking hire a dude to just stomp out all the fucking boxes and break shit before it gets to your house. There is a 0% chance. Why do I keep buying from there? Because they're cheaper than everybody else, and they have a great selection, and they always make it right. IKEA over Wayfair. False. IKEA literally sells all garbage. That's like particle board dog shit.
We will see. Tomorrow we will also have the 2 finals, and these are your times. Here's your schedule. One will be in the region of LATAM, and then one will be NA straight after. We're going to kick things off at 9.
These are going to be good games. M80 versus DZ and Liquid versus
NIP. And then at 1 a.m. CEST, another best of 5 M80 versus Dark.
So this is like 3 p.m. Eastern US time. So I'll be on at like 3 p.m. tomorrow to watch this game.
It's been absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much to all the players for absolutely smashing this game. Absolutely loved it. And thank you also to all the production for putting all of this show on. It's been so brilliant to work on the entire time, and tomorrow is going to be our final day of Rainbow Six Siege action. But most of all, thank you to everyone at home for watching and supporting your favorite teams throughout this whole competition. Tomorrow we're going to crown 2 more regional champions, and $1.25 million will be donated to charity. My name is Banks, and I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, watch these highlights and we'll hop into some ranked after. While they're going on and stuff like that, just a big shout out and thank you to Gamers Without Borders once again for sponsoring the stream. Very much appreciated. Just a bit about the tournament stuff. So Gamers Without Borders is running right now from the 11th to the 14th of May. So the last game is tomorrow. There's North America Finals and LATAM Finals. So NIP versus Liquid. M80 versus Dark Zero. Going to be some solid games, 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll be on. I'll actually be on a little early because there's the reveal tomorrow, too. And the Gamers Without Borders is a charity tournament. The prize pool goes to charities. It's a total of $10 million over multiple games. $2.5 million of it is for the Rainbow Six Siege. There's 6 pre-approved charities. The winners get to pick which charities they want the money to go to. And Gamers Without Borders, now the plus side is even though all the money goes to charity, if you win any of your like regional qualifiers, you get to go to the Gamers 8 LAN, which is in Riyadh this summer in July, and that's a $45 million tournament. It'll be the largest prize pool in esports history. So we'll be co-streaming the games tomorrow. It's the last day, so it's been a lot of fun so far. It's been good games. Been good games. They're all idiots. All right, on to some ranked. Good games today. Tomorrow, the finisher. All right, let's hop into some ranky poo. Probably warm up first, but I probably won't. I'm solo king. What are you dipshits doing in here? Oh my god. I'm taking my sweet time. I'm literally loading in.